I thought I would be happy with my girlfriend Lin Shuer forever, but fate played a big joke on me. That day, in the backyard of the school, she said to me expressionlessly, "Lin Feng, let's break up." I asked calmly, why? She sneered, "You know, I awakened my SSR talent, and my mother asked for a dowry of 1 million. Isn't that too much?" I nodded, "Not too much, you are worth it." But she got annoyed, "We don't care about money, we care about your attitude." "But your mother said that my mother is obsessed with money, who can stand that? Besides, you only awakened an F-level talent, and you will be a mining slave in the future. How many years will it take you to earn 1 million? I laughed, "So the betrothal gift is just an excuse. Okay, I agree to break up." She probably didn't expect me to be so straightforward, she was stunned. In fact, I am a traverser. 2 years ago, I saved her from being harassed by gangsters, and she fell in love with me. We have met our parents, and we're just short of getting engaged. But all this changed after she awakened her talent. This world was invaded by monsters 100 years ago, and the world has become a game. Only when you awaken your talent at the age of 18 can you become a job changer, and talent determines your fate. Lin Shuer's awakened, Blessing of the Gods, is the highest level SSR talent known, and it is said that it can double the attribute. As for me, when I awakened, I had an F-level talent, but for some reason it became the super god level, devouring everything, which has an extremely abnormal effect and can devour buffs, skill books, and equipment without restrictions. In the evening, I came to the job transfer hall, ready to go to the frontline demonized area. At this time, the phone rang. It was my mother. She said tiredly but concernedly, "Fonger, Mom transferred 30,000 credit points to you. Be careful on the front line tonight, don't be stubborn, at worst you can come back to mine." I felt sad. "Mom, I will make a name for myself, you take a few days off to rest, don't mind." Afterwards, I was teleported to Sunset Village. Here, I chose to become a swordsman and received a lot of things, including the novice blessing and skill books. I immediately used Devour Everything to swallow everything I could, and my experience gain, health recovery, and mana recovery attributes were greatly improved. Then, I ran to the trading house and found that low-level equipment and skill books were cheap, so I started to buy and devour them crazily. After some operations, my attributes became extremely terrifying, far exceeding those of a novice. At this time, I learned that there was a Rookie King competition dungeon, which only level 1 rookies could participate in. The rewards were generous based on the number of monsters killed, the time it took to pass the level, and other data. I decided to participate, and while waiting, I met 2 high-level professionals vying to add buffs to me. I suddenly had an idea and let the male player add it first, and then swallowed his buffs, while the female player was still in the dark. The competition started, and I entered a tomb instance. The monsters here were divided into 3 layers, and at the end there was a powerful skeleton general boss, which no one had ever been able to defeat. I first encountered skeleton warriors and archers, and easily killed them with flying swords. I found that because the flying swords had swallowed multiple copies before, it could fly out 10 swords at the same time, and it also became a group attack skill. Moreover, my defense was super high, and the monsters could not break through the defense at all. I crushed them all the way, quickly cleared the monsters in the outer area and the second area, and entered the third area. There were all elite monsters here, but I still killed them in 1 hit. Finally, I faced the skeleton general, who had high attack, high health, and skills. I carefully dodged and attacked with flying swords. Although the damage was reduced, it also made its health bar red. But it suddenly became invincible and summoned a skeleton warhorse, doubling its attributes. However, I still seized the opportunity and defeated it in 1 fell swoop, successfully cleared the dungeon, and obtained an SSR score. After clearing the game, I got a fairy-level treasure chest, which gave me the Skywalker Ring, which has superb attributes, teleportation skills, and can evolve. I didn't rush to devour it, and wanted to wait until it evolved before watching. At the same time, with the full support of Tianao League, Lin Shuer also participated in the Rookie King competition and obtained an SSS score, breaking the century-old record and causing a sensation. Tianao League leader Xiao Zhantian was ready to sign a blood contract with her and vigorously train her. But at this time, the national announcement sounded, and the news that I had perfectly cleared the dungeon shocked everyone. The top leaders of Tianao League were shocked and sent people to look for me. I returned to the professional hall of Sunset Village and was surrounded by people from the Dark Empire Guild. They wanted to trick me into showing my ID, but fortunately the horse-faced man I met before rescued me. I walked out of the hall and saw other newcomers being bullied by the forces, and I lost all my good feelings towards these forces. I decided to level up and earn money, and came to an abandoned mine. The level 20 poisonous spiders here were very weak, and I wanted to leave, but was attacked by the spiders. I killed one in seconds, but it exploded and dropped a lot of equipment and materials. I checked my luck and found that it was as high as 380 points, so I decided to stay here to kill monsters. I led the monsters to spawn in groups, and my luck value made the drop rate amazing. Soon my backpack was full. I devoured the white equipment, and the attributes were further improved. Then, I went deep into the mine and encountered a level 30 elite broodmother spider. I defeated it easily, and it actually dropped the mythical equipment, destruction staff, and other good things. I left the destruction staff to sell it, devoured the other equipment, sorted out the backpack, and prepared to go back to Sunset Village to deal with the items. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. Da-da-da. The sound of horse hooves soon approached, and a senior professional rode past at full speed. The demonized world also has a mount system, but the mounts are very expensive. You either have to buy the catching props yourself, catch them in the wild, and spend a lot of time to slowly tame them. Or you can go to the major guilds to buy them. Most guilds have mature mount hatching industries, but the prices are not affordable for ordinary people. Lin Feng just took a look and didn't pay any more attention to it. He has the talent for devouring and doesn't need a mount at all. Once he increases his movement speed a little more, 2 legs will be faster than 4 legs. But at this moment... Oh! Hearing a voice behind him, Lin Feng turned around and saw that the senior professional turned his horse around and walked towards him. What is this for? Lin Feng frowned. Little brother, just came out of the spider mine. On the horse was a bloated young man with a round face whose facial features were almost squeezed together, making him look a little funny. There was a cunning light in his eyes as he shouted at Lin Feng. What's up? Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face, neither humble nor arrogant. He's a lone ranger after all, and his bad temper is exactly the same. The fat man muttered, then smiled and said, "My name is Tsayuan Gungun, and I'm from the Fujia Commercial Bank. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to tell you that there are tricks to leveling up and hunting for treasures. Which places have high drop rates, which places have high experience, and which materials are most needed in the market. Have you studied all of these?" Lin Feng had never heard of the name Fujia Trading Company, but he knew that there were many large and small trading companies in the demonized world that specialized in reselling. Aren't all these available on the internet? Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Haha, the fat man, also known as Kayuan Gungan, sneered and continued, "Don't be silly, those things on the internet are just superficial. Nowadays, everyone makes a fortune quietly. How can I share good things with you for free? Hey, little brother, since you are so honest, I have a guide to leveling up and hunting treasures. It contains various detailed leveling points within level 100 and methods to make a fortune. The regular version costs 5,000 credits, the deluxe version costs 10,000 credits, and it's updated every month in real time. Each update costs another 500 credits. Don't hesitate. Having inside information that most people don't know means you're one step ahead of others." Tsayuan looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Why do you think I need this?" Tsayuan Gungun laughed and said, "My friend, aren't you surprised that there is no one in this shabby place? Because there are no bosses here, the monsters basically don't drop equipment, just some worthless iron ore. You are leveling up here, where even dogs don't come, and you are enjoying it so much, ha 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 ha." Lin Feng thought about it carefully and felt that it was true. Who would share good things for free? Moreover, the map of the demonized world was changing all the time. Maybe one day this mine would be occupied by other monsters. Therefore, information is constantly changing, and the information he found on the internet may be outdated. Lin Feng hesitated and said, "Can we exchange materials? I don't have that many credit points." "It's not impossible. What do you have?" Kayuan Gungan said, touching his chin. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a piece of iron ore appeared in his palm. Is this okay? Cai Yu and Gungun thought, this is not worth much. If there is a large quantity, you can consider it. How much do you have? Lin Feng said slowly, the price of iron ore should be 5 credit points per piece, so 20 sets should be enough for you. 20 sets. You have so many. Cai Yu and Gungun was puzzled, then he thought of something and said in shock, oh my god, you haven't been here for a few months, have you? In his opinion, the drop rate of iron ore here is not high. It would be a big deal if there are only about 20 pieces dropped in a whole day, which is far less than what the miners dig. But he didn't know that Lin Feng had produced 34 sets in just over an hour. Don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Lin Feng asked. Brother, you are a man of great perseverance. Okay, I'll make friends with you. Kaiyu and Gungan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, then he turned over and dismounted, walking towards Lin Feng. Add friends to trade. No need, let's just trade directly. Lin Feng refused decisively. When I add a friend and see the name, isn't that the end of it? He won first place in the Rookie King competition and the whole country was notified. I'm afraid there is no one in Dragon Country who doesn't know the name Feng Xiao. Cai Yu and Gungan nodded, okay, but if you have any business in the future, you can add me for a private chat. Don't worry, there are at least 80 people who come to me for business every day. It's impossible for me to know which one is you. After that, the two began the transaction. Lin Feng first took the jade slip containing the information given by the other party and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he handed over the 20 sets of iron ore to the other party. The information recorded in it is indeed much more detailed than that on the internet, and it also includes a special growth plan and current market price changes. With this, he will be able to develop faster. I can only say that this deal was not a loss. Etc. After completing the transaction, Kaiyuan Gungan was about to leave but was stopped by Lin Feng. I still have iron ore. Do you want it? Exchange it with credit points. Lin Feng took out the remaining 14 groups of iron ore. You still have so many? Kaiyuan Gungan was stunned. What kind of weird thing is this? How could he stay in such a resource-scarce place for so long? Do you want it? I will take it, but the price, Cai Yu and Gungan explained, is different from the previous transaction. I still have to process your iron ore, so I have to charge a handling fee. 4 credits for 1 piece of iron ore, what do you think? Make a deal. Lin Feng nodded. It was too easy to get the ores, and he was too lazy to bargain. The transaction was then completed and 5,600 credit points were credited to the account. By the way, do you want the materials? Lin Feng brought out another large pile of spider explosion materials. Awesome. Thumbs up for the money rolling in. The transaction was completed, and the materials were packaged together and sold for 4,000 credit points. After more than an hour of hard work, he earned 9,600 credit points. This speed of making money was really exaggerated. You have to know that his mother's savings accumulated for half a year was only 30,000 credit points. Lin Feng also thought about selling the remaining gems to Kaiyuan Gungan, but this kind of things are relatively rare, and ordinary people may not be able to get one in several days. If he took out too many at once, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. After the transaction was completed, the fortune rode away on horseback. Lin Feng returned to Sunset Village. There are still many high-level professionals in the village, and they check almost every person who enters the village one by one. Just when Lin Feng was hesitating whether to risk going in, the level 120 praying horse-faced man appeared again. He looked at Lin Feng in surprise. You again? Why are you still naked? I know this poor bee. No need to check. In this way, Lin Feng returned to the village smoothly. Even with the help of the horse-faced men, many senior professionals recognized him and automatically let him pass. Because Lin Feng looked really pitiful, he only had a novice sword in his hand and a ring on his body, and no other equipment. Lin Feng came to the trading house, checked the prices of the gems, and then put all the gems and several rare level 30 equipment up for sale. The price of level 1 gems is around 100 credit points, while level 2 gems are more expensive, around 300 to 400 credit points. In addition to inlaying, gems can also be combined into 3 to randomly synthesize a gem of a higher level. Some big guys will purchase gemstones in large quantities, which also causes the prices of gemstones to remain high. Just a few minutes after he put it up, he sold some of them. Now he has a total of 11,500 credit points. What to buy? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. The next second, Lin Feng opened the trading line and searched for the keyword lucky ring. Having tasted the sweetness, he knows the power of luck. Lucky ring, level 1, luck plus 1. Price, 1 credit point. This equipment is simply useless to ordinary people, as it adds too little benefit, and the character can only equip 2 rings, so the price is ridiculously low. Except for the blacksmith, basically no one will buy it. But to Lin Feng, it is a treasure. No doubt, buy them all. There are 631 items in total, all swallowed, and the luck value has now reached 1,011 points. He continued to search and found a lot of equipment that increased luck. Dark blue necklace, rare, level 80, luck plus 5. Price, 5,000 credits. There are also some equipment that increases luck, but the prices are ridiculously expensive, so I gave up decisively. Suddenly, he found something good. Super large backpack, special level 120, plus 300 storage space. Price, 20,000 credits. Ridiculously expensive. Can't afford it. But this also gave Lin Feng an idea, and he quickly searched for the keyword backpack. The list immediately refreshes with many items. Waist bag, level 1, plus 10 storage space. Price, 50 credit points. March bag, level 10, plus 20 storage space. Price, 200 credit points. Military backpack, level 40, plus 50 storage space. Price, 2,000 credits. Obviously, the lower the level of equipment, the cheaper the price. First, take 30 waist bags and devour them all. Compared with the extra-large backpack, it also adds 300 slots, but the price is only 1,500 credit points. Then, he continued to look for skills for the archery profession. Cloud-piercing arrow, normal attack has a 30% chance to penetrate the target and cause 80% damage to the target behind it. Passive effect has no cooldown. Requires level 120 and requires the ranger profession. Price, 120,000 credit points. Ranger is an advanced profession of the archer class at level 120. This is already considered an advanced skill, but it is ridiculously expensive. Lin Feng could only sigh in despair. He did not give up and looked to see if there were some lower-level skills of the same type. A few minutes later, he actually found one. Piercing attack. Normal attacks have a 10% chance of penetrating the target and causing 50% damage to the target behind you. Passive effect has no cooldown. Requires level 30 and requires an archer class. Price, 1,000 credit points. It's a bit expensive, and the 10% probability is too low. Oh, right. Other swallowing skills can stack attributes. Can this be stacked? Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. He bought 2 books on the penetrating attack skill with great pain, and then devoured them one by one. Swallowed successfully, normal attack has a 10% chance to pass through the target and cause 50% damage to the target behind. Swallowed successfully, normal attack has a 20% chance to pass through the target and cause 50% damage to the target behind. It actually works. But it only increases the probability, not the damage, which is a bit of a pity. Ding! The item you listed has been sold, plus 2,700 credit points. Suddenly, another gem sale notification appeared. His account balance exceeded 10,000 again. Without hesitation, he purchased 8 more books of penetrating attacks, increasing the probability to 100%. Because next, he will go to a map with a huge number of monsters to level up, and with penetrating attacks, his efficiency will at least double. At this time, there is a balance of 2,000 credit points. Lin Feng took a look at the magic skills. Elemental explosion. Normal attacks have a 10% chance of causing a small-scale explosion, causing 1.5 * intelligence, damage to all targets within a 1 by 1 meter range, passive effect with no cooldown, requires level 30, requires a magic profession. Price, 900 credit points. Although elemental explosions also work on flying swordsmanship, the intelligence bonus is a bit useless given Lin Feng's current attributes. He doesn't have extra money to buy intellectual equipment now, so he can only do it later. Lin Feng looked through the advanced sword-related professional skills again. There are so many good things that make him itchy. Sword controlling technique, use your mind to drive your weapon away from your body, with a control distance of 100 meters. It can be combined with certain skills that match the sword controlling technique. It can be turned on and off automatically. When turned on, it consumes 200 mana per second. It requires level 180 and the sword immortal profession. Price, 99999999999 credit points. He just had 3 question marks. How come there is such a thing as sword wielding? What about cultivating immortality across this? But the price is really outrageous, or the owner of the skill book has no intention of selling it at all. I took a look and found that there is a sales introduction below the skill book. What are you waiting for? Our Tianao League has abundant resources and has brought together many powerful people. This is the best stage for you to realize your dreams. Come and join us, grow together with excellent partners, and create our own glory together. It was originally used for advertising. Of course Lin Feng knew the name of Tianao League, the only superpower in Dragon Country. Its leader, Xiao Zhantian, was recognized as the strongest person by all players in Dragon Country. It is said that Xiao Zhantian was originally a sword-type professional, but was not well known. Later, he switched to the hidden profession of Sword King and defeated the former strongest man Lin Wushuang, becoming famous in one battle. Lin Feng made some plans for the remaining 2,000 credit points. He first swept away all the novice swords, a total of 1,124 swords. After swallowing them all, his current attack power was 7,026. Also found some things to add experience. Enlightenment Soup, plus 20% experience gain after taking, lasts for 1 hour. Lightless Ring, level 20, plus 5% experience gain. I have gained some experience points. The attribute panel currently shows experience points gained plus 295%, and there are also 5 experience points per second. In the end, there were only 400 credit points left. He wanted to buy the flying sword technique, but it was 800 credit points per copy and he didn't have any extra money. Lin Feng left the trading house and came to the post station. Various means of transportation are rented here, which can help players reach the demonized areas within dozens of kilometers, and there are also teleportation arrays leading to towns. After spending 100 credit points, Lin Feng teleported to the nearest town, Qingxi Town. There is an auction house in Qingxi Town, and he wants to go and see if he can auction the Staff of Destruction. In addition, the next leveling point he was going to was relatively close to Qingxi Town. Brother, have you just come back from leveling? Do you need to replenish your status? Before he left the teleportation array, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Lin Feng turned around, and the two looked at each other, then they were both stunned. Why do I run into you everywhere? You poor bastard, what are you doing in Qingxi Town? The one who spoke was the horse-faced man again. The two had met 3 times in just one day. Is this illegal? Lin Feng asked speechlessly. The praying player suddenly thought of something and laughed. You kid, aren't you also here because of the reputation? Young people nowadays really don't do anything serious. Go away, don't interfere with my business. Lin Feng was driven out of the teleportation array. But he was a little confused. What did it mean to come here because of someone's admiration for him? Shaking his head, Lin Feng walked towards the auction house in the center of the town. After arriving at the auction house, he found a large group of male players gathered at the door. Goddess. I love you. Goddess, can we take a photo together? Goddess, do you want a liquor? I'm a great liquor. Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, he saw a familiar figure among the crowd at the door of the auction house. Lin Xuer was wearing a loose white robe, but it could not hide her proud figure at all. The expensive jewelry and the gem-studded headband on her body gave her a more sacred temperament. Lin Xuer was smiling as she dealt with her fans, but when she suddenly saw Lin Feng outside the crowd, Her face immediately darkened and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Lin Feng, is it fun to pester me like this? In front of everyone, Lin Shuer said coldly, I have told you very clearly, it is impossible for us to be together. If you do this, I will only look down on you. In an instant, everyone turned their heads and looked at Lin Feng. Ha! Lin Feng was stunned, but after he figured it out, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Who is this guy? I heard that the snow goddess had an ex-boyfriend who awakened an F-level talent. Could it be him? This guy is so disgusting. We've already broken up, why is he still looking for me? Could it be that he wants some breakup money? He's quite handsome, but I heard he's not a very good person. He seems to be too timing. He was later discovered by the snow goddess. How abominable. How dare he treat the snow goddess like this? I want to challenge him in a duel. I heard that this guy relied on his good looks to harass dozens of female students in school, and several of them got pregnant. What a beast. I will never forgive him. I think you want to take him as your master. Everyone was talking and pointing. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention and walked into the auction house. However, Lin Shuer thought that Lin Feng was walking towards her, and two senior professionals from the Tianao League suddenly stood up behind her and stopped Lin Feng. The two of them directly revealed their levels and occupations. One was a level 180 Holy Guardian, which was to shock Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I understand that you can't bear this blow, but can you please be more mature? Lin Shuer said indifferently, you should know that my score in this Rookie King competition is SSS, but what about you? I'm afraid your score is not even B level, right? The gap between you and me is too big. If you continue to pester me, it will not do you any good. Instead, it will bring you endless troubles. You are not a child anymore. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, you misunderstood, I came here for the auction house, it has nothing to do with you. Haha, Lin Shuer sneered, don't I know your financial situation? The minimum cost of anything that can be auctioned here is tens of thousands of credit points. Can you afford it? After saying that, Lin Shuer didn't wait for Lin Feng to speak, and said to one of the senior professionals, Captain Blood Eagle, give him 20,000 credit points as a reward for his kindness in saving me 3 years ago. She looked at Lin Feng again and said, take the money, stay away from me in the future, and don't ask about me anymore. After saying that, Lin Shuer entered the auction house surrounded by a group of people. The senior professional named Blood Eagle stuffed a card storing credit points into Lin Feng's hand, then turned and left. Lin Feng looked at the card in his hand with a strange expression. This woman is really mentally ill. But these 20,000 credit points for free. It would be a waste if he didn't accept it. He just happened to be short of money. Lin Feng accepted it and transferred the credit points to his own account. Dude, wait a minute. Lin Feng was about to leave when someone suddenly called him from behind. Looking back, I saw a male player carrying a longbow. What's up? I have no ill intentions, take this. The man looked around and then stuffed a card into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng took a look and found that there were 10,000 credit points in the card. What's going on? Are people still lining up to give money these days? Dude, I want to find out from you what hobbies the snow goddess usually has. Or what kind of boys she likes. The man lowered his voice and said. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he was a bootlicker. He took the card calmly, patted the man on the shoulder, and said solemnly, brother, others may need these, but you definitely don't. Believe in yourself. You are good-looking enough to debut as a star. You just need to stay confident in front of her and show your manly charm. Sooner or later, she will be fascinated by you. You think I'm handsome too? The man couldn't suppress his smile and shook his bangs. That's right. Compared to you, I am ugly. Lin Feng said without hesitation, if your snow goddess likes me, how could she not like you? Catch up, come on. Olga. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel more confident. The man smiled and said, my name is Lin Jie. If anyone bullies you in Tianfeng City in the future, just tell me my name. After saying this, the man revealed his identity information, ID, Godlike Man, Level 15 Archer, also a newcomer of this session, and then turned and left. Lin Jia. Lin Feng was a little confused, then he remembered. There are now 5 main urban areas in Longhua, and Tianfeng City is one of them. It is located in the southwest and is rich in mineral resources. His mother is mining in a mining area in Tianfeng City. The most powerful force occupying Tianfeng City is the Dark Knight Association, one of the top 4 guilds. The Dark Knight Association is led by the Lin family. It is said that this year the Lin family has produced a genius with SSS talent, and his name seems to be Lin Jia. The bootlicker just now turned out to be an SSS talent. Lin Feng looked stunned. In his impression, most geniuses like this are like Lin Shuer, aloof and cold, and have to bring dozens of bodyguards with them when they go out to show off. But I didn't expect that he would be a bootlicker. Instead of leveling up, he came to look for women. It's really weird. Doesn't the Lin family care? Shaking his head, Lin Feng put aside all distracting thoughts and walked into the auction house. A moment later, he arrived at the backstage management area of the auction house. Force or individual? A middle-aged man in a suit sat behind the counter. Individual. Lin Feng replied. Hearing this, the man's face suddenly turned cold. If you want to buy something, come back in 2 days. If you want to consign, please fill out the form. After saying that, he threw a piece of paper in front of Lin Feng. Do I have to fill in all of them? Lin Feng took a look at the form and frowned slightly. Not only did he have to fill in his identity information, but he also had to explain the source of the consignment items and refuse to consign items that might involve disputes. At this time, a group of people walked in arrogantly. Why don't they have to fill out the form? Lin Feng asked with a frown. These people are representatives of various major forces. They have reputation guarantees and can be held responsible if something goes wrong. What do you have? The man at the counter said impatiently, who knows if the things you want to consign are stolen or robbed? Also, we don't accept equipment below the legendary level here. If you have nothing else to do, leave now and don't waste my time. Faced with the man's difficulty, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't expect selling something would be so troublesome. He definitely cannot fill out the form because it does not require handwriting. It directly releases permissions and transmits his own information. He cannot falsify it, as this will expose his identity. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave. Fengzi. But at this moment, a door not far away opened, and Wang Yong looked at Lin Feng with surprise. Is it really you? Why are you here? Wang Yong excitedly walked over and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders. Behind him, there was a senior professional. Ah. It's someone from the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. The man at the counter's face changed when he saw Wang Yong and the senior professional behind him. Damn it, this guy has this connection, why didn't he tell me earlier? He quickly stood up and went out to greet them, his face instantly filled with smiles. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He bowed respectfully to Lin Feng and said flatteringly, my dear little brother, I lost my temper just now. I apologize to you. I hope you will forgive me. Did he bully you? Wang Yong's face darkened. No. Lin Feng shook his head, but he sighed in his heart. It was really convenient to have the reputation of a big force. Really? Wang Yong said suspiciously, you're so bold. Don't be afraid of them. They're just a third-rate guild. It seems to be called something like Young Master, the Dark Empire. The senior professional behind him reminded. Yes, the Dark Empire, Fengzi, if they dare to bully you, tell me, and I will let the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance destroy them. The senior professional behind Wang Yong stretched out his hand and grasped the air. A large sword with an exaggerated shape appeared in his hand. He asked calmly, Master, do you want to take action? Gentlemen, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The man at the counter broke out in a cold sweat and quickly knelt down and bowed. Lin Feng also said with a smile, okay, it's really okay, why scare others? But, Fatty, you've become successful now. You always bring bodyguards with you when you go out. What's going on? It's a long story. Come with me and we'll talk slowly. Wang Yong happily pulled Lin Feng into the box next to him, and then said to the senior professional, "Uncle Tai, please wait outside for a moment." "Master, please do as you please," the two said expressionlessly. There were only Wang Yong and Lin Feng in the box. "I have something for you." As Wang Yong spoke, his palm flashed and a cloak appeared. Lin Feng touched it and took a look. Shadow Cloak, Special. Additional skills, invisibility. After use, it will dispel all negative buffs, eliminate all hatred, enter invisible state, and use recovery bottles. You cannot move, attack, or use active skills, otherwise you will be visible. Cooldown for 1 minute. No clothing requirements. It is a special equipment without any attributes but only one skill. Give it to me. Lin Feng was surprised. Special equipment is extremely rare, each has special abilities, and is very valuable. With this, your ability to survive will be greatly improved, and I feel relieved. Wang Yong sighed and continued. Originally, I was planning to have you join the Predator Alliance, but now, I have given up the idea. Why? Lin Feng asked. Wang Yong sighed and said, "You heard it just now, right? He called me young master. Because the actual controller of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance is the Bai family, and the head of the Bai family has already adopted me as his adopted son. Actually, my name is Bai Yong now. I kowtowed and agreed to this myself, and I have no regrets. With my power, it's easy to arrange for you to join the Predator Alliance. But if ordinary people like you want to join, you must first sign a contract, swear eternal loyalty, and abide by various regulations. You are almost tied here for life. Fengzi, I know you like to be free, so I won't hurt you." Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. "I really don't like being bound. It seems that I have no chance of being with the big forces. But, Fatty, aren't you an A-level talent? How hungry is the patriarch of the Bai family that he even wants you?" "Bullshit." Wang Yong cursed angrily. "Although I have an A-level talent, I am quite special. I got an SS score in the Rookie King competition. The average S-level talent may not be as awesome as me." Having said that, Wang Yong showed Lin Feng the attributes of his innate ability without hesitation. More courageous in battle, A-level talent. Effect: after entering combat state, you will gain 1% health bonus, 1% armor bonus, and 1% attack bonus every 10 seconds. Each increased attribute lasts for 24 hours, and the attributes are reset after leaving combat state. What can I say about this talent? The upper limit is very high, with attribute improvements of dozens of times, but it requires you to stay in combat all the time and slowly accumulate, which is quite troublesome. Wang Yong looked proud. "See. As long as you give me some time, I will be invincible in the same level." Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. "Well, by the time you stack up the attributes, the daylily will be cold. By the way, I won't accept this shadow cloak. It must be expensive. If your leader finds out, he will definitely cause trouble for you." He knew that with Fatty Wang's family background, they definitely couldn't afford this kind of equipment, so it must be the guild's resources. "If you don't accept it, I'll end our friendship." Wang Yong said angrily, "I don't want to be the king of the world in the future, and my only good friend will die. I won't even have anyone to share my love with. How lonely that would be." Lin Feng laughed. "You want to rule the world? You really know how to use words." The two laughed and joked for a while, and Lin Feng finally had no choice but to accept the equipment. He also realized that this equipment was what Wang Yong had just bought from an insider at an auction house at a very low price. Small guilds like the Dark Empire naturally dare not offend large guilds, and generally, if there are any good things, they will inform the big guys in advance. After the people from these big guilds have made their selections, the remaining items will be auctioned 2 days later. "Why don't you all go level up and come to buy equipment?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. "No way, Fengzi, you have always been the best in academic subjects. Could it be that you forgot about the secret realm of the Forgotten Land that opens after reaching level 30? I know this. Is it important?" He knew this secret realm. Every year, newcomers who successfully reached level 30 would receive an admission ticket to the secret realm, and only newcomers could use the admission ticket. The experience and drop rates in the secret realm are relatively high, which can be considered a growth benefit for newcomers. Wang Yong suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Don't tell anyone about this inside information. This secret realm can produce valuable treasures. Even experts like Xiao Zhantian want to get them. That's why all the major forces spend a lot of money to train newcomers. It's actually to help them get the treasures. Of course, the treasures are limited, and the major forces will inevitably fight to the death. So during this period, everyone was rushing to grab level 30 equipment from major auction houses, in order to improve themselves and increase their chances of winning, and also to suppress their competitors." "I see." Lin Feng asked, "What exactly is this treasure?" "Yes. Ahem. Master, it's time to level up." Just when Wang Yong was about to speak, the senior professional outside the door suddenly coughed twice. Can he hear it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Maybe. Wang Yong stood up and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "It's confidential, so I can't say much. Besides, it's useless for you to know. I have to go level up. Call me if you need anything." "Oh, by the way, what is your occupation?" Lin Feng asked. "Knight." "Okay, I'll keep your equipment and skills for you in the future." Lin Feng felt a little regretful. If Wang Yong was a wizard, he would like to give the staff to him. Wang Yong led his men away from the auction house. When he came outside, the senior professional following him suddenly said, "Master, I understand that it is difficult for you to give up the Brotherhood, but if you want to become a strong man, you must give up this bond. Because he will become your most fatal weakness. The farther you stay away from him, the safer he will be. You are harming him by doing this now." After hearing this, Wang Yong had a complicated expression, with sadness and reluctance. "Uncle Tai, I understand. I will pay attention to it in the future." After joining the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, he learned a lot. The major forces were not as peaceful as they seemed on the surface. They were scheming against each other secretly, and it was common for people to die. If he becomes one of the pillars of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, hostile forces may want to deal with him and start with Lin Feng. By then, everything will be too late. For Lin Feng's safety, he must keep a distance from him. Inside the auction house, Lin Feng walked out of the box, only to find a man in a suit waiting at the door. "Thank you for speaking up for me, little brother. I am very grateful." The man bowed 90 degrees with a pious attitude. "No need to be like this, it's not a big deal." Lin Feng waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. "Hey, wait." The man hurriedly called Lin Feng and handed him something with both hands. "This is your VIP card. From now on, when you come to our Dark Empire's territory, you will be exempt from teleportation fees and get a 10% discount at all shops. Moreover, if you use a VIP card to consign items to the auction house, you will only be charged a handling fee of 1% of the transaction price." "Do you still need to fill out the form?" Lin Feng asked. No. Those are rules set for some lawless elements. People like you who have a close relationship with the young master of the Iron Warrior Alliance naturally don't need them." The man smiled and said, "With this card, you can consign items at any time and anywhere without revealing your identity." "That's good. You guys are quite good at doing business." Lin Feng took the VIP card and found that it was actually an equipable pendant. It had no attributes, but it still had the function of communicating directly with the auction house. Successfully equip the Dark Empire VIP card, your number is 8899, you can enjoy the following benefits. After equipping it, there will be prompts showing various discounts. Once you remove the card, all the tips will disappear. It is quite convenient. In the future, when he consigns items, the auction house will only display the VIP number 8899, and will not reveal his real identity, which is extremely good for protecting the seller's identity privacy. After Lin Feng left the auction house, he immediately put the Staff of Destruction up for auction and set the minimum starting price to 500,000 credit points. Generally speaking, level 30 mythical equipment is not worth so much money, because of its low level and low attributes, it will be eliminated soon. But considering the special nature of the level 30 secret realm, it will naturally be sold at a higher price so as not to worry about not being able to sell it. However, As soon as Lin Feng put the Staff of Destruction on the shelf, all the staff at the auction house went wild. Oh my god. Someone is consigning a level 30 mythical staff. Impossible. All the level 30 mythical equipment in the entire Dragon Country is in the hands of those big forces. How could they possibly sell it? The equipment drop rate in the demonized world is actually very low. Ordinary people, without luck, will hardly get legendary equipment even if they kill all known level 30 bosses. Moreover, when high-level professionals fight low-level bosses, not only will they not gain any experience, but they will also not get any items dropped. They can only collect some materials. This results in high-quality equipment at every level being extremely scarce. Many people have never even seen mythical equipment in their entire lives. That's why they were so surprised when they saw the level 30 Staff of Destruction. Soon, the news reached the ears of all major forces. In a private room, Lin Xuer's eyes lit up. Captain Blood Eagle, I want this staff. Okay, I'll contact them. The senior professional standing behind her nodded. Lin Feng immediately received the news from the auction house. The VIP card also has a text communication function, allowing the auction house to contact him directly. 8899 VIP, hello, we are the official of Dark Empire Auction House. The mythical equipment you are consigning to our bank, Tianao League is willing to buy it for 80,000 credit points. I wonder if you are willing. Tianao League. Lin Feng frowned slightly and then replied. In a normal auction, the highest bidder wins. In the box. A senior professional named Captain Blood Eagle looked at the message from the auction house and frowned slightly. Miss, the auction house has contacted the owner of the staff, but he insisted on auctioning it. I didn't tell him. Did my Tianao League want it? Lin Xuer's face darkened instantly. Yes. Knowing that it was my Tianao League that wanted it, yet they still dared to refuse. Could they be someone from the top 4 guilds? Lin Xuer was a little surprised. The only guilds that dare not give face to Tianao League are the top 4 guilds. The owner of the staff is indeed related to one of the young masters of the Bai family of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. This young master of the Bai family was once a classmate of yours, young lady. There's this thing. Who is it? Wang Yong. It's him. Lin Xuer was surprised. How did he become the young master of the Bai family? I remember that he seemed to have only A-level talent. I'm not sure about that. Blood Eagle said slowly, but miss, you two were classmates before, so you should be easy to talk to. We can't let the Yun family take away this staff. Lin Xuer was a little embarrassed. After thinking carefully for a while, she nodded and said, I'll try to contact him. At the same time, Wang Yong, who had just arrived in the barren desert to level up, suddenly received a friend request from Lin Xuer. Shiwa Wuqingsha, isn't this Lin Xuer? Why did she add me? Wang Yong agreed with his friend in surprise. What's up? Wang Yong, is the level 30 mythical staff at the Qingxi Town auction house yours? Lin Xuer's voice came from the other end. What mythical staff? I don't know what you are talking about. Do you have anything else to say? It's okay, I'm hanging up. Wang Yong said impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xuer represented the Tianao League, he wouldn't have said a single word. You. Lin Xuer hung up the phone angrily. It's incomprehensible. Only a fool would sell level 30 mythical equipment. Wang Yong shook his head and muttered a few words. At this moment, the senior professional called Uncle Tai by Wang Yong was shocked after checking the message from the auction house. Master, the friend of yours we met in the box before, do you have any friends with him? I didn't add him as a friend, but I have his phone number. What's wrong? What happened? He consigned a level 30 top-grade mythical staff at the auction house. Now, all the major forces are looking for him, wanting to buy it in advance. Ah. Wang Yong was stunned. Uncle Tai, are you sure? My friend only has an F-level talent. How could he possibly get a level 30 mythical equipment? Did you make a mistake? It should be correct. Just ask him and you'll know. I'll call him. Wang Yong quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. On the other side, inside the Qingxi Town trading house, Lin Feng answered the phone. Fatty, what's wrong? You just consigned your equipment at the auction house. Yes. Hearing the voice on the other end, Wang Yong's eyes widened. Is it a level 30 mythical staff? You know all this. That's right, it's me. Fuck. Is it really you? Wang Yong was shocked and said, where did you get the mythical equipment? It dropped from a monster. Lin Feng said helplessly, I wanted to give it to you before, but your profession is a knight, so I sold it to you. Exploded from killing monsters. Wang Yong said speechlessly, Fengzi, are you kidding me? If you want to get this kind of thing, you need to be a professional below level 30, with a luck value of no less than 100, and then you have to fight a level 30 lord boss alone to have an extremely low probability of getting it. It looks easy, but in fact, even if you pile up a lot of luck equipment all over your body, your attributes won't go up, and it's still unclear whether you can defeat the boss. However, there is another way to get the best equipment, which is to kill and rob. Wang Yong seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, Fengzi, have you joined the Assassin's League? Are you helping them deal with the stolen goods? The Assassin's League is an organization that is not recognized by the professional league because this group of people live in the dark, have no fixed residence, and usually engage in the business of hiring murders. They are notorious and are lawless outlaws. All major forces have suffered assassinations from the Assassin's League, and many brilliant geniuses have fallen as a result. This is why geniuses from all the major forces always bring guards with them when they go out. Lin Feng said helplessly, Fatty, don't talk nonsense. Joining the Assassin's League means becoming a public enemy. I still have to take care of my mother. How could I do such a stupid thing? It seems to be true. Wang Yong nodded with a puzzled look on his face. He also knew that Lin Feng liked freedom and was unlikely to join other forces. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Feng never explained why the equipment exploded because of his abnormal attributes. He knew that there was always someone following Wang Yong to protect him closely. Wang Yong just thought that Lin Feng was just lucky and got such a good thing. On the other side, in the box. Miss, the auction house retrieved the surveillance footage and sent over the photo of the owner of the staff. Shuangrua said with a strange expression. What's wrong? Hasn't it been confirmed that the staff belongs to the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance? Lin Shuer asked puzzledly. Look. Blood Eagle passed Lin Feng's photo to Lin Shuer. Why is it him? Lin Shuer frowned slightly. It seems that this classmate of yours has already gotten close to the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. Humph. Lin Shuer snorted coldly and said, the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance really has nothing to do. Did they deliberately lend him the equipment to disgust me? Unfortunately, I don't care at all. This approach is too childish. Miss, in 9 hours, the new player ranking list will be opened. As the first SSR talent in history, you must not fall behind in level. Blood Eagle said slowly, we have wasted a lot of time. It's time to level up. I will definitely be first. Lin Shuer was full of confidence. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng immediately opened the online trading platform. Before this, he had gotten 30,000 credit points for free from Lin Shuer and Lin Jie. He first bought 10 books on flying sword techniques and devoured them, spending 8,000 credit points. Then I was just searching around and came across this. Glimmer breastplate design, excellent. Level, 20. Attributes, armor plus 25, intelligence plus 12, experience gain plus 5%. Required materials, iron ore *2, animal skin *3. A junior blacksmith is required. Price, 500 credits. This is a blueprint that only blacksmiths can use. As long as there are materials, this equipment can be mass-produced. However, the attributes are too bad, and the 5% experience gained is too low for ordinary people, so no blacksmith will buy this blueprint. But for Lin Feng, this is a treasure. 2 pieces of iron ore are 10 credit points, and animal skins are even cheaper, at 1 credit point per piece. 1 piece of material is only 13 credit points, but it can increase experience gained by 5%. In the trading house, he had already bought out all the low-level equipment. As for the other equipment that increased experience gain, a 10% experience gain would cost several thousand credit points. It just so happened that he lacked experience to gain attributes, so he came at the right time. Lin Feng immediately searched for information related to blacksmiths. Life Occupation Certificate, Junior Blacksmith. After use, you can learn the following skills: primary forging, primary refining, equipment decomposition, and primary strengthening. Price, 1,000 credits. Refining is used to purify ore, decomposing equipment can turn unwanted white equipment into equipment essence, and strengthening is to use equipment essence to increase the equipment strengthening level. It's quite cheap, just buy it. After using it, Lin Feng obtained the life profession, blacksmith. Spend another 500 to get the design of the glimmer breastplate, and you will have 20,500 credits left. Next, he spent 2,250 credit points to clear out all the waste bags in the trading house, a total of 45, and added 450 backpack space. Then I bought 20 sets of iron ore and 30 sets of animal skins, 100 pieces in each set, spending a total of 13,000 credit points. Everything was ready. Lin Feng left the trading house, found a hotel, and rented a room for 200 credit points for 24 hours, which also came with air conditioning. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng couldn't wait to take out the design drawings and learn them, then took out the materials and started making equipment. Ding! Forging successful. Obtained glimmer breastplate *1. Ding! Forging successful. Obtained glimmer breastplate *1. After a few hours, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The materials are all used up. 1,000 pieces of materials were prepared, but only 832 pieces of glimmer breastplates were forged, with a forging success rate of about 83%. Then it started to devour like crazy. Ding! Devoured successfully. Armor plus 25, intelligence plus 12, experience gained plus 5%. Ding! Swallowed successfully. In half an hour, all of them were devoured. And his experience gained at this time has accumulated to a terrifying 4,455%. The original 5 points of experience per second, after the bonus, it is 227.75 points of experience per second. The experience calculation in the demonized world is like this. Except for the boss and monsters in certain specific copies, most monsters provide experience based on their level. For example, a level 180 monster only provides 180 experience points. This is just basic experience, which may not seem like much and is very close to low-level monsters, but with different values of experience gained, the gap becomes larger. This is equivalent to killing a level 227 monster per second, which is quite outrageous. The calculation of experience required for upgrading is, 1,000 experience points are required to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and the experience points required for each higher level increase by 1,000. The experience points required to upgrade from level 29 to level 30 are 2W9. But after the first transformation, to upgrade from level 30 to level 31, 100,000 experience points are needed. The experience points required for each higher level increase by 10,000. It takes 390,000 to upgrade from level 59 to level 60. Similarly, upgrading from level 60 to level 61 requires 1 million experience points, and upgrading from level 90 to level 91 requires 10 million experience points. The experience gained from upgrading in the later stages is simply outrageous. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven for ordinary people, but it is not so bad for the rich. There are many ways to increase experience, such as equipment, skills, potions, food, etc. He is now level 14, and the experience points required to upgrade are 14,000. He gains 227 experience points per second, so the experience bar is visibly increasing. In less than a minute, there was a flash of golden light and it reached level 15. Another minute passed and I reached level 16. Forging equipment was a bit tiring, and it was already dark, so Lin Feng simply lay down to sleep and think about it tomorrow. At this time, except for Lin Feng, almost all the newcomers, especially the geniuses trained by the major forces, are leveling up in the dark without sleep. Everyone's goal is to get onto the level leaderboard that opens 12 hours after a new player changes their job. All the major forces are rushing to the top of the list, one for the rewards of being on the list, and the other for expanding their influence and attracting more powerful Lone Rangers to join. For ordinary players, after failing in the talent awakening stage, rushing to the level list is one of the few opportunities to turn things around. Even if they are not talented, as long as they have perseverance and drive and are at the top of the ranking list, all major forces will welcome such people to join. 6 a.m. the next day. In the barren desert dozens of miles away from Qingxi town, Lin Shuer waved the staff in her hand. Holy light shines. As the light flickered, a giant scorpion monster fell to the ground and died. With a flash of golden light, Lin Shuer reached level 22. Yes, I'm level 22 now. There's 1 minute left before the level ranking list opens. The Blood Eagle leader beside him nodded with satisfaction. Remember last year, the first place in the rookie level list was still Master Xiao, but he only reached level 21. You are better than him. Lin Shuer, however, was dismissive. Being stronger than Xiao Yifei was nothing. What she wanted to compete with were the amazing geniuses in history. Captain Blood Eagle, what is the highest level on the first day of the rookie ranking in history? The Blood Eagle leader's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Lin Wushuang, level 28. Lin Shuer was slightly surprised. The president of the Dark Knight Association, who was once the strongest, Lin Wushuang. I have been working day and night, and he is only level 22. How did he level up? Miss, there is no need to compete with these monsters. The Blood Eagle leader said with a wry smile, those people are all crazy. Their levels are exchanged for their lives. However, the number one on this year's list is undoubtedly you, Mississippi. We have been keeping an eye on the people from the other families. The highest ranking one from the Yun family is only level 21 now. They're chasing us so closely. Lin Shuer said solemnly, it seems I'm not trying hard enough. I want to leave them far behind. A few minutes later. Ding. National announcement. Newcomer ranking list opened. Ding. National announcement. Newcomer ranking list opened. Ding. National announcement. Newcomer ranking list opened. 3 times in a row, the sound rang in the ears of everyone in Dragon Country. Everyone, check the list first. Newbie level ranking. 1. Feng Xiao, swordsman, no power, level 30. 2. Xue Wuqingsha, warlock, Tianao League, level 22. 3. Yun Mingyao, warlock, Sky Sanctuary, level 21. 4. Bai Feiyu, swordsman, Predator Alliance, level 21. 5. Xianyuan Xiwetu, assassin, Demon Flame Church, level 21. 6. Godlike Men, archer, Dark Knight Guild. Level 20. 7. Xiao Chen, archer, Tianao League, level 20. 8. Xiao Ming, swordsman, Tianao League, level 20. 9. Yun Mengs, elementalist, Sky Sanctuary, level 20. 10. Bai Yong, knight, Predator Alliance, level 20. When everyone opens the list, the first thing they do is to see who is number 1. However, Feng Xiao, a name that is both unfamiliar and familiar, appeared at the top of the list. The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked. Why is it this Feng Xiao again? He was the first in the Rookie of the Year award last time, right? Who is this guy? He is 8 levels higher than the Snow Goddess. Level 30. How is that possible? The highest record in history is only level 28. Is he more awesome than Lin Wushuang? The most terrifying thing is that before the first transformation, the maximum level can only be 30. If there is no such limit, how many levels would this guy be? What the hell is this? I leveled up without eating or sleeping, and I'm only level 18 now, but this bastard is already level 30. He must be cheating. This is impossible. To upgrade from level 29 to level 30, 29,000 experience points are needed. Even if you want to kill level 30 monsters, you have to kill 1,000 of them. He is not a magic profession, so how can he have group attack skills in the early stage? I thought it would be no problem for me to enter the list at level 19, but I didn't expect to be ranked outside the top 100. I am so upset. This guy has actually left the geniuses of the 5 major guilds far behind. What force is behind him? For a while, the internet was in an uproar. Countless people envied and cursed in jealousy. The smiles on Lin Shuer and Blood Eagle's faces suddenly stopped. Level 30. Lin Shuer pursed her red lips tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. How could this guy reach level 30? She couldn't believe it, because she had the best talent in history and the full support of the strongest guild, and she was only level 22 now. She looked at Blood Eagle. Could it be that Feng Xiao is also a crazy person who doesn't care about his life? But even if he kills high-level monsters, his efficiency will not be as good as killing low-level monsters, right? Besides, he's just a swordsman. Captain Blood Eagle, I don't understand. Alas. Blood Eagle sighed and said, the demonized world is vast and boundless, and the area explored by humans is actually very small. If this person entered those unknown areas and obtained some amazing treasures, it would not be surprising. But those unknown areas are very dangerous for level 180 god-level professionals. Only those with great luck can survive. This person is most likely one of them. Suddenly, Blood Eagle seemed to have received some news and said to Lin Shuer, Miss, the leader has sent an order for you to bring Feng Xiao here as soon as possible. Mission level, highest priority. Hearing this, Lin Shuer was shocked, then frowned and said, I have already added him as a friend, but he didn't agree. This is a difficult problem, Blood Eagle sighed. Miss, don't be discouraged. We can't compete on the level list, but you will definitely be the first on the equipment list and combat power list that will be opened after the first transformation. At the same time. Why is it so noisy outside? Lin Feng woke up slowly in the small hotel. He heard a lot of people making noise outside, but he couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. Ding! Congratulations on entering the rookie level heavenly ranking, and now ranked first. Reward title, first on the heavenly ranking, please check the specific attributes yourself. Number 1 on the heavenly ranking, title. All attributes plus 100%. Experience gain plus 50%. Lasts for 24 hours. There was no big surprise. Lin Feng had expected to be ranked first. This title is actually also a kind of buff. After 24 hours, it will be rewarded again based on the ranking. If he falls off the list at that time, he will no longer have this buff. What else is there to say? Just swallow it. Ding. Swallowed successfully. All attributes plus 100%, experience gained plus 50%. The title of the status bar disappears directly. Ding. It is detected that the player Feng Xiao has reached level 30. Please complete the career advancement task as soon as possible and complete the first transformation, otherwise you will not be able to gain experience. Ding. A new career advancement mission has been released. Please go to the desolate desert, find the ancient golden palace, and kill the palace lord. He didn't care about a turn or anything like that. His most urgent thing at the moment is to earn some money, buy a house, and settle his mother down. So, making money comes first, and completing that mission at the same time. Lin Feng got up, stretched himself, washed up briefly, and then checked out of the room. Outside the hotel, in the square. Everyone, Feng Xiao is actually from our Dark Empire. It is because of our Dark Empire's cultivation that he has achieved his current success. In the future, he will surely lead our Dark Empire to become one of the top 4 guilds. What are you waiting for? The future top 4 guild sincerely invites all warriors to join. There are many benefits and beautiful women. The number of places is limited and you will not be missed if you miss it. Bullshit. Master Feng Xiao is clearly a member of our Purple Star Pavilion, stop making up stories here. If you want to join the guild, you should join our Purple Star Pavilion. Haha, you are talking nonsense, right? I have the weapons used by Master Feng Xiao. Look at this sword, it's a level 10 legendary weapon that Master Feng Xiao eliminated. To be honest, Master Feng Xiao once slept in our Purple Star Pavilion residence for one night, and we secretly kept his underwear. Fuck. You guys are so shameless that you even took out your underwear. You were the first to lose your shame. Lin Feng, who was standing at the door of the hotel, was frowning. He didn't expect that these guilds would shamelessly spread rumors about him in order to attract people to join. Ignoring these people, Lin Feng came to the trading house. After yesterday, he had sold a lot of the gems he had consigned and earned a lot of credit points. Now he has 10,050 credit points left. Search skill, Elemental Explosion. Element Explosion. Normal attacks have a 10% chance of causing a small-scale explosion, causing 1.5 * intelligence, damage to all targets within a 1 by 1 meter range. The passive effect has no cooldown. Requires level 30 and a magic profession. The price is 900 credits. Just buy 10 copies and devour them all. Ding! Swallowed successfully. Normal attack has a 100% chance of causing a small-scale explosion, causing 1.5 * intelligence, damage to all targets within a 1 by 1 meter range, and the passive effect has no cooldown. 100% penetration, plus 100% elemental explosion, plus his current 20 books of flying sword techniques. The group brushing ability has reached a terrifying level. Take a look at the properties. ID, Feng Shao. Level, 30. Occupation, Swordsman. HP, 52050/52050. Blue amount 207500/207500. Attack, 7794. Armor, 21,621, plus 4,324, the percentage bonus is in brackets. Strength, 375, plus 393. Agility, 392, plus 411. Intelligence, 10,122, plus 10,628. Allocated attribute points, 300. Skills, basic swordsmanship, parry and block, double slash, flying sword, cloud-piercing arrow, elemental explosion. Talent, devour everything. Lucky value, 1011. Equipment, novice sword, shadow cloak, legend, Skywalker ring, immortal weapon. Additional attributes. Sword weapon damage plus 1005%. All attribute bonus plus 105%. Experience gain plus 4505%. HP limit plus 10%. Recover 5% HP every 10 seconds. Restores 170 HP per second. Restores 50 mana per second. Attack speed plus 500%. Movement speed plus 60%. Dodge plus 10%. Armor bonus plus 20%. Physical damage reduction plus 10%. Experience per second plus 5, plus 225. All element resistance plus 5%. All element damage plus 5%. Physical critical hit rate plus 5%. Magic critical hit rate plus 5%. Physical critical damage plus 35%. Magic critical damage plus 35%. Backpack space plus 750. In just one day, his attributes have become so abnormal. Especially the armor and intelligence, because he had devoured more than 800 pieces of glimmer breastplates, the values were already far beyond those of the players of the same level. But he knew clearly that there was still a huge gap between him and those senior professionals. After a while, Lin Feng arrived at the post station. But I saw many people shouting to form a team. A level 60 assassin with 10,000 attacks is looking for a team, either for leveling or hunting for treasures. Dude, with your high attack power, wouldn't it be better if you practice alone? I'm afraid of death. Brother, I'm a level 60 guardian knight with 80,000 HP and 5,000 defense. We can team up to go to the dark forest to hunt for treasures. I'll protect you, so you can attack with confidence. Go, go, go. Lin Feng ignored these people, rented a horse at the post station, and left. The barren desert is located 60 miles away from Qingxi town. There is dense yellow sand here and almost no vegetation. It looks very desolate and quiet. But in fact, there are countless demonized monsters hidden under the yellow sand, including not only swarms of ants, but also scorpions, venomous snakes and other highly poisonous monsters. The most dangerous thing is the natural disaster climate here. Once a black sandstorm occurs, anyone without life-saving props will be doomed. The Golden Palace is a relic in the desert. Every few days, it disappears inexplicably and appears in another place. so no one knows the exact location of the Golden Palace. On the edge of the barren desert, there is an outpost, which is equivalent to a supply station, where many merchants sell medicines, food, and water. The horses from the post station went directly to the outpost, where they were handled by special recovery personnel. Lin Feng got off the horse here. This time he came with plenty of water and food, and also brought a compass to avoid getting lost in the desert. But just as he was about to enter the barren desert, he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. Looking back, he saw 4 professionals fully equipped with equipment slowly approaching him. Lin Feng turned around and looked at them expressionlessly. "Anyone help me? Brothers, we are running low on supplies. Lend me some money to spend. I'll pay you back later," one of them said with a smile. The next moment, the 4 of them revealed their levels and occupations. 2 shadow assassins, 1 hunter, and 1 demon shadow, all are first-level professionals, and their levels are all level 50. Shadow Thorn focuses on physical attacks, emphasizing one-hit kill. Hunters are good at setting various traps and using the environment and timing to ambush the enemy. Shadow Magic combines magic with assassin skills, such as elemental enchantment, curse infliction, illusion creation, etc., to create a unique fighting style. The fact that these 4 people revealed their levels clearly showed that they had ill intentions. Only a fool would believe that you can borrow money and then pay it back. It's obvious that you are here to rob. "Sorry, I don't have any extra credit points to lend you," Lin Feng said politely. He was very confused. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and had only a few pieces of equipment. How could these people be so blind as to rob him? "What did you say, kid?" The 4 of them were stunned by Lin Feng's words. He was just a newcomer, yet he dared to speak to them like that. "Are you deaf?" Lin Feng said unhappily. "Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit." One of them was immediately angry. "Don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because someone is watching us here. Be honest, hand over the money and we'll let you go." After saying that, the figure of one of the Shadow Blade professionals slowly faded away and became invisible. "Are we going to take direct action? Aren't these people afraid of being wanted?" Lin Feng was a little confused. Anyone who openly commits such murder and robbery will be wanted by the Professional Alliance. But he is not afraid even if a fight breaks out. His armor is more than 20,000, and the attack of a level 60 second-turn assassin is only around 10,000. The opponent's damage to him will definitely not break his defense. But if this happens, the secret of his abnormal attributes will definitely be exposed. Just when Lin Feng was hesitating whether to kill them back, suddenly, there was a whoosh sound, and a sharp arrow shot from a distance and hit the open space in front of Lin Feng. With a ding sound, the sharp arrow seemed to hit something hard and was bounced back. After blocking the arrow, the invisible shadow blade was also broken and slowly became visible. Everyone turned their heads in surprise and looked in the direction where the sharp arrow came from. I saw a male archer, showing his ID and walking slowly towards me. A godlike man, level 21, archer. Is it him? Lin Feng was surprised. A godlike man, ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking, Lin Jie from the Lin family of the Dark Knight Association. A godlike man, isn't this the one from the Lin family? Now we're going to have some fun. There were also groups of professionals watching in the distance. Lin Jie came up to Lin Feng and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Feng, nice to see you again." "Brother Feng." Lin Feng had a strange expression. Lin Jie smiled and said, "Isn't your name Lin Feng? We both have the last name Lin, so calling you Brother Feng makes us seem closer." After saying this, he looked at the assassins and shouted coldly, "How dare you rob people in public?" The assassins obviously recognized Lin Jie, and their faces changed. Then one of them said with a smile, "So he is Master Lin's friend. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Master Lin has misunderstood. We are all good citizens. How could we do such a thing? It's all a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we will leave immediately." The other 3 people also spoke and were about to leave. "Wait a minute. You want to leave now?" Lin Jie called a few people to stop, then walked forward, grabbed one person by the collar, and slapped him twice. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. The man dared not say anything but gritted his teeth and endured it. No one in the audience dared to say a word. The Dark Knight Association is like a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. But Lin Jie still felt that it was not enough, so he grabbed the man and came to Lin Feng. Hit him. No. If you don't beat him, how can he learn his lesson? He will definitely bully other newcomers again in the future. That's enough. You've beaten him like this. If I attack him again, he'll be dead. Lin Feng said with a wry smile. But he still had a little doubt in his heart. Why did Lin Jie help him like this? Their relationship isn't that good yet, is it? Lin Jie threw the men down and threatened, "Get lost. If I find you bullying newcomers again, I won't just teach you a lesson. Master Xie Lin, please have mercy." "Thank you, Master Lin." Several people fled quickly. The audience around also dispersed. Lin Jie put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother Feng, do you want to go level up? I'll take you. If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Feng pushed Lin Jie's hand away. "Hee, I can't hide it from you." Lin Jie smiled obscenely, then lowered his voice and said, "It's still about that matter. Yesterday I did what you said, Brother Feng, but Lin Shuer not only ignored me, but also said that I was sick." "How did you do that?" "To show off a man's charm, of course you have to show off your muscles." Lin Jie rolled up his sleeves, lifted up his clothes, showed off his muscles and demonstrated a few movements with a serious look on his face. This made Lin Feng speechless. "Indeed, I am sick. How can anyone come up and flex their muscles? Isn't this pure idiocy? Brother Feng, you have taken the money, please think of a solution for me." Lin Jie looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. Lin Feng said helplessly, "A man's charm is not his muscles, but his sense of security. Do you understand?" "Like what?" "For example, when she encountered troubles and difficulties, you easily helped her solve the problems." "I understand. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your advice. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Lin Jie was shocked and quickly turned and left. Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly and then walked into the barren desert. On the other side, the 4 assassins were gathered under a pile of sand. One of them covered his face, his eyes filled with anger and his expression was ferocious. "We agreed to just act, but he actually slapped me in front of so many people. Hateful. If he wasn't the young master of the Lin family, I would definitely kill him." At this time, an assassin poked his head out and looked in the direction of the outpost, then immediately retracted and said, "Boss." They separated, and the guy entered the barren desert. "If we can't do anything to Lin Jie, can we do anything to that kid?" The assassin said in a deep voice, "I can't swallow this breath. I want to kill that guy. Do you want to do it?" "Boss, doing this will offend the Dark Knight Association," one of them advised. "What are you afraid of? The desert is so big and dangerous. If someone dies, who would know it was us who killed him?" The assassin leader said in a deep voice, "At most, we can move them farther away and then strike without anyone noticing." "Boss, we listen to you." The 4 of them discussed it and then entered invisible mode and disappeared on the spot. After Lin Jie left the outpost, he immediately dialed a number. The cynical look on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by sharp eyes and a serious expression. "Jie, how are things going?" An old voice came from the other end. Lin Jie said expressionlessly, "Grandpa, I have already met him, and it seems that he really doesn't know his own life experience." The voice on the other end was silent for a while before saying, "How does he make you feel? Is there anything special about him?" Feeling, Lin Jie thought for a moment, then said, "He looks a little stupid, probably quite introverted, the kind of person who doesn't talk much, but there is one thing that is very strange." "What's strange?" The voice on the other end suddenly became nervous. Lin Jie said in a deep voice, "His emotions are too stable. I found a few assassins to test him, but from beginning to end, he never frowned, nor did he show the slightest fear. And yesterday in Qingxi town, facing Lin Shuer's difficulties, he remained calm throughout the whole process. It's like he remained calm even when a mountain collapsed in front of him. I've only seen this kind of temperament in my second uncle. This is not the behavior of an ordinary 18-year-old who just changed jobs. Lin Jie shook his head after saying this. For the first time, he felt unfathomable in someone his own age. But what confused him was that Lin Feng was obviously only an F-level talent. Where does he get his confidence from? Okay, I got it. The voice on the other end of the phone continued, keep in touch with him, and report to me immediately if you find anything. Do we need to contact him again? Lin Jie asked in confusion. Grandpa, even if he is a descendant of my Lin family, there is no need to waste so much of our time and energy, right? I still need to level up. Xiao Jie. Listen carefully. The voice on the other end was somewhat serious. This mission is the highest priority, everything else is not important, do you understand? Grandpa, I understand. Lin Jie nodded, but his eyes became even more confused. Lin Feng, what is so special about your lineage that makes Grandpa care about you so much? On the other side, the four assassins followed Lin Feng for several miles in stealth. Boss, the flying ant nest area is not far ahead. It's not easy to take action over there. Then let's do it here. It's such a big desert, it's impossible to notice someone dying there. Hey, where's the person? Boss. He's gone. The four of them were discussing and about to take action, but suddenly they were shocked to find that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be dozens of meters away, had suddenly disappeared. Is he an assassin? But how can he be invisible without any transformation? Several people were confused. But the next moment. You guys have been following me for so long, is there anything wrong? A faint voice, with a hint of amusement, came from behind. The four of them turned their heads instantly, only to find that it was Lin Feng who spoke, and were immediately startled. What happened? How could he find us? How did you get here? Boss, this guy is a bit weird. A few seconds ago, they saw Lin Feng dozens of meters ahead. But in the blink of an eye, the person was already behind them. Moreover, the other party seemed to have seen through their invisibility. So weird. It was the footprints that betrayed us. This guy is really cautious, but I can't understand how he could appear behind us. It's teleportation. Suddenly, the assassin boss thought of something, his eyes narrowed, and he said in shock, you have a teleportation item on you. What? The other three were also shocked. The teleportation skill can only be learned by magic professions at level 150, and it is extremely rare. Many people who have god-level professions at level 180 may not have it. The newcomer in front of him can use teleportation, which means that the required level to use this teleportation item will not exceed level 30. This is even more precious, the kind that can be exchanged for a house if you sell it. After a few people were shocked, they were ecstatic. Boss, if we kill this guy, we'll get rich. Don't be careless. If this kid dares to come back and look for us, he must be able to use teleportation to escape again. Shadow Mark. Suddenly, the hunter raised his hand and a cursor came out, which arrived in an instant and penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Boss, I've already marked him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I know his exact location. The men said excitedly and passionately. Lin Feng is here. Ding. You have been marked and tracked. You can dispel it. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Wait a moment. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop them and asked, why are you targeting me at the outpost? I don't look like a rich man, do I? The dead don't need to know too much. The assassin boss had an evil smile on his face. Superior. Shadow binding. The demon shadow on the right raised his hand and released a chain woven with shadow energy, rushing straight towards Lin Feng. This is the signature control skill of the shadow, which can entangle a single enemy, not only making it unable to move for a short period of time, but also absorbing the enemy's vitality and restoring a certain amount of health for the shadow. With Lin Feng's speed, he could easily dodge it, but he wanted to see what characteristics these assassins had in their first professional combat cooperation, so that he wouldn't be at a loss when facing high-level assassins in the future. So, he just stood there and let the opponent's skills hit him. Ding. You are bound and unable to move, taking 200 shadow damage per second for 3 seconds. The net is caught. The shadow assassin raised his lips, it was so easy. Being caught by his skill means the battle is basically over. Use your ultimate skill to kill him instantly. Don't give him the chance to use teleport. The assassin leader laughed wildly and swung the dagger. Nether blade dance. He approached, his 2 daggers glowing black, and he kept slashing at Lin Feng at an astonishing speed. The last blow was a leap up, chopping down on the head. Nether blade dance is Shadow Blade's ultimate move. It attacks 8 times continuously within 1 second, with the damage gradually increasing from 50% to 120%, and the last hit is bound to be a critical hit. The violent cyclone made Lin Feng's hair fly. It's really cool, he even wants to play an assassin. But you can see the damage. -1. -1. Miss. -1. Miss. -1. -1. -2, critical hit. The last damage was a critical hit, and a big number 2 appeared on Lin Feng's body. The 4 assassins took a few steps back and then froze in a daze. They stood there stupidly, staring at the numbers floating above Lin Feng's head. The whole air became quiet. How is this possible? The assassin boss eyes bulged as he stared at his attribute panel and fell into deep thought. He even suspected that his thousands of attack power were fake. Could this person be a high-level professional in disguise? Others also had this idea instantly. But the hunter's eyes suddenly widened. Once his nether mark was planted on the opponent, he could obtain the opponent's level and occupation information. Boss, this guy is indeed only level 30, his occupation is swordsman, and he hasn't changed his job yet. Not a high-level professional. Several people fell into confusion again. Only level 30, why? The assassin boss's eyes suddenly narrowed, level 30 swordsman. You are the number 1 rookie king and number 1 on the level list, Feng Xiao. What? The other 3 were also surprised. The legendary Feng Xiao turned out to be this ordinary-looking person in front of him. The hunter calmly analyzed, he's level 30 and hasn't even turned once. There's no way he could withstand thousands of attacks from your ultimate move. He must have used some kind of one-time high-level defense scroll to avoid damage. Boss, you guys tie him up and give me time to set up the trap. Once his defense scroll expires, he will be at our mercy. Shadow trap. After saying that, he condensed a cyclone in his hand and raised it high. A second later, the cyclone drove the sand and gravel to rotate at high speed, and it swelled against the wind. In an instant, it became extremely huge, covering an area of more than 10 meters in radius. Shadow trap is the hunter's ultimate skill. It summons a shadow storm every second within the skill range, causing continuous shadow damage to all enemies in the storm and reducing their vision and movement speed. In the storm, the hunter's own abilities are enhanced, allowing him to move more easily between storms and perform deadly assassinations. At this moment, Lin Feng only felt that a huge black tornado sandstorm enveloped him. The light became dim and his vision was greatly obstructed. And this trap causes him 50 points of shadow damage per second. He has no magic resistance and no shadow damage reduction, so he actually loses 50 health per second, but this amount of health loss is not as much as he recovers. At this point, he had lost sight of several people. We must make a quick decision. Lin Feng also took out his novice sword. These people have already guessed his identity, and there is a risk of it being leaked. Front. Boss, didn't we agree to delay time? Why are you all running away? Nonsense. That guy is obviously fearless and has other cards. If he doesn't run, is he going to die? Oh no. He broke free from the trap and caught up with us. Fuck. His speed. A few people looked back in shock and found that Lin Feng was chasing them at a speed several points faster than them. They are all high-level assassins with increased agility. Their movement speed is higher than other professionals of the same level, but that level 30 swordsman is actually faster than them. This is so weird. Quick. Lead the monsters. There's a flying ant nest over here. The assassin boss broke out in a cold sweat and quickly turned around and rushed towards the monster area. The number of desert army ants is terrifying. He may not dare to take the risk of catching up. They can only fight desperately. The ant colony is a threat to the enemy and to them as well. If they are not careful, they will be overwhelmed by the ant colony. By the time Lin Feng caught up, they had already disturbed an ant nest. In an instant, countless winged flying ants came out, each of them was as big as a human head. Relying on their speed, they managed to keep some distance from the flying ants, but the flying ant army was also very smart and knew how to split up and take detours to intercept them. For a moment, the four of them were in a mess and sweating profusely. Feng Xiao, it's our brothers who are at fault this time. I apologize to you. The assassin leader shouted, there is no deep hatred between us. There is no need to kill us all, right? This swarm of flying ants is very dangerous to a newbie like you. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. However, Lin Feng rushed towards the swarm of flying ants without any hesitation. What? He dares to chase? Several people were shocked. He's looking for death. The assassin leader gritted his teeth and said, go back. With the help of the flying ants, we might have a chance to kill him. Third brother, prepare the trap. Old 4, is shadow binding cool down? All right. Second brother, after fourth brother has controlled him, we will take the opportunity to get close to him, and alternate between hitting him and backstabbing him to stun him to death. Yes. The battle plan was formulated in an instant. But the next moment. Flying sword technique. As Lin Feng raised his hand, 20 flying swords condensed around his body and flew towards the four people in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the flying sword was already close. The flying sword was the first to attack the flying ant colony. Minus 78,535. Minus 78,426. Minus 78,445. Countless horrific injuries emerged. Moreover, when the flying sword killed the outer flying ants, it not only penetrated through and continued to attack the targets behind, but also an elemental explosion occurred, and a large area of minus 31,125 blue damage appeared. Elemental explosion is magic damage and is not affected by armor. However, these level 30 flying ants have health points of around 10,000 to 20,000. They cannot withstand it at all and are killed instantly. The originally dense army of flying ants collapsed in an instant, and countless corpses fell like rain. And from those corpses, streams of equipment were shooting out in all directions continuously. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in white light. Ai Chao. What happened? The four assassins stood there in a daze. The scene before them was beyond their understanding. However, the next moment, a long sword pierced through the flying ants and flew over. The moment it hit someone, a big golden critical hit number appeared. Minus 161,015. The men died instantly, and then an elemental explosion was triggered, blowing two people nearby away, never to get up again. Minus 31,125. Minus 31,125. In just a moment, the hunter was the only one left among the four assassins. They are all assassins who focus on agility, and their equipment is almost biased towards output, so their defense and health are very fragile, and they couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the damage from Lin Feng's elemental explosion. There's one more. Lin Feng's eyes darkened and he chased after him. The hunter met Lin Feng's eyes, trembled all over, turned around and fled in fear. Stop it. I'm from the League of Assassins. You can't kill me. While running for his life, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Captain, save me. Save me. The sound stopped abruptly. When Lin Feng saw the other party take out his cell phone, he teleported over and killed him. It was just an ordinary attack, but it directly split the men in half. Minus 78,554. The body fell down and there was no more movement. Hey! What happened? Speak up. Hey! The phone fell to the ground, and voices continued to come from the other end. Assassin's League. Lin Feng whispered something, then slashed with a sword, and the phone broke into pieces. Looking back, the light of equipment bursting out from the corpses of the flying ants was still continuing to emerge, and there seemed to be no intention of stopping. Lin Feng carefully reviewed the battle process, and suddenly he realized that he was not as invincible as he had imagined. If there are enough enemies and they continuously use control skills on him, he will be unable to move. Moreover, he currently lacks magic resistance and elemental resistance. Once a large number of mages attack him, he will not be able to withstand it. Next, he must improve his resistance. I still swallowed too little. Lin Feng took a deep breath and then cleaned up the battlefield. Once a professional dies, not only will all his equipment explode, but everything in his backpack will also fall off. Unfortunately, the credits don't drop. All the 4 people's legacy was collected, including 4 sets of equipment, all of which were between levels 30 and 50. Most of them were excellent, and a small part were rare and epic, but no legendary equipment was found. What remains are some odds and ends, such as torches, water, food, and some materials collected from monsters. There are also many level 2 to 4 gems inlaid on the equipment, almost all of which increase attack and health. Other than that, there was almost nothing of value. But suddenly something caught his attention. Skill key, special item. Item effect, used to select a specific skill for permanent enhancement, and the direction of enhancement is completely random. Requirements, skill level 30 or below. It's actually the skill key. Lin Feng was very surprised, because this thing was even rarer and more expensive than mythical equipment. Its effects are also very abnormal, permanently strengthening skills, which means it can break the rules. For example, the swordsman's basic skill is parrying and blocking, which has a 50% chance of successful blocking and reduces the damage by 80%. If you have enough skill keys, you will have a chance to increase your block rate to 100% and reduce damage to 100%. He remembered seeing related news on the internet. A magic elder in the Sky Sanctuary used many skill keys to strengthen the range of a 10 by 10 meter group attack skill to 200 by 200 meters. This skill is comparable to a forbidden spell, but has a very short cooldown, which is very abnormal. That elder became famous throughout the world because of this skill and became one of the 10 great magic gods of the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the enhancement level of this skill key is only level 30, and it can only enhance some basic skills. If there is a level 180 skill key, once it comes out, it will definitely cause madness all over the world. Should I swallow this thing? Lin Feng was in a state of hesitation. If you sell it, you can definitely buy another house. But soon, Lin Feng gave up the idea. He remembered that the hunter said he was a member of the Assassin's League before he died. Moreover, this hunter took such a valuable thing but did not use it. It was obvious that the ownership did not belong to him, but to the guild's resources. The skill keys are so rare, and the Assassin's League happened to have lost one, and he took out another one to sell. It's hard not to associate it with him. In order to avoid trouble, I have no choice but to use it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng used the skill key on the flying sword technique. Ding! Strengthening successful. Flying sword attack range increased by 10 meters. Flying sword technique, throw the long sword in your hand to attack a single target within a 20-meter range, causing 100% attack damage, which can trigger the normal attack special effect. Cooldown is 4 seconds and consumes 10 mana points. 20 meters range. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the damage bonus would be enhanced. After all, there are many ways to increase damage, but the attack range can only be enhanced by this rare treasure. At this time, the huge burst of light from the equipment outside gradually stopped. The sand was covered with equipment and materials, densely packed and shining brightly. However, it took him 10 minutes to pick up the items. For the first time, I realized that picking up equipment is so tiring. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Check the harvest. A total of 225 pieces of equipment, 76 level 1 gems, and countless various shell materials. He was too lazy to pick up the materials. It would take too much grids to sell these things, and his backpack would be full if he refreshed them again. He couldn't just leave the town and go back again. Unfortunately, all the equipment is white, and the attributes added are very little. Only elites and bosses will drop colored equipment. Swallowed all the equipment, including the equipment of the 4 assassins. The properties have been greatly improved. Attack plus 3086. Armor plus 855. Strength plus 854. Agility plus 925. Intelligence plus 758. The attributes of white equipment are very low, and can hardly add much attributes. This is completely accumulated by quantity. The attributes of those assassins are mostly improved by inlaid gems, and the attributes of the equipment itself are average. Because gems can be removed and reset, and equipment will gradually be eliminated as the level increases, most people focus on collecting gems. However, there were two equipment skills that were swallowed and absorbed by Lin Feng. Shadow Escape Enhancement increases stealth effect by 30%. Fatal Strike, normal attacks have a 5% chance of causing 150% damage to the target, and the damage can be critical again. The first skill matches his Shadow Cloak and is quite useful. The second skill is very good, but the probability is too low. This trip was very rewarding, but unfortunately, he no longer gained experience and his level was still 30. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the desert. At the same time, in a dark underground palace, two high-level professionals dressed as assassins are having a conversation. Shadow, how did you do it? The leader is now only one skill key away from challenging Xiao Zhantian. You messed up such a simple task as transporting goods. Because the members of their Assassins League are wanted by the Professional League, they basically cannot use the teleportation array and can only transport goods on foot. Please forgive me, Lord Xueren. This skill key was taken from the Tianao League. Now the Tianao League and other major forces are conducting a carpet search for us. In order to avoid attracting attention, I could only send a few low-level assassins to transport the goods. They escaped all searches, but unexpectedly something went wrong. Don't worry, sir. I have already sent someone to investigate. They will soon find out who robbed our Assassins League. After saying this, the senior assassin received the message and his face lit up with joy after checking it. My lord has found out. My men were last seen at an outpost in the desolate desert. Someone saw them clashing with Lin Jie, the son of the Lin family, and a newcomer. Lin Jie defended the newcomer and gave them a lesson, but he didn't do anything serious and let them go in the end. Not long after that, I received their distress call, and the coordinates were also in the barren desert. Lin Jie. Was it the Dark Knight Association who did it? Xueren frowned. Not necessarily. Another person shook his head and said, first of all, Lin Jie didn't know that they were carrying valuables, nor did he know that they were members of my Assassin's League. There was no reason for him to kill them. If he knew, with Lin Jie's dandy personality, he would have killed the men and taken the treasure on the spot, and would not have waited until later to do it in secret. What's wrong with that new guy? How did the conflict start? Not sure, we're still investigating. Okay, you continue investigating. I'll go to Tianfeng City. I must give the leader an explanation within 3 days. Yes. The other side. In the scorching desert, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. He took out a bottle of water and drank it. The cool feeling passed through his throat, making him feel a little better. 6 hours had passed since he killed the 4 assassins. During these 6 hours, his gains were not as satisfactory as he expected. The flying ant nest is hidden under the desert and is difficult to identify from the outside. Only when you get close to a certain distance can it trigger hatred. The key point is that he finally found some nests, but found that they had been cleared by others. 6 hours later, he had only cleared about 20 nests, and found a lot of equipment, which he took. In addition, there are more than 1,400 level 1 gems. Now his attack power has reached 33,800. After struggling in the desert for so long, he was a little exhausted. Just then he saw a rocky area in front of him, so he found an open space, took out his tent, set up a shelter on the spot, and lay down to rest. At the same time, hundreds of meters away, a group of senior professionals surrounded a newcomer and moved forward slowly. The person in the lead was Wang Yong, who was leveling up. At the moment, he was already level 28, but still ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking. Suddenly, the space on Wang Yong's left side twisted and an assassin gradually appeared. Master, something's happening. What's wrong? Uncle Tai's face turned serious. Several flying ant nests nearby have been cleared by humans. The assassin said with a serious face, the situation is a bit strange, Uncle Tai, Master, you should go and take a look in person. After a moment, under the leadership of the assassin, Wang Yong, Uncle Tai and others came to a flying ant nest. All I saw on the ground nearby were the corpses of flying ants and materials all over the ground. Judging from the freshness of the bodies, this team left not long ago. From the wounds, they were all killed instantly. We can currently determine that this team has at least one sword-type professional and one magic-type professional. Being able to kill the flying ants in 1 second means that their attack and magic damage are at least over 20,000. From this, we can judge that they should be professionals above level 60. Why do professionals with level 2 or above come here to kill monsters? Wang Yong looked puzzled. There are high-level professionals around him, but none of them interfere with his leveling, otherwise he would have no experience. The assassin's eyes were full of confusion as he continued to analyze. Master, look at the materials that have been stripped from the body. Everyone also noticed something was wrong at this time. Because next to every flying ant corpse on the ground, there is a set of materials neatly placed. Being able to remove 100% of the material from every corpse, this is at least a master-level collection technique. There are generally 2 ways to obtain materials from demonized monster corpses. One is to get them directly exploded by luck, and the other is to learn the collection technique and peel them off by yourself. With low-level collection techniques, the probability of stripping materials is very low. Once it fails, the corpse will be useless and cannot be collected a second time. However, they didn't know that more than 10 minutes ago, Lin Feng only released a flying sword technique here and did nothing else. Grandmaster-level collection technique. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise. There are only 10 people in Dragon Country who are still alive who possess this level of gathering skills. 7 of them are from the 5 major forces, and the remaining 3 are lone rangers. I remember that you need to be at least level 150 to advance to the Grandmaster level of gathering technique, right? The other party collected so many materials, but didn't take any of them away. Obviously, he is not short of money. He should be practicing the experience of collecting. Which guild came to the desolate desert with such fanfare? What on earth do they want to do? I'm afraid they are here to rob the Golden Palace. In previous years, most of the tasks for rookies were to kill the lords in the Golden Palace, but there are only 3 lord bosses in the Golden Palace. No matter which guild it is, try not to conflict with them. Our main task is to protect the young master and complete the first transformation smoothly. There's a schist area ahead, let's go over there and take a break. Something's happening. As everyone was chatting, another assassin suddenly came to report. There's a tent in the rocky area not far ahead. It looks like a lone professional. Just drive them away. Let's not do that. The place is big enough for us to rest together. There's northwest need to drive them away. This will bring bad reputation to our guild. Wang Yong said quickly. Listen to the young master. Uncle Tai nodded. When Wang Yong brought people over, Lin Feng also heard the noise outside and came out to check the situation. Fengzi. Fatty. The 2 looked at each other in bewilderment. Haha, this can happen. Wang Yong ran over excitedly. Fengzi, why did you come to the desolate desert alone? It's very dangerous here. It's okay. Lin Feng looked around and found at least 20 high-level professionals, all of whom were members of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. Wow, he was a little envious of having so many people helping him level up. Although high-level professionals cannot directly participate in leveling, they can help with reconnaissance and adding buffs, and can also help carry more supplies. Suddenly, a sorcerer behind Wang Yong raised his hand and shot out a black beam of light, which entered Wang Yong's body. Minus 3,650. Minus 3,650. Damage numbers popped up above Wang Yong's head. There's an assassin. Lin Feng frowned and drew his sword in an instant. His gaze was like the cold stars in the winter night, cold and sharp, piercing through the air and striking the sorcerer's heart. Stop. Wang Yonglian raised his hand to help stop him. You misunderstood. He is one of us. The next moment, a senior priest professional raised his hand and shot out a ray of holy light, which landed on Wang Yong's head. Plus 3,650. Plus 3,650. Green numbers representing blood recovery appeared one by one. The many senior professionals at the scene seemed to be accustomed to all this and did not care about the sorcerer at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng seemed to understand something. Is it because of your talent? Yes. Wang Yong nodded. Let's go in and talk. At this time, those senior professionals had also built tall tents. Lin Feng followed Wang Yong into the tent. At this moment, the sorcerer came to his senses and found that his back was wet with cold sweat. There was confusion in his eyes. Just one glance from that man made him feel a huge danger. He didn't understand why this happened, he was just a newcomer. In the tent, Wang Yong raised his lips and said in a low voice, "Do you remember my talent? As long as you stay in combat, you can keep adding attributes. The skill that caused me to lose blood just now was a shadow wizard skill, Wicked Whip. It causes me to lose 1% of my blood per second for 1 minute." What? Lin Feng was stunned. 1% blood loss is 3,650. Doesn't this mean that Wang Yong has 360,000 blood at the moment? The purpose of him using his skills on me was to help me stay in combat mode. Wang Yong said proudly, "Now, I have been in combat for 10 hours. My attack, health, and armor have all increased by a full 36 times. I currently have 360,000 HP, but my attack is relatively low, just over 20,000. So terrifying." Lin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Even though he has super god level talent, his attack power is only over 30,000. Of course, if the sword damage increase and flying sword technique are taken into account, Wang Yong's 360,000 blood is no different from paper. However, if an A-level talent is so amazing, how abnormal are those SSS talented people and Lin Shuer at this moment? "Fengzi, are you here to level up?" Wang Yong suddenly looked serious. "It might get chaotic here, you'd better leave the desolate desert and level up somewhere else." "What's wrong if I don't level up?" Lin Feng asked. "You know the Golden Palace, right?" Wang Yong continued, "According to the rules of previous years, the target of the newcomer's job transfer mission is usually the Lord Boss in the Golden Palace. All the major forces want to be the first to change their jobs, but there are only 3 bosses. Once they are all taken away by others, the mission target will automatically change to the lord of another map, which will waste a lot of time. Therefore, a large-scale melee may break out among the major forces in order to seize the boss, and many high-level professionals may appear in various places in the desert to clear the field. Our guild has found the location of the Golden Palace, and I was planning to go there, but I can't take you with me." Wang Yong sighed and said with an apologetic look on his face, "Uncle Tai told me that my growth may be too dazzling, and some forces may use you as a target to deal with me. So we can't get too close, and you mustn't spread the word about our relationship." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can protect myself." Looking at Lin Feng, Wang Yong sighed and said, "I don't know what's wrong with this world. You work so hard, and you ranked first in both academic and combat courses, but in the end you only awakened your F talent. And people like me and Lin Shuer, who are at the bottom of the class, can awaken such a great talent. It's really fate." Lin Feng had a strange expression on his face. It's indeed a bit unfair. Since entering the demonic world, he had neither the support of a guild nor spent a lot of money, but he easily won the first place in the Rookie King. After waking up from a good sleep, he was ranked first on the heavenly ranking list. It's really unfair that people like Wang Yong, who stay up all night to level up and have so many high-level professionals to assist them, are not even level 30 yet. "Fengzi, let's not talk about this anymore." Wang Yong took a deep breath and said, "I'll send someone to take you back to town." Lin Feng smiled and said, "No, I still have things to do and I don't plan to leave for the time being." This made Wang Yong look solemn. Maybe I didn't express it clearly just now. Now the desolate desert is full of high-level professionals. We newcomers are no different from ants in front of them. Just now, we found a strongman who is suspected to be a master of the collection technique. Oh, by the way. How long have you been here? Did you notice a large group of people passing by? Lin Feng shook his head. I just came here not long ago, and I haven't found any other professionals. Anyway, you don't need to persuade me. I know what's going on. That's fine. Wang Yong nodded helplessly. In short, be careful. If there is any danger, call me immediately. Suddenly, someone shouted outside. Master, Uncle Tai, something terrible has happened. Lin Feng and Wang Yong hurried out. However, an assassin said solemnly, there's news from the Golden Palace that the Tianao League has sent a junior corps there, and even said that they have bought all the lords of the Golden Palace, so we should move to another place. A primary level corps. Uncle Tai frowned. The Tianao League is simply making a fuss. Are they crazy? It's just a mission. Is it necessary to send out the troops? I heard that a 10-man treasure hunting team from the Tianao League was ambushed and killed in Beiyuan a few days ago, and a valuable treasure was lost, so they are very angry now. Why do I feel like it's because the number 1 on the level list was snatched away? The mysterious Feng Zhao's job transfer mission is most likely to be the boss in the Golden Palace. As long as they block the Golden Palace, they can get the first job transfer. So what should we do? Just withdraw like this. The leader has news. Uncle Tai suddenly said, what the higher-ups mean is that you shouldn't compete with them. The first turn is not that important. Master Feiyu has already moved to the Fiery Mountains. Master, the master asked us to go there as well. Just given like that. Wang Yong was still a little unconvinced. Isn't it just a junior army? Just some level 60 first level professionals. If I stack up some attributes, I can sweep them away. Master, this is the order from the head of the family. Uncle Tai said helplessly, but we have already made the coordinates of the Golden Palace public. There will always be people who come to cause trouble. We won't let them have it easy. All right. Wang Yong sighed helplessly, then said to Lin Feng, Fengzi, the plan has changed. I'm leaving. Let's leave the desolate desert together. No, you guys go first. Lin Feng shook his head. Okay, just be careful. Wang Yong didn't force it too much. After a while, Wang Yong and other members of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance left one after another. Junior Corps. Lin Feng whispered, his expression somewhat solemn. The Corps is the main combat force of all major forces. It adopts militarized management and training and has extremely strong combat effectiveness. There are also differences among the Corps. For example, the Corps composed of new recruits this year is called the New Corps. When a newcomer fails to complete the first level task, he will be eliminated. After the first level, he will be promoted to the primary corps, and after the second level, he will be promoted to the advanced corps. But many people have weak talents. After reaching the upper limit of level 60, they are unable to complete the second level task, so they can only stay in the primary corps, and that is how their lives will be. Therefore, the intermediate troops are generally composed of level 92nd level professionals, the advanced troops are composed of level 123rd level professionals, and the special troops are composed of level 154th level professionals. Above them is the Honor Corps, which consists of level 185th turn professionals. They are the core combat power of the faction. The organization of a corps is generally that 5 people, including warriors, archers, assassins, magicians, and shepherds, form a standard group. 5 groups form a squad, 5 squads form a battalion, and 5 battalions form a corps. That is to say, a corps has a total of 625 people. Although they are all first-level professionals, there are too many of them. Even 5th-level professionals dare not go head-to-head with a primary army group. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to fight with an army corps, but he didn't want to wait any longer. He had been busy in the desert for a long time, so how could he go back empty-handed? As long as the boss in the Golden Palace is not dead, the objective of his first-level mission will not change. Moreover, he hated this kind of behavior of booking the whole place. When I opened the official website, I saw that people were talking about the coordinates of the Golden Palace everywhere. Lin Feng folded up the tent and walked towards the coordinates. At the same time, somewhere in a desolate desert, Lin Shuer's body flashed with golden light and she reached level 30. Finally reached level 30. Lin Shuer had an excited look on her face. She opened the list and took a look. She found that Feng Xiao was still at level 30 and had not been upgraded yet. She thought that the gap had finally been narrowed. As long as she becomes the first-level professional, it means that she has surpassed Feng Xiao and become the #1 newcomer. This is the glory that originally belonged to her, and she must take it back. Miss, this is the level 30 equipment prepared for you. Blood Eagle next to him also took out a set of equipment that he had prepared long ago. Lin Shuer replaced the equipment one by one. 3 mythical items, 8 legendary items, each one is inlaid with level 3 gems, and each one is enhanced by more than +14. Feeling the powerful force in her body, Lin Shuer's mouth curled up. Blood Eagle smiled and said, Miss, you will undoubtedly be at the top of the equipment ranking list that will be opened after the first transformation. It's a pity that the weapon is not good enough. Lin Shuer said with some dissatisfaction, it would be great if we could get the Staff of Destruction from the Qingxi Town auction house. Her weapon is just a legendary staff. Let's go, the first mission is out. Lin Shuer put away her staff, summoned her mount, and rushed towards the Golden Palace. I hope the Lord Boss there can let me experience the joy of fighting. At the same time, Lin Feng also found the Golden Palace according to the coordinates. Just like the pictures on the internet, it is a magnificent palace, majestic and shining with golden light, as if it was made entirely of gold. The area of the Golden Palace is also very large, and it is said to be as large as 20 football fields. However, outside the gate of the Golden Palace, there were many professionals, all wearing the same standard equipment. Further away, there are many professionals patrolling. In just a moment, a team of 5 people rode their horses towards Lin Feng. Everyone, leave immediately. The person hasn't arrived yet, but the scolding sound has already arrived. Immediately afterwards, a sharp arrow shot less than half a meter in front of Lin Feng. This was no longer a warning, but a naked threat. Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked at the configuration of these 5 people, a standard 5-man team, which should be the so-called junior corps members. He was confident that he could kill 5 people instantly, but that would alert more people. He was here to complete a temporary mission, so there was no need for this for the time being. Lin Feng turned around and walked away from the Golden Palace. After his observation just now, he found that there were many people guarding the main entrance of the Golden Palace, but almost no one's on the flanks. It may be that the wall that is tens of meters high makes these people feel very safe, and no one can sneak in over such a high wall. But Lin Feng has the skill of teleportation, so it is easy for him to get in. He planned to go around to the back of the palace and climb over the wall. But at this moment, a dozen horses galloped towards the main gate of the palace in the distance. And it just so happened that Lin Feng was on the road he had to take. Oh. Lin Shuer reined in her horse and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing not far ahead, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. You really are haunting me. Others also pointed and talked. Why is it him again? This guy is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He doesn't even know what kind of person he is. Maybe he has spent all the money the lady gave him last time, so he is here to ask for more money. Is it so natural to be a gigolo now? Obviously, after what happened at the auction house last time, many people from Tianao League have become familiar with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't bother to say anything more and turned and left. Stop. Lin Shuer insisted, Lin Feng, don't think that you can challenge my bottom line again and again just because Wang Yong is backing you up. Don't even mention Wang Yong. Even the Iron Blood Warrior League and our Tianao League don't take it seriously. I hope this is the last time. If I catch you asking about my whereabouts again, this will be your fate. After saying that, a light flashed in Lin Shuer's hand, and a staff wrapped with glowing runes appeared. He raised his hand and pointed, and a ball of energy shot out from the staff, hitting a scorpion in the sand not far away. Bang. -36,454. With an explosion, a damage number appeared on the scorpion's body. The 5-member team of the Corps saw this scene and were shocked. Shoo, what an exaggerated amount of damage. Isn't she only level 30 and hasn't even reached the first level yet? How come her damage is higher than mine, a level 61st level professional? How can this be compared? She is the first SSR talent in history. And look at her equipment, it is inlaid with gems. Just this set of equipment would cost millions. That kid must have been scared silly. This damage is enough to kill him 10 times in 1 second. Listening to the people whispering below, Lin Shuer raised her head proudly, feeling very happy. She has become a favored child of heaven and a future leader. The gap between her and Lin Feng is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. But this loser has no self-awareness and still has illusions about her. She believes that after this move, the other party should understand the gap between them. Lin Feng took a look at the damage, his expression was strange, and then he gave a thumbs up, great. At this time, the corps commander at the palace gate suddenly came hurriedly with his men. My lady, it is my fault for not letting anyone get close to the palace. Please punish me. The commander of the junior corps was a young man who looked only 1 or 2 years older than Lin Feng. Lin Shuer pointed at Lin Feng and said to the captain, Captain Han Feng, if this man is still wandering around the palace when I come out, you can just wait to be dismissed. Drive. After saying that, Lin Shuer left with a group of bodyguards. The face of the junior corps commander turned gloomy, because it was because of this man that he got scolded. After learning what happened from his men, Han Feng shouted at Lin Feng coldly, get out of here. At this time, Lin Feng's mind was full of Lin Shuer trying to snatch his mission, so he left quickly without staying. After a while, he made a big circle and came to the back of the Golden Palace. The walls here are dozens of meters high, and the palace buildings inside are even hundreds of meters high, which is daunting. And just as he expected, there was no one from the corps guarding this place. Lin Feng turned the Skywalker ring and teleported to the wall. After a careful look, he saw no one else inside and then jumped down. Bang. With a loud bang, Lin Feng fell to one knee and hit the ground. Minus 8,452. Falling will deduct blood. As if sensing the intruder, the motionless golden statues around it came to life. Palace Guardian, level 30, attack 800, health 30,000, resistant skin, physical damage reduced by 50%. A total of more than a dozen palace guards discovered Lin Feng, holding long spears and rushing towards him with roars. Lin Feng adjusted his position by relying on his speed, pulling a dozen palace guards together, and then used a flying sword technique. Minus 154,454. Minus 153,565. A large number of terrifying damage numbers popped up. With his current attack power of over 30,000, even if the damage is reduced by 50%, there are still hundreds of thousands of damages. Occasionally a critical hit can cause more than 300,000 damages, which far exceeds the health limit of the Palace Guardian. Moreover, every sword will trigger an elemental explosion when it hits the Palace Guardian, causing more than 50,000 magic damage. No one survived wherever the sword went. Then equipment started to explode, and countless streams of light shot out. Looking at the equipment all over the ground, Lin Feng used the blacksmith skills without any hesitation. Disassemble the equipment. Pieces of equipment turned into powder on the spot, and then became wisps of equipment essence and entered Lin Feng's palm. Devouring equipment is a very slow operation, taking at most 1.5 seconds, whereas decomposing equipment can be done in batches. Now the boss of the Golden Palace may be killed by Lin Shuer at any time. He has no time to waste on devouring equipment, so it is best to end the battle quickly. In just 5 seconds, all the equipment was disassembled. The equipment essence increased by 45 points. The equipment essence setting is that you get 1 point for decomposing white equipment, 2 points for green equipment, 3 points for blue equipment, and so on. Lin Feng picked up a dozen gems on the ground, then increased his speed to the maximum and ran away. Next, whenever he encountered a monster, he would use his flying sword to clear the area, then disassemble the equipment, pick up the gems and leave without stopping. About 5 minutes later, the equipment essence he stored had exceeded 1,000, and the monsters he encountered had also changed. The Golden Armored Guard has higher attack power, faster speed, and 50% reduction in magic damage, but for Lin Feng, it makes no difference, and he can clear the field with one flying sword technique. A few minutes later, Lin Feng had fought off dozens of waves of monsters and finally arrived outside the largest palace. He had learned about the Golden Palace before and was familiar with the map. The strongest boss is located in the largest palace in front of you. The other 2 bosses are near the front door. After clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers at the door, Lin Feng entered the palace. In the hall, there stood 2 rows of golden armored guards and palace guardians, and in the front were 2 elites with extremely tall statures and black aura emanating from their bodies. Royal Guard, Elite, Level 30, Attack 1200, HP 100000, Resistant Skin, Physical Damage Reduction 50%, Magical Protection, Magical Damage Reduction 50%. Finally I saw the Elite. Lin Feng looked delighted. Because this means that colorful equipment can be dropped again. I've been killing monsters for so long, and all the items that drop are white items. I'm already tired of it. There was no fancy fighting style. Lin Feng simply relied on his speed to pass through 2 rows of ordinary monsters and came in front of the 2 elite monsters. He adjusted the angle, made sure it was in a straight line, and then used the flying sword technique. 20 plain novice swords suddenly appeared and shot out. Even though the 2 elites had 100,000 HP, they could not withstand Lin Feng's damage and were dismembered in an instant, turning into a pile of parts scattered on the ground. Streams of colorful equipment shot out from the elite corpses. A few seconds later, 2 rows of monsters also rushed over, and Lin Feng once again used ordinary flying sword techniques to clear the field. Lin Feng quickly put all the colorful equipment into his bag, otherwise he would be overwhelmed by the sea of equipment. 2 mythical items, 3 legendary items, 7 epic items, in addition to a dozen first-level gems and 6 second-level gems. As a level 30 elite, his explosion rate is much higher than that of Broodmother. Of course, this is also related to the fact that his luck value has been greatly improved. Reach out and touch it, and the equipment attributes pop up. Phantom Boots, Mythical. Agility plus 150. Armor plus 45. Movement speed plus 5%. Dodge rate plus 4%. Special attributes: when dodging an attack, there is a 30% chance of creating an illusion on the spot to confuse the enemy. The illusion cannot attack, takes 200% damage, and lasts for 3 seconds. Grooves, 0 out of 2. Requirement, level 30. Requirements: Swordsman, Assassin, Archer. Shadow Dagger, Mythic. Attack plus 500. Agility plus 90. Intelligence plus 90. Double critical hit rate plus 5%. Double critical damage plus 30%. Special attributes: when attacking, there is a 5% chance of releasing a chain lightning, causing agility plus intelligence, electrical damage to 5 nearby targets. Grooves, 0 out of 2. Requirement, level 30. Requirements: first level Shadow class. The attributes of both mythical equipment are very good. He put on his shoes directly and threw the dagger into his backpack, not in a hurry to devour it. As for the legendary and epic equipment, he was too lazy to even look at them. Afterwards, Lin Feng disassembled all the white clothes on the ground, picked up all the gems, and continued to walk deeper into the palace. After a while, he arrived at the main hall. Sitting on the dragon throne was an emperor wearing a crown. But underneath the thick armor was a creature that looked like a mummy, with sunken eyes that were pitch black inside, looking a little scary. Demon Emperor Corpse Lord, Lord level 30, Attack 3000, HP 500000, Skills, Emperor's Pressure, Corpse Storm, Resurrection of the Dead, Dark Rain, Eternal Sleep. Wow, so many skills. In the demonized world, except for some special copies and specific bosses, as long as the level difference is within 3 levels, you can see the boss's skills. But if you want to see the specific attributes of the skills, you need to learn the reconnaissance skills. Untouchable. You dare to trespass into my palace? You are seeking death. As if sensing Lin Feng, a low and hoarse voice suddenly came from above the hall. The corpse of the demon emperor on the dragon throne slowly stood up, and a ball of black flame burst out of his empty eyes. He reached out and pulled out the sword stuck in the ground and held it high. Emperor's Pressure. A wave of energy spread out and instantly blew through the forest more than 10 meters away. Ding! You are under the Emperor's Pressure, attack speed is reduced, movement speed is reduced, armor is reduced, and can be dispelled. The next moment, the boss bent his knees slightly, then suddenly shot out, and the sword in his hand, which was covered with dark magic flames, slashed towards Lin Feng with an unstoppable force. Flying Sword Technique. With a swish sound, 20 flying swords shot out into the air and collided with the boss that was ejected. More than a dozen flying swords hit the boss, and a string of exaggerated damage numbers appeared. The next moment, the light on the boss's body dimmed quickly, and its head fell, hitting the ground and slid a few meters before stopping in front of Lin Feng, never moving again. Forehead. Lin Feng looked at the corpse whose equipment was exploding and remained speechless for a long time. To be honest, it's very boring and I can't experience the joy of fighting. The boss has a lot of health, and maybe a high amount of damage reduction, but his attack power and sword damage bonus are too terrifying, plus the damage from more than a dozen flying swords is superimposed. So the 500,000 HP was instantly emptied, and there was not even a chance to release the second skill. Suddenly, a green light attracted Lin Feng's attention. It turned out that an immortal weapon exploded. It is unimaginable that the Lord Monster would explode the immortal weapon. Because everyone knows that immortal weapons can only be dropped by world bosses. The so-called world boss is actually just a name used by professionals. Its actual name is Legendary Lord. Like ordinary lords, legendary lords are also lords of an area, but the latter's range of activities is the entire map. Whenever an unknown demonized area map is explored by professionals, there will be a very powerful legendary lord who requires the strength of thousands of people to defeat. It is said that when the first group of professionals set foot in the barren desert 100 years ago, they discovered a giant sandworm 100 meters high. At that time, tens of thousands of people besieged it, and in the end more than 3,000 people died before the sandworm was killed. Legendary lords will not be refreshed, and once they die, they will no longer exist. If you want to obtain immortal weapons, you can only keep exploring new unknown areas. Lin Feng excitedly picked up the equipment with green light. This is a sword with moderate width, neither too heavy nor too thin, just enough to be held in one hand and wielded freely. The most eye-catching thing about this sword is undoubtedly the demonic flames swirling around it. This flame is not ordinary, but a deep dark red, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Demon Sword Fan Ji, Immortal Weapon. Attack plus 950. All attributes plus 200. Attack speed plus 100%. Armor penetration plus 5%. Magic penetration plus 5%. Special Attribute 1, Shadow Damage Reduction plus 40%. Special Attribute 2, All Element Damage Increase plus 45%. Additional Skill 1, Magic Flame Sword. The sword is covered with magic flames, which doubles the attack distance. Each attack carries an additional shadow damage of 30% of the attack power. It can be activated or deactivated at will. Activation consumes 100 mana per second and there is no cooldown. Additional Skill 2, Burning Sky Flame Slash. Attack the enemy 5 times at an extremely fast speed. Each attack causes 50%, attack plus intelligence, fire damage. The last attack has a forced knockback effect. It consumes 500 mana and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Grooves, 0 out of 3. Requirement, level 30. Requirements, first level Magic Swordsman. Hidden feature, evolvable, requires 3000 equipment essence. What a handsome sword. The attributes are also very powerful. Not only does it have double penetration attributes, it also has 2 combat skills. The second skill can even be considered a big move skill. Of course, if he devours the sword, he can also gain its attributes and skills. But this is too much of a loss. It would be more cost-effective to swallow it after evolving. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Bite. Congratulations on completing the first level task and obtaining the first level qualification. Bite. It is detected that the player's profession is a swordsman. Please choose one of the following swordsman advanced professions. 1. Shield Swordsman, can equip a shield, has strong defense ability and vitality, and low output ability. 2. Sword Fighter, can equip 2 weapons, focus on pure physical attacks, pursue ultimate swordsmanship and destructive power, and have low survivability. 3. Phantom Swordsman, he is good at creating phantoms and confusing enemies. He is known for his fast and elusive attacks. He has low vitality and defense and relies on high mobility and evasion rate to survive. 4. Magic Swordsman, combining physics and magic, he can flexibly deal with various situations in battle, use magic to enhance swordsmanship, or use swordsmanship to guide magical attacks. Magic Swordsman. Lin Feng made his choice without hesitation. If you hesitate for one more second, you will be doing a disservice to the sword in your hand. Suddenly. Ding. It is detected that the player Feng Xiao has a Magic Swordsman exclusive weapon, triggering the hidden career advancement. Ding. Congratulations to player Feng Xiao for changing his job to the only hidden job, Demon Sword Master. Gain agility plus 200, strength plus 100, intelligence plus 200. Learn the skills, Magic Shadow Clone, Magic Shadow Sword Formation, Elemental Resonance. Get one entrance ticket to the secret realm of Forgotten Land. Ding. The first transformation is successful, breaking through the level cap, and you can continue to gain experience. Ding. A new player has been detected. The new player equipment ranking list will be opened in 1 hour. Hidden profession. Lin Feng was shocked. There were only a handful of hidden professions in the demonized world, and each one was powerful beyond imagination. Lin Feng never thought that he could switch to a hidden profession. As we all know, a few years ago, Lin Wushuang was still the strongest man in the world, and the Dark Knight Association was the undisputed strongest superpower at that time. But all this changed as Xiao Zhantian transformed into a hidden profession, Sword Emperor. Some people say that the reason why Xiao Zhantian was able to defeat Lin Wushuang and become the strongest man was because of the power of his hidden profession. At that time, countless people flocked to it, vying to study how to obtain hidden professions, but without exception they all failed. So far, no one knows the secret of the hidden profession, or someone knows but is unwilling to disclose it. It was purely a coincidence that he was able to switch to a hidden profession. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and checked the attributes of the skills he had obtained. Magic Shadow Clone. Summon a Magic Shadow Clone, which has 50% of the original body's basic attributes. All the original body's skills and equipment-attached skills can be controlled and can act independently, lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 1000 mana, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Magic Shadow Sword Formation. Summon, character level /10, magic swords, which rotate around the player and deal 100% attack damage to nearby enemies. Each magic sword can also block damage once. Lasts for 1 minute, consumes 250 mana, and has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Element Resonance, can change its own elemental attributes, switch to gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and electricity at any time, so that 50% of the next skill damage is converted into corresponding elemental damage. 2 Perverted. The other 2 skills were nothing special, but this Magic Shadow Clone shocked Lin Feng. This is equivalent to 2 of you fighting at the same time. And it's not just as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2, because the clones are completely controlled by his mind and can work together effortlessly. If you encounter unknown dangers, you can also let your clone explore the way. In short, there are too many benefits. This time, his combat effectiveness improved qualitatively. After changing his job to the Demon Sword user, the requirements for wearing the Demon Sword Fenji also changed. It became an exclusive weapon and no one except this profession could equip it. He equipped himself with the magic sword Fenji and gently swung the hilt. The sword drew a perfect arc and a subtle buzzing sound seemed to be heard in the air. He could feel every vibration of the sword, every breath in sync with his heartbeat. The sword in his hand was like an extension of his arm. He could use it with ease. Activate the demonic flame sword. Suddenly, a ray of black flame burst out from the tip of the sword. At first, it was just a few faint points, like the dark starlight from another world. Then, the flame spread rapidly, like an undercurrent in the darkness, coiling up along the sword until the entire sword was completely enveloped by the dark flame. The sword, which was originally only a few feet long, now seemed to have been extended several times. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the air was distorted. Every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound of wind, as if it could tear apart space itself. Summon the Shadow Clone. Lin Feng growled again. The next moment, Lin Feng saw the space in front of him twisted, and then a black figure appeared out of thin air. The clone also held the magic sword Fenji, wore a ghost mask on his face, and wore a black armor. The armor was covered with complex magic runes and flashed with a faint blue light. There was a long red cloak draped behind the clone, fluttering in the wind, like a shadow in the night, appearing weird and mysterious. The temperament of the clone and the original body is so different that even he himself couldn't recognize that this was actually himself. Lin Feng tried to control his clone and soon discovered that his consciousness could be easily switched at any time, which was equivalent to having two completely different perspectives. After he regained consciousness, his clone could continue to execute the commands conveyed by his thoughts without stopping on the spot. Then Lin Feng tried and let his clone pick up something. The result was really good. The items picked up by the clone were directly put into his backpack space, and the clone could also decompose the equipment. Unfortunately, the clone cannot use his talent, devouring everything. Then Lin Feng checked the other items dropped by the boss. 3 pieces of mythical equipment, 8 pieces of legendary equipment, including a mythical armor that increased magic resistance by 10%, was directly swallowed by Lin Feng. In addition, more than a dozen skill books of various types, as well as 4 level 3 gems and 12 level 2 gems were also dropped. So cool. Lin Feng quickly disassembled all the remaining white equipment, and then impatiently controlled his clone to rush to the location of the next boss. Lord bosses are actually not rare, but the Lord bosses that can be refreshed repeatedly are monopolized by major forces. Only the randomly appearing Golden Palace and the Lord boss related to the first level quest will be shared with all professionals. The other side. Entering the main entrance of the Golden Palace is a huge square filled with palace guardians and golden armored guards, numbering thousands. Han Feng led a group of hundreds of soldiers and it took a long time to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers in the square. Miss, the boss room is in front. Yeah. Lin Shuer nodded slightly, summoned her weapon, and moved forward alone. The job transfer mission to kill the Overlord must be completed alone. No other professionals are allowed to help, and not even adding buffs are allowed. Otherwise, even if the boss is killed, the mission will not be considered completed. But at this moment, something strange happened. Ha ha ha. As a string of silver bell-like laughter rang out, a little lowly who was only 1.5 meters tall suddenly rushed out from the side, got ahead of Lin Shuer, and walked into the palace gate with agile steps. Thank you everyone from Tianao League for helping me clear the way. I'll treat you to candy later. It's her. When Lin Shuer saw the little girl's back, her eyes narrowed, and she quickly chased after her. Before leaving, she did not forget to instruct Han Feng and the others, don't follow me for now. Lin Shuer quickly walked through the palace gate and found a little girl holding a lollipop in her mouth and standing in the middle of the hall with her head tilted, as if she was studying how to deal with the boss and 2 elite monsters in front of her. Yun Mingyao. How did you get in? Lin Shuer asked in a deep voice, this place has been reserved by our Tianao League. You take care of your business, I'll just defeat the boss and leave. The little lowly, Yun Mingyao, said indifferently. If you don't leave, I'll have the army ask you to leave. Lin Shuer said in a deep voice, for the sake of the Zhangqiong Holy Land, I've been very polite to you. I won't leave. I won't leave. Unexpectedly, Yun Mingyao turned around and made a face at Lin Shuer, Lulyalu, I'll piss you off to death. This made Lin Shuer so angry that her teeth itched. What? Are you going to attack? Yun Mingyao chuckled and said, think it through. Once you attack me, it means that the Tianao League has declared war on the Zhangqiong Holy Land. Are you, a person with the surname Lin, qualified to make this decision on behalf of the Shao family? You're looking for death. Lin Shuer was immediately furious. What she hated most was someone mocking her for her dependence on the Shao family. However, at this time she received a message from Blood Eagle, which only contained a few words, don't conflict with Yun Mingyao. Yun Mingyao continued, there are 3 Lord bosses here. Even if you and I each take one, there is still one left. Don't be so stingy, Tianao League. At the same time, Lin Feng and the Phantom Clone acted separately, operating on 2 lines, clearing monsters along the way, and each arrived outside the boss room. He first killed a boss in seconds with his main body, and then controlled his shadow clone, intending to take down the last boss as well. He came in from the back door and didn't notice that there were 2 people in the front hall. Without saying a word, he activated the sword light, transformed the element into fire, and used the flying sword technique towards the boss. In an instant, the demon sword Fenji transformed into 20 swords, and the surging sword light almost filled the entire space. The next moment, more than a dozen magic swords pierced through the body of the boss. Even though the magic shadow clone had only 50% attack power, the sword damage bonus was still there, and the boss was torn into pieces in an instant. What? This movement instantly attracted the attention of Lin Shuer and Yun Mingyao. Due to the long distance, Lin Shuer and Yun Mingyao could not see the damage amount inflicted by the phantom clone. However, they clearly saw that the boss at the highest position, which was almost like a mountain of flesh, was killed instantly. Why is there someone else? Yun Mingyao glared and said angrily, "Is this a high-level professional from your Tianao League?" Wrong. Soon Yun Mingyao's expression was shocked. The Golden Palace has restrictions, and those who enter must not exceed level 60. The two of them instantly realized something horrible. Because even they cannot kill the boss instantly, and may even have to fight for a long time. But the guy inside actually tore the boss into pieces in an instant. It was too exaggerated. At the same time, their staffs glowed with light, and after using a few skills, they cleared out the monsters and elites blocking their way and continued to rush towards the location of the boss's body. At this time, Lin Feng controlled the magic shadow clone and came to the bottom of the boss body, intending to collect all the equipment that exploded. He immediately noticed the two women coming over. Devil Shadow Sword Formation. Activate skills while picking up items. 3 magic swords appeared out of thin air and began to rotate rapidly around the clone. Suddenly, a stream of green light shot out from the boss's body. It's a magic weapon. Lin Feng was quick-witted and quick-handed, and without waiting for the green light to become bright, he grabbed it and stuffed it into his backpack. Next, red lights representing legendary equipment shot out, occasionally accompanied by colorful colors, but they were all quickly obtained by Lin Feng. Looking at the explosive scene in front of them, Lin Shuer and Yun Mingyao were stunned. Leave the equipment behind. Lin Shuer became anxious instantly. She took a look and found several legends and a piece of colorful mythical equipment picked up by the mysterious man in black armor. Because the shadow clone was wearing a mask at the moment and his temperament was completely different from Lin Feng's original body, Lin Shuer did not recognize that this was Lin Feng for a moment. Take another step forward and you'll die. The shadow clone pointed his sword at the two of them and threatened. You. Lin Shuer was so angry that her whole body was shaking. These equipments should all belong to her, but now someone has got there first. Yun Mingyao, let's join forces. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth. She knew that the strength of the mysterious man in front of her was unfathomable. If she relied on herself alone, the other party might escape. But when he turned around, he found that Yun Mingyao was staring at the man in black armor in front of her, her eyes full of stars. So handsome, Yun Mingyao murmured with a crazy look on her face. It's over. The only fighting force that could be utilized is gone now. Lin Shuer took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, although I don't know how you got in, everyone outside is from my Tianao League. Do you think you can escape? Idiot. Lin Feng only replied with 2 words. If he can come in, he can naturally go out. At this time, all the equipment had been picked up, and Lin Feng controlled the magic shadow clone to return directly along the original route. The people from Tianao League have been alarmed. He needs to leave as soon as possible. There is no need to get entangled with Lin Shuer. Want to leave? Lin Shuer frowned, and the staff in her hand glowed. However, at this moment, Yun Mingyao shouted, Brother Feng Xiao, can we take a photo together before we leave? Feng Xiao. This name made Lin Shuer's eyes shrink, and the skill that was already being cast was interrupted. What did you say? How do you know he is Feng Xiao? Lin Shuer questioned Yun Mingyao. Idiot. Yun Mingyao rolled her eyes and said unhappily, he uses a sword, and he also drops items when he kills the boss, which means he is around level 30. Who else can be a swordsman with such strength except Feng Xiao, who is ranked first? It's actually him. Lin Shuer clenched her fists and was about to take a step forward, but after hesitating for a moment, she took it back. The name Feng Xiao was like a mountain, weighing heavily on her heart. When she was in the Rookie King competition copy, she felt powerless against the Skeleton General for the first time, so she deeply realized how powerful the wind flute that could kill the Skeleton General would be. Until later, Feng Xiao broke the record of the level list again, which made her even more wary, or even fearful. A big part of the reason why she worked so hard was to surpass Feng Xiao and prove herself. But now, Feng Xiao once again walked ahead of her, and even made her lose the courage to fight against him. The more this happened, the more the hatred in her heart grew. Han Feng! Lin Shuer shouted. Han Feng, who was waiting outside, immediately brought people in. "Miss, what's wrong?" A lone professional broke in and snatched the boss that belonged to me. "You can deal with it," Lin Shuer said in a cold voice, but did not mention the name Feng Xiao at all. "There is such a thing." Han Feng frowned and immediately clasped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Mississippi. I will lead the troops to encircle and suppress him right away. I will never let him get away." Daring to rob the boss of Tianao League is simply rebellious, not to mention that he is a lone professional, which is an even greater crime. Yun Mingyao saw through Lin Shuer's little thoughts at a glance, but did not expose her. The harder Tianao League pressed Feng Xiao, the greater the probability that Sangqiong Sanctuary would recruit Feng Xiao. In an instant, the members of the corps guarding the Golden Palace received the news and all took action. Han Feng left 200 men guarding the door, and then led the remaining 400 men into the palace to search. Lin Shuer and Yun Mingyao came to the second boss room, but only saw the boss's corpse. "No need to look, my first-level mission target has changed," Yun Mingyao said thoughtfully. "This means that all 3 bosses in the palace are dead." "So amazing, he took on 3 bosses by himself. You are worthy of being Brother Feng Xiao," Lin Shuer said coldly. "No matter who he is, he must die today. There are more than 400 level 60 warriors. Even if a level 150 professional came, he would have to retreat. The demonized world has never been a one-person game, and quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. Since the boss is gone, I'll slip away first. You take your time to look for it." Yun Mingyao greeted, then skipped away. At the same time, Lin Feng returned to the bottom of the city wall and teleported to the top of the city wall. But just when he was about to leave, he suddenly had a feeling and quickly activated the invisibility skill that came with the stealth cloak. Just as his figure faded, a loud eagle cry sounded in the distant sky. A giant eagle soared over, and on the back of the giant eagle stood a high-level professional. This person was Lin Shuer's bodyguard Blood Eagle, a level 180 sacred guardian. His eyes were like an eagle's, looking down coldly at the entire palace below. When his eyes swept down, Lin Feng even felt that he had been seen through, and cold sweat ran down his back. But he didn't dare to move. If he moved, he would be exposed, but if he didn't move, he might be able to get away with it. He simply calmed down, closed his eyes, and transferred his thoughts to his clone. As long as the clone made any noise inside, he would be absolutely safe. At the same time, the eyes of the demon shadow clone hiding in a corner lit up with wisdom again, and he switched his mind over. "He's here." At this moment, the people from the Tiananmen army also discovered the clone. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen people rushed over from all directions and double-teamed him. Lin Feng raised his hand and used the flying sword technique. In an instant, 20 magic swords appeared out of thin air and flew towards the enemy. With the blessing of sword light, the attack range of each sword is also greatly improved. These dozen people had never expected that Lin Feng had this kind of long-range group attack skill. They didn't have time to dodge in time, so the knight had to raise his shield in front of him. They cooperated well. The moment the knight raised his shield, the priest behind him prepared his skills and was ready to heal instantly. The so-called insert treatment means to grasp the opportunity and complete the treatment between 2 damages from the enemy to prevent the knight from being killed instantly. This skill requires a lot of insight and reaction, but it is a daily must for those who are striving to get promoted. Some of them have even been practicing for 2.5 years, just waiting for the moment to face the enemy. However, when the magic sword Fenji slashed across the knight's shield, horrible injuries emerged. -44,600. -35,480. -39,500. In an instant, all those within the attack range of the flying sword were torn to pieces. Although the phantom clone only has 50% attack power, Lin Feng's flying sword technique has already added too much extra damage. The first is the magic damage that comes with the elemental explosion. Secondly, the magic flame sword can convert 30% of the damage into shadow damage, which ignores armor. In addition, there is 50% fire damage converted from elemental resonance. If there is no magic resistance and fire damage reduction, it is also equal to true damage. Each person suffered at least 4 or 5 injuries in an instant, and the cumulative amount far exceeded their health limit. But Lin Feng still didn't dare to relax, because there were assassins in the enemy group. However, he didn't know that there were indeed several assassins who witnessed this scene not far away, but they all opened their mouths in shock, their hands and feet were shaking, and they dared not attack Lin Feng. Devil Shadow Sword Formation. Lin Feng then used his skills to prevent the assassin's sneak attack. A level 60 first level assassin may not be able to break his defense, but once control skills are used one after another, the clone may have to die here. He quickly picked up the items that exploded on the ground and then left quickly. However, there were assassins in secret who exposed his position, and more people were chasing him. Lin Feng could only control his clone to kill people. Since these people wanted to kill him, they naturally had to be prepared to be killed. A few minutes later, while killing more, Lin Feng was surprised to find that he had actually reached level 47. View the message log. Ding! You killed a level 60 professional and gained 270,300 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 60 professional and gained 270,300 experience points. Killing people, and I actually have experience in that. Moreover, it's only 6,000 experience points for each one, and after adding the bonus from his experience gain, the total is 270,000. He had never heard of such a thing. Just when Lin Feng was distracted, a rapidly rotating sword flew over from a distance, but just as it was about to hit Lin Feng, the magic sword summoned by the magic shadow sword formation automatically blocked in front of it. With a bang, the big sword was bounced away, and the magic sword also fell down and slowly dissipated. Han Feng's agile figure leaped out, grabbed the big sword, fell to the ground, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You little mouse, I finally caught you." He did not rush to attack, but waited for support from his men. Their usual practice is to never fight one-on-one if they can use their numbers to bully the minority. "Captain." An assassin appeared nearby and said solemnly, "This guy's damage is very high, and his methods are very strange. Also, I just used the reconnaissance skill. This guy is only level 33, but strangely, his occupation shows a series of question marks. Only level 33. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Just now, Tian heard that the intruder had robbed Lin Shuer's boss. He thought the enemy was a level 62nd level professional. He was only level 33, but he killed at least a dozen of his level 60 subordinates in just a few minutes. This is incredible. He is Feng Xiao. Suddenly someone shouted in shock, "Look at the ranking list." Newbie level ranking. 1. Feng Xiao, the demon swordsman, no power, level 47. The list is refreshed every once in a while, so they just discovered something strange now. On the list, only Lin Feng's level was over 30, which meant he had reached the first level. Considering that the boss of the Golden Palace had been robbed, they easily guessed that the mysterious swordsman in front of them was Feng Xiao. The demon swordsman is a hidden profession. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I was wondering why I had never seen this profession before. It turned out to be a mysterious hidden profession. How did he switch to a hidden profession? Is this the power of hidden professions? A newcomer actually killed more than a dozen of us, and he seemed to be at ease. It's a bit scary. These members of the Tianao League's primary core were all very surprised. In fact, many of them have been stuck at level 60 for a long time. Because their talents are too weak and their growth is too slow, they are simply unable to complete the promotion task on their own. While the confrontation was going on here, Lin Shuer also noticed the changes in the ranking list. Hidden profession. Lin Shuer's face suddenly turned very ugly. She was of course aware of the power of the hidden profession, but as the strongest talent among newcomers, she would not allow anyone to overshadow her. So what if he's a hidden profession? So what if he's a once-in-a-century genius? He never grew up after all. At this time, Han Feng also sent her a question, "Miss, this person is Feng Xiao, the first among the newcomers, what should we do?" She gave Han Feng an order without hesitation. Han Feng, Feng Xiao has become a mortal enemy of Tian Ao Meng. There is no possibility of winning him over. I want you. Kill without mercy. Now people outside don't know that the person inside is Feng Xiao. She must kill Feng Xiao before the top leaders of Tianao League react. Otherwise, once Feng Xiao is really absorbed by Tianao League, she will live under Feng Xiao's shadow for the rest of her life. At the same time, Yun Mingyao came out of the Golden Palace, and a dozen people from the Zhangqiong Sanctuary who were waiting outside immediately went to greet her. One of the middle-aged men asked in confusion, "Yaoer, what happened in there? Why didn't you and Lin Shuer change their jobs, but Feng Xiao did? Has Feng Xiao been recruited by Tianao League?" In their opinion, the Tianao League had booked the entire palace with great fanfare, and Feng Xiao would not be able to enter unless the Tianao League allowed him to do so. "Uncle Feng, I don't think Feng Xiao was recruited by the Tianao League." Yun Mingyao told what she saw. "He actually killed the boss in seconds. He is indeed a hidden profession." The middle-aged man, Yun Fengyang, nodded slightly. What hidden profession? Yun Mingyao didn't understand, but she immediately thought of something and quickly opened the list. Demon Sword Master. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Oh my god, he actually changed his job to a hidden job. "Uncle Feng, please help him quickly. If the Tianao League catches him, the Tianao League will be invincible." Yun Mingyao hugged Yun Fengyang's arm and shook it coquettishly. "Well." Yun Fengyang sighed and said, "The professional alliance has a rule that I cannot interfere in the fights between juniors, but..." He suddenly looked up at the giant eagle soaring in the sky and continued, "It should be okay to make the little sparrow behave. As for whether he can escape from the Legion, it depends on his own luck." "Thank you, Uncle Feng." Yun Mingyao's face was full of excitement. Yun Fengyang bent his body and jumped, his figure soaring into the sky. The long sword behind him automatically came out of its sheath, and it swelled in the wind, finally turning into a giant sword, carrying Yun Fengyang up into the sky. At the same time, the news that Lin Feng changed his hidden profession caused an uproar throughout Dragon Country. Countless people envy and are jealous at the same time. This is so unfair. I'm so handsome and my talent is rubbish, but why can't I even get a chance to play a hidden profession? There is definitely something wrong with this. How can a lone professional with no power be so dazzling? Why can't the efforts and heritage of 3 generations of my family be compared to that of a lone professional? We are both newcomers, why is there such a big gap? At the same time, in an ancient and mysterious hall in the holy city of the western frontier demon realm, a group of strong men in black robes stood quietly, their faces hidden in the shadow of their hat brims, revealing only pairs of eyes sparkling with excitement. The demon's messenger has finally appeared. We in the Demon Flame Church have finally waited for this day. On the throne at the top, a tall figure slowly stood up, with an excited look on his face. The devil has come, and glory is restored. The devil has come, and glory is restored. The group of people below kept repeating this slogan, and their voices echoed in the hall, as if to spread the news to every corner. Pass on my orders. The figure continued to shout, all legions, move out. Go to the desolate desert and bring back the messenger. Anyone who interferes will be killed without mercy. Golden Palace. Lin Feng was controlling the demon shadow clone and confronting Han Feng and others, but his mind was not here. He glanced up at the sky without leaving a trace, only to find that the strong man on the back of the giant eagle in the sky was also staring at him coldly. When their eyes met, Lin Feng felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He had a hunch that he was definitely no match for this man. Fortunately, the palace restricted entry to high-level professionals, and his real body had already been hidden, so he had nothing to worry about. After taking a look at the duration of the clone, which was less than a minute, he decided to hide the clone, at least to prevent people from watching it disappear, otherwise it might be guessed. Lin Feng controlled the demon shadow clone and rushed towards the palace beside him. Han Feng shouted, he wants to run. Hold him back. At once, many remote control skills were released towards the clone. But Lin Feng himself is too agile, and has a high movement speed bonus. Although the clone only has 50% of the attributes, it can easily leave these skills behind. Han Feng led his men to chase in without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was already waiting here, and he directly released a flying sword technique on his head. 20 magic swords flew over, almost blocking all the space for escape. 2 of the swords attacked Han Feng's face. "Fly the sword back to heaven." Han Feng shouted loudly, and 6 long swords appeared out of thin air around him, rotating around him at high speed. This is the magic swordsman's signature defensive skill, which can automatically block attacks. It is similar to Lin Feng's magic shadow sword formation, but lacks the ability to counterattack. Dang dang dang. After a series of collisions, the magic sword released by Lin Feng's swordsmanship was actually bounced away directly without causing any harm to Han Feng. But the men next to Han Feng did not have the skill to block the full damage, and were instantly killed by the high damage of the magic sword, with their equipment scattered all over the ground. Han Feng looked solemn and shouted, "No one except assassins can come in. Don't resist his attack." Immediately afterwards, Han Feng launched a thrust towards Lin Feng without hesitation. This is a common skill for swordsmen that can quickly approach the enemy. When Han Feng rushed towards Lin Feng with an unstoppable momentum, an arc of electricity suddenly emitted from the sword in his hand. Thunder slash. The electric light wrapped in the big sword suddenly expanded, becoming as thick as a bucket, and attacked Lin Feng at an incredible speed. Although he is a magic swordsman, he has always focused on agility and pursued high mobility so that he can control the situation. He is very confident in his movement speed and attack speed. Lin Feng had just finished using the flying sword technique, and before he could react, Han Feng's attack was already close. He simply didn't try to dodge, but swung the magic sword in his hand, facing the opponent's attack, and launched the burning sky flame slash. The demonic shadow sword formation first automatically protected its master, blocking the damage from the lightning slash. Then, without waiting for Han Feng to react, Lin Feng launched a violent slash with the Fenji in his hand. The speed is unbelievably fast. Han Feng could only grit his teeth and raise his sword to block. Dang dang dang. Almost instantly, Fenji was wrapped in boiling demonic flames and kept slashing at Han Feng's sword. However, Han Feng's sword only lasted 2 strikes before it was knocked away by brute force. The remaining 3 consecutive strikes actually scratched Han Feng's body. A series of tens of thousands of injuries came out of Han Feng's body. The last blow triggered a forced knockback, and Han Feng vomited blood and flew backwards. How is that possible? Until his death, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. Not only was his damage not as great as the opponent's, but even his speed, which he had always been proud of, was not as good as the opponent's. Just at this moment, the duration of the clone expires. Lin Feng hurriedly took out several pieces of colored junk equipment and other items from his backpack and threw them at his feet. The evil shadow clone gradually turned into a ball of black gas. At the last moment before Han Feng's death, he clearly saw the face of the clone after the mask collapsed. It's him. The new guy who caused him to be scolded at the gate of the Golden Palace was said to be Lin Xuer's ex-boyfriend. How could it be him? Han Feng's eyes widened, then his body hit the wall and fell down, and there was no movement anymore. But those eyes were still full of shock, as if he had seen something incredible before he died. The collapse of the demon shadow clone only lasted half a second. When some assassins from the army outside the hall rushed in, they just happened to see Han Feng falling down and a ball of black gas in front of him that was quickly dissipating. Captain. Several assassins didn't have time to think and wanted to rescue Han Feng, but what they touched was a corpse. The leader is dead. Everyone was shocked. Hurry up and find that person's whereabouts. That man seems to have died together with the leader. Indeed, I saw it too. After that man fought with the leader, his body suddenly exploded. Where's the ranking list? Is his name still there? It's useless. The list is not updated in real time. It will take more than 10 minutes before the next update. After a while, they searched the entire hall and found no trace of the enemy. In addition, equipment and items exploded where the clone exploded, so they almost believed this fact. Dead. Lin Xuer, who had rushed over, heard the news and was immediately extremely excited and came to the place where the clone had disappeared. Soon, Lin Xuer couldn't laugh anymore. Because the clone dropped more than a dozen pieces of equipment, but most of them were rare and uncommon grades, and there was not even a single piece of epic equipment. At that time, she saw with her own eyes that the boss dropped many legendary and mythical equipment, all of which were snatched away by Feng Xiao. "Miss, this man is also a forger. Those high-level equipment may have been disassembled by him." Someone explained. One of our invisible companions saw it with his own eyes. After he killed someone, he only picked up the high-quality equipment and disassembled the rest. Obviously, he knew he was going to die, so he would rather dismantle the equipment than leave it to us. Hateful. Lin Shuer cursed angrily, but even though she felt unwilling, she was still very happy that she had gotten rid of this competitor. At the same time, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He glanced cautiously at the sky and found that the senior professional riding the giant eagle was still hovering in the sky with no intention of leaving. Fortunately, his shadow cloak has no time limit for invisibility. As long as he doesn't move, he can remain invisible forever. At this time in the sky, the blood eagle was staring closely at the situation inside the Golden Palace. Suddenly, a sword light appeared in an instant and stopped in front of him. "Old Ghost Feng. What do you want to do?" Seeing who was coming, Blood Eagle frowned. Yun Fengyang stepped on the giant sword, put his hands behind his back, chuckled and said, "Little sparrow, I want to ask you, what do you want to do? You're such a grown-up, you can't possibly not remember the rules of the professionals' union, right? The level difference between you and that junior is far more than 30 levels. If you dare to interfere, I will immediately capture you and send you to prison. Do you believe it?" Snort. A trace of fear flashed in Blood Eagle's eyes, and he snorted coldly. "This person attempted to assassinate my young lady, and my action did not violate the regulations. Do you still have any shame?" Yun Fengyang said unhappily, "This place is originally a shared map for all professional alliances. Anyone can enter and exit freely. Besides, it was you, the Tianao League, who violated the rules first. You sent so many people to book the venue, and you don't allow others to resist." Just as Blood Eagle was about to speak, he suddenly received some news, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Haha, Old Ghost Feng, I know what you guys in the Zhangqiang Holy Land are planning. Unfortunately, it's too late. Although we lost more than a dozen people, fortunately we have killed the assassin." After saying that, Blood Eagle rode on the giant eagle and landed far away. Yun Fengyang frowned slightly, and finally sighed, then flew back on the sword. After a moment. Dead. Yun Mingyao couldn't believe it, and immediately cursed, "These bastards, they keep saying they are fighting for the people, but in fact they are just trying to eliminate dissidents." Yun Fengyang also sighed and said, "What a pity. He is still a young man after all. He is too sharp and doesn't know how to hide himself. It is only a matter of time before he dies." Someone nearby said, "If you want to blame someone, blame this kid for being stupid. He dared to provoke the Tianao League without any support. Yeah, to them, it's as insignificant as stepping on an ant. No one will speak up for this little guy. His death is like a grain of sand thrown into the sea, which cannot cause any waves. Alas, this world is so cruel. Our 5 major forces hold the power of speech. We can shape or erase a person's existence at will, and those little people, no matter how hard they try, it is difficult to be heard." Hearing these words, Yun Mingyao sighed. This is the way the world is, and she is powerless to change it. Let's go. Etc. Just when the people from the Zhangqiang Sanctuary were preparing to leave, Lin Shuer and Blood Eagle and his group caught up to them at the gate of the Golden Palace. "Miss Yun, Elder Yun." Blood Eagle politely clasped his fists and said, "Regarding the assassination of my young lady today, our Tianao League will issue a statement to the outside world. Please do not fabricate rumors online and ruin the reputation of our Tianao League." "Hey," Yun Mingyao sneered, "does telling the truth count as making up rumors these days? Won't your conscience be condemned for doing this?" She felt angry in her heart. She need hardly think about it. The next day, Tiananmen would flood the internet with propaganda, saying that Feng Xiao had tried to assassinate Lin Shuer, but was killed by Lin Shuer with her own strength and so on. But in fact, he just wanted to complete a mission and did not attack her and Lin Shuer at all. Lin Shuer suddenly said in a deep voice, "No matter what the process was, the result is that he died and I am still alive. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. Only the living are worthy of defining everything, isn't it? Shameless. Yun Mingyao sneered, I heard that after you awakened your talent, you immediately kicked out your boyfriend who you had been in a relationship with for many years. When you become stronger, will you kick Tianao League out with one kick? Captain Blood Eagle, be careful, don't raise an ungrateful person. These words made many members of the Tianao League change their expressions. Although the outside world has exaggerated Lin Shuer's story, they all know that Lin Shuer has indeed done such a thing. So, will it be their turn one day? Okay Yaoer, if you keep talking, the Tianao League will declare war on the Tsangqiang Holy Land. Yun Fengyang laughed, and then said to Blood Eagle, don't worry, the Tsangqiang Sanctuary and the Tianao League are at least allies in name. I can assure you that the first to stab our allies in the back will never be our Tsangqiang Sanctuary. You can promote it however you want, we can't control it and we don't have the time to do so. I'm leaving. But just as they turned around, they suddenly saw a large group of people coming from a distance, at least several thousand in number. These people all wore black robes with hoods. They are from the Demon Flame Church. People from the Demon Flame Church rarely come to Central Plains, and never participate in power struggles. Why are there so many of them today? What on earth do these lunatics want to do? Many people are confused and puzzled. I'm afraid the person who comes has ill intentions. Yun Fengyang's face showed a rare solemn expression. This group of people are followers of the Devil God. They believe that everything in the world is a blessing bestowed by the Devil God. They believe that this demonized world full of dangers and opportunities is a test from the Demon God. In their hearts, the Demon God is the beginning and end of everything, the eternal truth and light. They never participate in resource grabbing, but there are still many powerful people in the sect. No one knows where the source of their power comes from. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly a member of the Tianao League ran over in panic. Captain Blood Eagle, miss, please check the internet. Something big has happened. Everyone checked the message. It turned out that the Demon Flame Church issued a statement online, officially announcing that Feng Xiao was the son of God of the Demon Flame Church, and his status was second only to that of the church leader. How could this happen? Lin Shuer's face looked very ugly. Haha, retribution has come. Yun Mingyao laughed out loud on the spot. The Demon Sword Master deserves death. Blood Eagle suddenly realized, they probably saw Feng Xiao's profession, so they unilaterally believed that the Demon Sword Master was the messenger of the Demon God. Yun Mingyao said with a smile, you killed the other god's son. Let's see how you can explain it. These lunatics don't care about your Tianao League. Shut up. Lin Shuer shouted coldly. Not long after, the army of the Demon Flame Church stopped 100 meters away, and more than a dozen of them came to the Blood Eagle captain. The leader lifted his hood, revealing a sharp face, and said with a fist, my name is Shenyuan Shuetu. I have come here with the others and have no intention of causing a conflict with you. Hand over our Son of God, and we will leave immediately. The news that the Tianao League had booked the Golden Palace had spread long ago. At this point in time, Feng Xiao had just completed a mission, so it was easy to guess that Feng Xiao was in the Golden Palace at this moment. Where's the Son of God? Yun Mingyao shouted jokingly, you're too late. Your Son of God was killed by the people of Tianao League a long time ago. What? Shenyuan Shuetu's expression instantly turned gloomy, his eyes fixed on Shueying, is this true? Blood Eagle looked grim and hesitated to speak, but didn't know how to start. If they say they didn't kill him, it would seem that the Tianao Alliance was afraid of the Demon Flame Church. If they say they killed him, it would probably arouse the hatred of the Demon Flame Church. Good. Lin Shuer suddenly stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Feng Xiao did die in our hands, but he was just a newcomer. I advise you to think carefully about whether it is worth it to turn against Tianao League for such a small matter. In her opinion, Tianao League is the strongest superpower, and Moyan Church is just a top 4 guild. They actually dared to question her Tianao League, which was simply anti-Tiangong. Well. Shenyuan Shuetu laughed in anger, it seems that our Demon Flame Church has not been able to leave the holy city in recent years, so you think we are easy to bully, right? Foolish people, you killed the Son of God, and all of you will pay the price for it. Form a formation. Shenyuan Shuetu shouted loudly, and in an instant, all the men in black robes took out their weapons, and various skills lights appeared on their bodies. There were even dozens of people who directly summoned various types of flying mounts and took off into the air. The scene was very spectacular. This matter has nothing to do with Mythic Holy Land. Yun Fengyang grabbed Yun Mingyao, summoned a flying sword, and flew away in an instant. The rest of the people from the Sky Holy Land also left quickly. Blood Eagle protected Lin Shuer and retreated explosively, calling for support at the same time. Almost in an instant, a war broke out between the two sides. On the side of the Demon Flame Church, a man flew directly into the air, and a magic book appeared out of thin air in front of him. He opened his arms as if embracing the sky, and kept whispering. In an instant, the sky was filled with clouds and the entire sky darkened. Yun Mingyao, who was flying with Yun Fengyang, saw this scene and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this the forbidden spell Thunder Judgment? They are serious. Otherwise, they are just a bunch of lunatics." Yun Fengyang shook his head and said, "They usually don't cause trouble, but no one dares to provoke them because they are afraid of the power of the Demon Flame Church. If it weren't for the fact that the men from the Holy City never went out, it would be unclear whether Xiao Zhantian was the strongest man in the world. Is the Demon Flame Church so powerful?" Yun Mingyao was surprised. Yun Fengyang suddenly said with a serious expression, "Yaoer, you have to remember that the foundation of any of the 4 strongest guilds in Dragon Country is unfathomable. Where was Aoming that day?" "They. Ha." Yun Fengyang chuckled, "They are just a bunch of clowns." At the same time, Lin Feng, who was still hiding on the wall of the Golden Palace, also discovered the battle in the distance. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and bolts of lightning kept falling, as if it was the end of the world. "What's going on?" Lin Feng felt a little puzzled. Why did the Tianao League fight with other forces? Could it be the enemy of Tianao League? Lin Feng remembered what Wang Yong's guardian had said before, that someone would come to cause trouble, and actually came. He didn't think much about it. While everyone's attention was on the battlefield, he quickly teleported down and then walked away slowly. A few minutes later, he left the area where the Golden Palace was located. But just then, the phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Wang Yong calling. "Hey. Fengzi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, what's wrong?" "Hurry and leave the desolate desert. A war is about to break out." "What's going on?" "The Demon Flame Sect and the Tianao League are fighting. It seems to be related to their new son of God. I don't know the details." Wang Yong continued, "Have you been online? You know Feng Xiao, right? He is actually the son of God of the Demon Flame Church. He is really a hidden talent." "Ah." Lin Feng was dumbfounded. "Feng Xiao is the son of God of the Demon Flame Church. Then who is he? How come he doesn't know when he became the son of God?" "Okay, you should leave the desolate desert as soon as possible. I won't say any more. I'm going to level up now." Wang Yong hung up the phone quickly. Lin Feng quickly went online to check, and a pinned post caught his attention. "The Demonic Flame Church welcomes the Son of God. Respected Son of God Feng Xiao, we of the Demon Flame Sect call upon you, our Son of God, to return to us with the deepest respect and piety. You are the messenger of the Demon God, our guide, and the sustenance of our souls. Only under your leadership can we find inner peace and strength. Only under your guidance and protection can we not lose our way. We know that you have a great responsibility and mission, and we all firmly believe that you can hear our voices and feel our thoughts. We sincerely pray that you will return soon. Demon Flame Church, yours sincerely." Ah. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He naturally knew about the Demon Flame Church, a group of mysterious religious believers. But how could he be the so-called Son of God? Isn't this funny? Or is this just a way for the Demon Flame Church to recruit him? But no matter whether it was true or false, he would never risk going to the Demon Flame Church. After being some distance away from the Golden Palace, Lin Feng sped up, intending to leave the barren desert. On the way, he summed up the experience of this battle. This time when he fought with other professionals, he discovered that he had serious shortcomings. That is because there are too few skills and lack of tolerance. Although his flying sword technique had powerful damage and a wide coverage, it was still blocked by the soldiers in that legion, offsetting all the damage. In short, any experienced professional has an endless variety of methods and can deal with various situations flexibly. If he hadn't been hiding so well and caught the opponent off guard, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. In terms of combat, he needs to develop in an all-round and balanced manner. It is useless to just increase the damage. He must ensure that he can attack the enemy and that he does not fall into a passive position. Suddenly Lin Feng remembered that he had made a great harvest in the Golden Palace, but the situation was urgent at that time and he had no time to check it out. When he opened the backpack, he saw 2 pieces of equipment with a green glow, standing out like a crane among chickens. Each of the 3 bosses dropped a magical weapon. He picked up a necklace and its attributes popped up. Eye of Revelation, Immortal Weapon. All attributes plus 200. All attributes plus 15%. Magical damage reduction plus 5%. Skill cooldown reduction plus 10%. Special attribute 1, stealth skill effect plus 50%. Special attribute 2, reconnaissance skill reconnaissance level cap plus 100%. Additional skills, Eye of Truth, use it to detect targets no higher than level 60, with a casting distance of 10 meters, a cooldown of 1 minute, and a mana consumption of 100. Grooves, 0 out of 3. Requirements, level 30 of any profession. Hidden feature, evolvable, requires 3000 equipment essence. It actually comes with a reconnaissance skill. In the demonic world, although reconnaissance skills are very common, most of them are not very effective. Generally, you can only view targets that are lower in level than yourself, and the data displayed is very little. But this Eye of Truth can actually detect targets that are 60 levels higher than itself. And with the special attribute 2, it means he can detect targets that are no higher than 120 levels above himself. He is now level 49, and he can detect anyone unless they are higher than level 169. This means that in the future, when he encounters an enemy of unknown strength, he can conduct reconnaissance first and then decide on advance or retreat. Very practical. The last magical item is a pair of boots. Skywalker Boots, Immortal Weapon. Armor plus 350. Agility plus 300. Movement speed plus 15%. Dodge plus 10%. Special attribute 1, resistance to deceleration skills plus 50%. Special attribute 2, walking on any terrain without making any sound or leaving any traces. Additional skill 1, positioning teleportation, the marker can be located at any position. The player can teleport to the marked position at any time and cannot break through the confined space. The number of markers is 1/1. The marker can be changed at any time and lasts for 24 hours. The teleportation cooldown is 1 hour. Grooves, 0 out of 3. Requirements, level 30, any profession. Hidden feature, evolvable, requires 3000 equipment essence. After seeing this equipment, Lin Feng was stunned. Skywalker's ring and Skywalker's boots, why do they have the same name? Is it a suit? He hurriedly equipped the Skywalker boots. Ding! Congratulations on activating the hidden set attributes. Please check the specific attributes yourself. A system prompt sound came to my ear. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy and he quickly checked the properties. Skywalker set attributes. 2 pieces, all attributes plus 300, teleportation casting distance plus 50 meters, the number of markable positioning teleportations plus 1. 3 items. 4 items. It actually is a set, and it is a fairy level set. Lin Feng didn't expect that he was so lucky. There are sets in the demonic world, but they are very rare. Immortal weapons are even rarer, and I have never even heard of a set of immortal weapon level. Lin Feng is very much looking forward to it, not knowing what properties it will have after it is collected. The Skywalker boots is already a very powerful piece of equipment, and its 2 special attributes are extremely rare and difficult to see on mythical equipment. The accompanying skill, positioning teleportation, is somewhat similar to Flying Thunder God, but has a teleportation cooldown limit. If he had left the coordinates in Qingxi town before, he could teleport back directly now. With this equipment, he would not be afraid even if 10 Xiao Zhantians came to block him. If he couldn't win, could he not run away? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng directly set up a teleportation mark under his feet, which he could change at any time anyway. There were still many mythical equipment in the backpack. He picked out some equipment with resistance attributes and ate them all. There were still 3 mythical weapons left, which he planned to sell for money. There are also dozens of skill books for various professions. He also swallowed some good ones. Wind Step, use this to enter stealth mode and increase movement speed by 30%, increasing the next normal attack damage by 50%. Lasts for 1 minute, consumes 250 mana, has a cooldown of 1 minute, and requires a first-level assassin class. Swift Blessing, apply Swift Blessing to the designated target, giving it a 10% cooldown reduction effect within 5 minutes, consumes 400 mana, cools down for 30 seconds, and requires a priest class. Magic Guardian, apply Magic Guard to the designated target, making it gain 30% magic resistance within 1 minute, consumes 120 mana, cools down for 3 minutes, requires a priest class. Sword Chi Slash, the swordsman swings his weapon at an extremely fast speed, launching 3 consecutive sword chi attacks on a single target within a 10-meter range, causing 1.5 * agility, physical damage, consuming 150 mana, 1 minute cooldown, requires a first-level swordsman profession. Flying Swords Back to Heaven, summon, level /10, number of flying swords to rotate around itself at high speed. Each flying sword can block 1 attack. Lasts for 30 seconds. Consumes 250 mana. Cooldown is 2 minutes. Requires the first level of magic swordsman profession. Except for a few skill books that were of little use, all of them were devoured. Wind Step is the assassin's signature skill, and combined with the silent and traceless properties of his Skywalker boots, it is simply abnormal. Lin Feng directly started using the swift Wind Step to hurry on his way. While his figure was disappearing, his movement speed also increased significantly. He directly added buffs to himself with Blessing of Swiftness and Magical Guardian, and then swallowed them up. His magic resistance and cooling were also greatly improved. Currently, his cooldown has reached the 75% cap. The cooldown of Flying Sword is only 1 second. Unfortunately, the cooldown reduction has no effect on the teleportation recharge of Skywalker Ring. After taking a look, he saw that the essence of the equipment now had more than 3,000. He hesitated for a moment, then took out the magic sword Fenji and chose to evolve. After evolution, the demon sword Fenji became a level 40 weapon, with slightly improved basic attributes. More importantly, the effects of its 2 skills were also improved. The demonic shadow clone now has 60% of the original body's attributes, and the demonic shadow sword array now has 120% counterattack damage. After this trip to the desolate desert, his improvement is huge. His health has reached 150,000, his armor is close to 40,000, his magic resistance is 40%, and his attack has exceeded 40,000. Lin Feng now has 3 mythical weapons and 7 legendary equipment in his hands. How to sell them is giving him a headache. In Jin Yong's world, Xiesun was hunted down by the entire martial arts world for more than 10 years while holding the dragon-slaying sword, while the heavenly sword was stuck in the Wudong Hall by Zhang Sanfeng, but no one dared to get close to it. This world is so disgusting. Without any background or connections, you are breaking the law if you own these equipment. The auction house in Qingxi town is no longer usable, and these big forces can easily find out Lin Feng's identity through Wang Yong. He didn't want to implicate his mother, so he had to think of another way. Suddenly, Lin Feng had an idea and opened the system friend panel that he had never used before. Search for player, money rolling. Add friends. At the same time, Yanlong City, as one of the 5 main cities of Dragon Kingdom, symbolizes that the people of Dragon Kingdom are descendants of Yan and Huang and descendants of the dragon. At the same time, the city was built among a group of volcanoes and has rich mineral resources and unique hot spring landscapes. Therefore, most residents of Yanlong City are famous for their forging and smelting skills. Half of the blacksmiths in Dragon Country gather here, and it is also the main base chosen by many chambers of commerce. Fujia Trading Company is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in Yanlong City. However, due to fierce competition, their business has become increasingly difficult recently. In the Fujia Commercial Bank building, Caiyuan Gungun lowered his head and stood respectfully in front of a fat and big-eared man in a suit. Chen Chang, you know the company's recent situation. The market is not doing well. We have to find a way to save costs. The man in the suit held a cigar in his mouth and continued, your apprentice is very good. Last month alone, he signed orders for 3 legendary equipment, which brought a lot of profits to the company. I think you should let your apprentice take the position of product manager. Kaiyuan Gungan, that is, Chen Chang, had a sullen face and didn't say anything, but suddenly his expression changed and he opened the friend system. Ding. Player Feng Xiao, requests to add you as a friend. Who? Chen Chang rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he was not seeing things. Feng Xiao was already the rookie king, and with the demon flame church causing so much commotion, it would be hard for him not to know. But why add such a big guy? Chen Chang suppressed his excitement and agreed to add the friend. On the other side, Lin Feng also received the message. He did not choose voice, but text communication. I want to do a business with you, but the premise is that you must keep it a secret for me. Can you do it? Chen Chang glanced at the men in the suit, swallowed, and immediately replied, Boss, this is absolutely confidential. Don't worry. Lin Feng nodded, and then sent the attribute diagrams of 3 mythical weapons and 7 legendary equipment. Name your price. Fuck. When Chen Chang saw the pile of attribute charts, he couldn't help but swear in shock. Chen Chang, are you listening to me? The man in the suit frowned slightly, looking displeased. Ha 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 ha, Chen Chang burst into laughter, still calling me Chen Chang. Call me Brother Chang now. Otherwise I will quit now. As he spoke, he sent the equipment attribute diagram to the man in the suit. Fuck. The man in the suit was shocked. Where did all these level 30 mythical equipment come from? Then his facial expression changed rapidly. In just 1 second, he was full of smiles. He stood up and said flatteringly, Brother Chang, come and sit down. You are my brother. Pulling Chen Chang over to sit down, he quickly poured another cup of tea. Brother Chang, what did the seller say? After Chen Chang read Lin Feng's message, he said, the seller said he wants quick money, and it would be best if the transaction can be completed immediately. The man in the suit frowned slightly when he heard this. Why are you in such a hurry? Could there be something wrong with your origin? What is the seller's ID? I'll have someone check it out. Sorry, the seller requires confidentiality. Chen Chang also retracted his smile and hurriedly asked Lin Feng, Boss, are you sure this equipment wasn't obtained by robbing someone? What if it is? Lin Feng pondered. Chen Chang immediately said, if that's the case, we can only go through the underground black market. The price will be higher, but I can guarantee that no one will trace it back to you. Lin Feng immediately understood and said bluntly, don't worry, I got these pieces of equipment through normal means, there is no trouble. That's good, but are you sure you're going to sell it to me? Chen Chang asked uncertainly, you know, the Forgotten Land's secret realm is about to open, and these level 30 equipment are invaluable. If you auction them, you can earn more. I'm in urgent need of money. Lin Feng replied. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chang said, how about this? Our Fujia company can hold an auction tonight. We will follow the market price and only charge a handling fee of 3% of the transaction price. What do you think? That's fine. Lin Feng nodded. It would be great if it could be auctioned. Although it is too easy for him to get equipment now, no one would complain about having too much money. By the way, let me ask you something. Lin Feng suddenly asked, what is so special about the Forgotten Land? He had also learned in school that the secret realm of the Forgotten Land would be open 24 hours after a new player's transformation, and only the new players of each session could enter. This dungeon map is very large, and the monsters in it are all level 30 to 60. The experience is very high. There is also a treasure house inside. Any player who can reach the treasure house can choose an equipment from it. When selecting, you cannot check the level and grade of the equipment, so you can only rely on luck. Some people have obtained white equipment in it, and some have obtained immortal weapons. It all depends on luck. This is also the reason why so many major forces are flocking to it. After all, as long as the base number is large, the probability of selecting a magic weapon will be higher. But judging from Wang Yong's words, it seems that there are more treasures in this secret realm than just these. What's so special about it? Chen Chang was puzzled for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but it seems that some rare medicinal materials can be produced in it, which can be used to refine a powerful potion. Only those big forces know what it is. Medicinal herbs. Lin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Alchemist is also a livelihood profession. You need to learn potion formulas and use materials to produce magic potions continuously. These potions have various magical effects. Boss, how do we trade? Chen Chang asked again, should we send someone to get it, or do you come to our Fujia Trading Company's base in Yanlong City? Wait for my news. Lin Feng replied and then ended the call. At the same time, outside the Golden Palace, the battle between the Demon Flame Church and the Tianao League is still going on. The Demon Flame Church was obviously well prepared, with most of its members being second-level professionals above level 60, which just barely outnumbered the Tianao Alliance. In just half an hour, more than half of the Tianao League's primary troops had been killed or wounded. However, under the protection of the Blood Eagle, Lin Shuer was safe and sound. Is this war? Looking at the battlefield where people continued to die, Lin Shuer pursed her red lips, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter how well-equipped she was, she could not defeat the densely packed crowd, and Blood Eagle did not dare to let her go to the battlefield. Just as Tiananmen and others were about to be wiped out here, suddenly a 100-meter-long sword light fell from the sky and tore a gap of dozens of meters in the ground. Suddenly a strong wind blew in, and everyone was frightened and retreated in a hurry. It's the leader. Lin Shuer and others were all surprised. The next moment, everyone saw a domineering figure falling from the sky and landing in the middle of the battlefield. Stop it! Xiao Zhantian shouted with a gloomy face. Especially when he saw that his own troops had suffered heavy casualties and were in a miserable state, his face became even uglier. Today, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. His eyes swept across everyone in the Demon Flame Church, filled with murderous intent. But at this moment, in the Demon Flame Church camp, the staffs in the hands of 7 high-level professionals emitted light, and a complex magic circle appeared on the ground. A second later, there was a flash of light, and then a figure appeared in the magic circle. This person was dressed in a black robe, but had a golden crown on his head. He put his hands behind his back, but his body slowly rose into the air. To the Pope. All the members of the Demon Flame Church bowed and saluted. Xiao Zhantian, you have been so powerful these years. The Pope had a faint smile on his face. Snort. Xiao Zhantian snorted coldly, and then his body slowly rose into the air until it was level with the Pope, and then stopped. Your Demon Flame Church has violated many laws of the Professional Alliance. If there is no reasonable explanation, I think your Demon Flame Church should also withdraw from the top 4 guilds. That depends on whether you have the ability to do it. The Pope sneered, and then his figure quickly soared into the sky. You can't get away here, come up and fight. Just what I want. Xiao Zhantian followed closely behind. The two quickly disappeared beyond the clouds. Xianyuan Xuetu, can you still laugh at this moment? Below, Lin Shuer was extremely excited and couldn't help but look at the enemy in the distance with pride. The Demon Flame Church was too arrogant and even dared to bully her. Now, their leader, Xiao Zhantian, the strongest man in Dragon Country, is here. She will definitely pin the people from the Demon Flame Church to the ground and rub them to relieve her anger. Idiot. Xianyuan Xuetu replied expressionlessly. At this time, not only was there a huge noise above the clouds, but there was also a constant flash of light. Although the people below could not see the specific situation, they knew that the battle was very intense. But just a moment later, the two figures fell again and returned to their respective camps. Why didn't you die? Lin Shuer looked at the intact Pope with an unsightly expression. In her opinion, Xiao Zhantian should have defeated the Pope in a crushing manner. Blood Eagle, Lin Shuer, come here. At this time, Xiao Zhantian shouted with a grim face. It can be seen that he is in a rather disheveled state, as if he did not gain any advantage from the previous battle. Alliance leader, why don't you kill the Pope? Lin Shuer asked in confusion. These lunatics do everything based on their own preferences. They are the termites of Dragon Country and should be removed. Shut up. Xiao Zhantian said coldly, let me ask you, how did Feng Xiao die? Lin Shuer was startled, lowered her head and stammered, he stole my boss, then was chased by Han Feng, and finally died together with Han Feng. That's right. Blood Eagle nodded. When Xiao Zhantian heard this, he was so angry that he raised his hand to slap Lin Shuer, but he stopped. He gritted his teeth and said, didn't I ask you to win him over? What did you do? Lin Shuer felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She lowered her head and said, he stole my boss and equipment, and insulted me. I was so angry at the time that I wanted Captain Han to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that he was so vulnerable. Still lying. Xiao Zhantian said coldly, if it weren't for your order, how could Han Feng fight the enemy to the death? I didn't expect that he actually has the support of the Demon Flame Church behind him, Lin Shuer said, then raised her head. Alliance leader, our Tianao alliance is the strongest superpower, why should we be afraid of him, a top 4 guild? Even if Feng Xiao is killed, what can his Demon Flame Church do? Hearing this, Xiao Zhantian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, forget it, it's over. I won't hold you responsible this time, but I don't want to see it happen again. After that, Xiao Zhantian came to the front and said, Master Chen, it is true that we were at fault in this matter, but your people killed many of my men. Can we let this go? What? Hearing Xiao Zhantian's words, everyone in Tianao League felt incredible. Their leader, the strongest man in Dragon Country, actually spoke to the other side in a compromising and cowardly tone. Is this identity reversed? Did Xiao Zhantian lose the battle just now? Many people were shocked. Forget it this time, but if there is a next time, your Tianao League will no longer have any reason to exist. Just when everyone thought that things were going to get complicated, they heard the Pope speak calmly. Next time. Lin Shuer and others were stunned. The person was dead, how could there be a next time? The Blood Eagle on the side was shocked and said quickly, Alliance leader, the ranking list has been updated, and Feng Xiao's name is still there. This means that the person is not dead at all. After all this time, they were all fooled. Lin Shuer said in disbelief, could it be that it is just a clone? At that time, they also suspected that Feng Xiao might not be dead, but they searched everywhere and found no trace of him. So they subconsciously thought that the corpse was evaporated by Han Feng's skills, so it turned into black gas and dissipated. After all, this situation happens frequently. A bunch of rubbish. Xiao Zhantian cursed with a sullen face, then his body exploded, turning into a stream of clear air and gradually dissipated. This is actually a clone. The Pope in the distance, after seeing Xiao Zhantian retract his clone, his figure gradually faded until he disappeared. How is that possible? Lin Shuer was completely dumbfounded. Recalling the scene in the Golden Palace, he was able to kill the boss in seconds with just one clone and also made their entire army run around in circles. In the end, a team leader and more than a dozen members were sacrificed before the opponent's clone was killed. How powerful must Feng Xiao's real body be? She opened the level list with trembling hands and found that Feng Xiao was now level 49, while she was still level 30, not even one level higher. Is the gap really that big? No. Lin Shuer clenched her teeth and her eyes turned red. She is the first SSR gifted person in history, how could she lose to someone who is less talented than her? Miss, a high level does not mean strong strength. Blood Eagle at the side consoled him, if you had fought him at that time, he would definitely not be your opponent. Lin Shuer was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She was frightened by the name and didn't dare to take any action. Yes, Captain Blood Eagle, you are right. Lin Shuer took a deep breath and encouraged herself, I am fully equipped with mythical and legendary equipment, far surpassing the people in the 4 guilds. I will definitely be number 1 on the equipment ranking. Besides, I have the greatest talent in history. Apart from my profession, what else can he compare with me? All I lack is combat experience. In the Forgotten Land secret realm soon, I will definitely defeat him fairly. Next second. Ding. National notice. Newcomer equipment ranking opens. Ding. National notice. Newcomer equipment ranking opens. Ding. National notice. Newcomer equipment ranking opens. 3 consecutive sounds rang in the ears of all the dragon people. When she thought that her name was finally at the top of the list, Lin Shuer let out a long sigh and smiled. However, when she opened the list, the smile on her face froze. Newcomer level ranking. 1. Magic Sword, Fun Ji, Immortal Weapon, Wind Flute. 2. Skywalker's Boots, Immortal Weapon, Wind Flute. 3. Eyes of Revelation, Immortal Weapon, Wind Flute. 4. Skywalker's Ring, Immortal Weapon, Wind Flute. 5. Crown of the Goddess of Wisdom, Mythology, Snow Dancing Veil. 6. Holy Sword of the Sun Knight, Myth, by Feiyu. 7. Armor of the Fallen, Mythology, Xianyuan Shue's Laughter. 8. Glorious Robe, Mythology, Yunmen Jiao. 9. Bow of the Strider, Myth, a godlike man. 10. Tears of the Goddess, Mythology, Snow Dancing Veil. Immortal weapons, and 4 of them. Lin Shuer was completely dumbfounded. The equipment she was so proud of was only ranked 5th, and of the 3 pieces of mythical equipment she had, only 2 were in the top 10. But there are 4 wind flutes alone, which are immortal artifacts. She just couldn't figure out where the 4 magic weapons came from in the early stage of the newcomer. Even the honorary leaders and elders of the Tianao League only have 1 or 2 magical weapons on them. Blood Eagle on the side also widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. He even thought he was dazzled. He wiped his eyes and looked again, but the result was the same. 4 immortal artifacts. He frowned and opened his mouth, but didn't continue speaking. He looked down at the ring on his hand, which was the only magic weapon he had. Memories of the past come flooding back to my mind again. A few years ago, he was just a member of the Tianao League Honor Corps. The Tianao League explored an unknown demonized area and discovered a legendary lord. The Tianao League dispatched 2 honorary corps, 4 special corps, and thousands of people to besiege the city. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties before they captured the lord and seized a magic weapon. Because of his outstanding performance in the battle, he was awarded a magic weapon and promoted to the leader of the group. It is precisely because of this magical weapon that his strength ranks among the top 10 within the Tianao League. But now tell him that a low-level newcomer actually possesses 4 immortal weapons. Wrong. Blood Eagle's eyes suddenly widened. The names of these 2 magical instruments, Feng Shao, are the same. Could they be a set? Immortal weapon set. Lin Shuer's breathing trembled. It's bad. Blood Eagle's face was full of worry. The Tianao League has offended such a person, and the days ahead will be difficult. If I had known this, I should have won him over at all costs in the Golden Palace. These are 4 immortal artifacts. Lin Shuer sneered and said, Captain Blood Eagle, do you think it is possible for a newcomer like him to get 4 immortal weapons in less than a few days after entering the demonized world? These magical weapons are clearly the wealth accumulated by the Demon Flame Church over the years. They deliberately staged this drama just to let Feng Shao step on my head to climb up. What a vicious intention. It's unlikely. Blood Eagle frowned and said, that's a magical weapon. Even the Pope needs it. How can he give it to a newcomer? The equipment is not bound. Maybe the Pope will take it back after lending it to Feng Shao to build momentum. Lin Shuer said in a deep voice, I think the Demon Flame Church is quite ambitious. I'm afraid they have long been planning to replace our Tianao League as the #1 force. In this case, I can't let them succeed. Once we enter the land of oblivion, I will avenge my previous humiliation. Lin Shuer clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Seeing Lin Shuer inexplicably aroused with fighting spirit, Blood Eagle wanted to say something but swallowed his words. The other side. Lin Feng returned to Qingxi town and put all of his thousands of gems up for sale at the trading house. His talent cannot swallow gems, and there are restrictions on inlaying gems. Level 30 equipment can only be inlaid with level 3 gems at most, so for him at present, selling the gems will bring greater profits. At this time, he also knew that he occupied the top 4 positions in the equipment ranking. However, the first place on the list was given 10 luck points as a reward, and the rest were given nothing, which made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. It would be better if he wasn't on the list. Now everyone knows that he is a walking treasure chest. If he is killed, a magical weapon will surely drop. This is very bad news for him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng sent a message to Cai and Gungun, I'm already in Yanlong City, let's meet at the South City Market. But in fact, Lin Feng is still in Qingxi Town. He found a remote little hotel and booked a room. After checking the room and making sure there were no surveillance devices, he put down the positioning teleportation point of Skywalker's boots. There are currently 2 positioning teleportation markers. One was placed by him in the barren desert, and this is the remaining one. The mark will exist for 24 hours, and during this time, no matter where he is, he can be teleported back at any time. After doing all this, Lin Feng walked towards the Qingxi Town teleportation array. At the same time, inside the Fujia Trading Company base in Yanlong City, Chen Chang was still waiting for news from Lin Feng, and the boss in a suit beside him suddenly exclaimed, "For immortal artifacts, this is too outrageous. Chen Chang, take a look at the new equipment ranking list that just came out." What? Chen Chang opened the equipment list without knowing what was going on. His eyes suddenly widened and he was stunned. Although he was a senior executive of a trading company, he had never had a magic weapon in his life, but he actually had 4 wind flutes. No wonder he wanted to sell those mythical equipments. It turns out he didn't think highly of them at all. What on earth did this guy do? Where did the 4 magical weapons come from? The men in the suit murmured, the key is that this kid doesn't even have any power. The demon flame church probably wants to eat up his immortal weapon, so they created this son of God. Now I'm afraid all forces want to find him. Hey, Chen Chang, if we find this person in advance, how much money would the major guilds be willing to pay for this information? Hearing this, Chen Chang's heart started pounding. Feng Xiao is about to meet him for a trade. If the information is sold to several major forces at this time, it will definitely make a lot of money. And how much is the commission earned from auctioning equipment? Boss, the seller has replied. I'm going to collect the equipment. Chen Chang took a deep breath, said hello and then went out. On the other side, Lin Feng came to Yanlong City through the teleportation array, and the teleportation fee cost 1,000 credit points. A wave of heat hit me in the face, as if I were in a sauna. In the distant horizon, you can see a huge volcano emitting thick smoke. Yanlong City is the territory of the Bai family of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. Lin Feng did not go to the South Market, but went out of the city directly, found a secret location, and released his clone. Then he sent a message to Kaiyuan Gungan, I've changed my location temporarily. I'm coming to the grove outside the North City Gate. Soon, Lin Feng saw money rolling in. Boss. Seeing the appearance of the demon shadow clone, Chen Chang was shocked, as expected of a big boss, this outfit is so cool. Those are all immortal weapons, Chen Chang's eyes were burning. Then, he looked at Lin Feng's real body beside him, and found that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a moment. Are you the only one? Lin Feng controlled his clone and said in a hoarse voice, I thought you would bring a large group of people with you. Chen Chang quickly said, Boss, we are businessmen and we value our credibility. You can trust me completely. Even our boss didn't know that the seller was actually the famous Feng Xiao. As he spoke, Chen Chang handed over a card. This is our VIP card of Fujia Trading Company. With this card, you can consign your equipment to our company at any time. Lin Feng controlled his clone to take the card, and then put all the equipment to be sold on it. I have already put the items on the shelves. You decide how to arrange them. Then he pointed at his original body and said, from now on, he will represent me in trading with you. After saying that, Lin Feng directly asked his clone to use the marked teleportation and disappeared from the spot. This is a means of long-distance transmission. Chen Chang's eyes shook. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for his decision. Even if he sold the information about Feng Xiao, he would be unable to do anything to the other party, and in the end, his efforts would be in vain. My name is Lin Feng, we've met before. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand. Ah. Caiyuan Gungun suddenly remembered something and said in surprise, you are the little swordsman from the abandoned mine. Yes, I was the one who recommended you to Boss Feng Xiao. Lin Feng said with a smile. Brother Lin, thank you so much. Chen Chong excitedly shook hands with Lin Feng and said, you have helped me a lot. No need to do that. Boss Feng Xiao also asked me to help him buy some things at the auction, and the money will be directly deducted from it. Of course. Chen Chong said quickly, the auction will start in 2 hours. You can buy whatever you want. The remaining money will be transferred directly to Feng Xiao's account through the VIP card. That's good. Lin Feng nodded. After chatting for a few words, the two went their separate ways. Lin Feng returned to the city and found a hotel to stay in. After hesitating for a long time, he finally called his mother. Hello, Mom, it's me. Fenger, is the money not enough? A mother's voice came from the other end, don't worry, I'll find a way right away. No, Mom. Lin Feng's nose felt sore, and he quickly said, I just want to tell you that I can make money. Mom, you should quit your job and stop mining. My father died because of a mining accident. Having said this, Lin Feng fell silent. When he was very young, his father died in a mine collapse, and the mining company union simply paid an almost humiliating compensation and let the matter go. No one pays attention and no one cares, just because his family has no power or background. For the professional alliance, the death of such a person is just like the loss of an ant, and it has no impact on social stability. And those guild enterprises that contracted the mining of mineral veins are almost all affiliated with the Dark Knight Association, one of the top 4 guilds. How could the professional alliance offend the Dark Knight Association because of an ant? The laws made by the professional alliance are merely a means for the strong to control the weak. They claim to be just, but never enforce it. So, Lin Feng swore at that time that he must make a name for himself. Haha, Fenger has grown up and can make money now. Mom is very happy. Mother Lin said with a smile, but you should save the money and use it when you get married in the future. Mom is fine. She is still young and in good health. She can still work. Mom, I'll come see you tomorrow. Lin Feng knew that no matter how much he said, he would not be able to change his mother's mind. On the other hand, Fujia Trading Company widely publicized the news of the auction. Although it was a small auction held temporarily, there were 3 level 30 mythical equipment, many legendary equipment, and several valuable props and items. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. All major forces sent people over at the first opportunity. When Lin Feng arrived at the Fujia commercial auction house, he saw many luxury cars parked in the square outside. Lamborghini, Porsche, etc., and even a Rolls-Royce Phantom. These high-tech cars can only be used in urban areas. Once you go to the demonized area outside, a level 30 monster can easily tear the iron sheets into pieces. It seems that the Forgotten Land does have a big secret. Lin Feng thought to himself. Normally speaking, level 30 equipment is not worth anything because it is easy to level up in the early stages. If the level exceeds the limit by too much, the equipment will have to be eliminated and replaced. These big powers are frantically collecting level 30 equipment just to give their people a better chance of winning in the Forgotten Land. This made Lin Feng a little curious. What secrets were hidden in this? After Lin Feng told the guard his name, Kaiyuan Gungan, he walked in easily. Unlike the auction house in Qinshi town, the decoration here is more luxurious and ingenious, and it is obviously of high quality. The hall was brightly lit and filled with representatives of various major forces and some upper-class people. At the same time, there were also many young people of the same generation as Lin Feng, who seemed to be brought here by their parents to broaden their horizons. These people basically knew each other and formed circles to communicate with each other. A newcomer like Lin Feng, who was dressed casually and had only a few pieces of equipment, quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. Rather than an auction, it was more like a cocktail party, a buffet where people could take whatever food and drinks they wanted. Lin Feng happened to be hungry, so he ran to the buffet and picked up a big lobster to show off. This lobster was a monster over level 100 and lived in the deep sea. It was very difficult to kill it and bring back its corpse, but he didn't expect it to be provided for free here. However, at this moment, someone called him. Lin Feng. Wang Yong came over in surprise and said, "We are really destined to meet. But what are you doing here? Haha, you can come but I can't. Lin Feng said with a smile, I heard that there are a lot of good things being auctioned tonight, I'll come and take a look. Wang Yong smiled and said, I've also heard that this time, the Fujia company will auction off a lot of level 30 mythical and legendary equipment. Are you planning to bid as well? With that little money, he's still holding an auction. I'm afraid he can't even afford a lobster. Lin Shuer walked over with a look of disdain on her face and looked at Lin Feng with disgust. Although Lin Feng arrived earlier than her this time, and she came here on a whim, it was such a coincidence that she could meet this person no matter where she went. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said calmly, You are right, I really have no money, I just come here to eat. Lin Shuer's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Wang Yong's eyes flickered, and he whispered to Lin Feng, There are a lot of people here. For your safety, let's keep our distance. After saying that, Wang Yong led his people away with a blank expression. At this time, representatives of some forces also noticed Lin Feng. They gathered together and looked at this side. Who is that boy? Why does he seem to be related to the goddess? Look at the way he's dressed. He looks so ordinary. Could it be that there is a background in the family? Many of them are also members of Lin Shuer's fan club. They are usually busy with their own guild's affairs, and today they have a rare opportunity to gather together. One of them suddenly said, What a bullshit background. I know that guy. He's just a poor loser. His parents are both minors. He was the goddess boyfriend before he awakened his talent. Is he really your boyfriend? I don't know why the goddess fell in love with him. This kind of person actually had a goddess before. I am so upset. That was all in the past. The goddess was still young and inexperienced, so it was understandable that she was deceived. But this kind of person really deserves to die. These people all have some power in their families and are not short of money. With their vision, how could they look down on a little person with no background at all? That's not right. How could a poor loser like him possibly get into an auction of this level? Suddenly someone raised a question. Lin Shuer heard this as well. She frowned and said, Lin Feng, I never thought that you would go to such great lengths to sneak in just to see me. Have you forgotten the warning I gave you? Ah. Lin Feng was stunned at that time. This woman is really mentally ill. What? You're embarrassed now that I've exposed you, right? Lin Shuer sneered, I'll say it again, you only make me feel sick and want to vomit, I don't have any feelings for you. Please stop chasing me like a fly. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully and was about to explain when suddenly a middle-aged man with a serious look walked over from a distance. What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Isn't that Manager Lu? He is the one hosting this auction. Manager Lu is here, that kid is in trouble. Someone who knew the middle-aged man spoke up. In the distance, Wang Yong frowned. Master, you must learn to be patient. Uncle Tai on the side said earnestly, You can certainly help him solve the problem by coming forward, but this is only temporary. Once all the major forces know that you have a close relationship with this person, and this person has not joined any force, he will be in endless trouble. Am I just going to watch them bully my brother? Wang Yong said angrily, If I can't even protect my brother, what's the point of me being the young master of the Bai family? Alas, you are still not strong enough. Uncle Tai sighed, With your current strength, young master, it is not enough for the family to intervene. Master, be patient. This is a necessary process for growth. If you can't keep your composure even over such a small matter, it will only make the patriarch disappointed in you. Don't worry, Yanlong City is our territory. Your friend will at most suffer a little humiliation, nothing will really happen. Oh. Wang Yong sighed deeply and said nothing more. The other side. Someone shouted, Manager Lu, you'd better kick that guy out. We get annoyed just by seeing him. Lin Shuer said expressionlessly, Manager Lu, right. I am Xue Wuqingsha from Tianao League, Lin Shuer. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Feng with a half-smile, I now suspect that this person sneaked in. Please kick him out. Manager Lu was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of smiles, It turns out to be Miss Lin, I have heard of your name for a long time. The first SSR talent in history and the most dazzling newcomer in Tianao League, how could he not know him? Manager Lu said respectfully, "Don't worry, Miss Lin, leave this matter to me." After saying that, Manager Lu retracted his smile, turned to Lin Feng and said, "Sir, please show me your invitation letter." Lin Feng said expressionlessly, "Why should I cooperate with her just because of her words?" Manager Lu sneered, "Because Tianao League is an ally of my Fujia trading company. And Miss Lin is the first SSR talent in history, and this time she is here on behalf of the Tianao League. On the contrary, forgive my poor eyesight, but I really can't tell which force you represent. Can it be compared with Tianao League?" "Haha, he represents power." Lin Shuer sneered, "He has awakened an F-level talent, so I'm afraid no one will want him to go mining." Wang Yong, who was far away, was also shocked when he heard this. He knew Lin Feng better. With Lin Feng's family background and financial resources, it was impossible for him to be invited by the auction house. Could it be that Lin Feng really sneaked in just to see Lin Shuer? At this time, Lin Shuer's words caused a lot of discussion. What? An F-level talent can actually enter the auction. No wonder this kid can't even get a complete set of equipment. It seems he is just a low-level mortal. I said he sneaked in. How could the fortune company invite someone like that? "Sir, please show me your invitation letter." Manager Lu's face had turned cold. "Otherwise, don't blame me for having you thrown out." "I don't have an invitation," Lin Feng said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. "You really sneaked in here? Why? Didn't you hear what the snow goddess said? This kid is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat and has been pestering her all the time. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think a poor loser like you are qualified to dream about the snow goddess?" Listening to the voices of the crowd, Lin Shuer showed an arrogant smile on her face, and looked down at Lin Feng with a condescending attitude, as if she was looking at an ant. "I'm not finished yet," Lin Feng said expressionlessly, "although I don't have an invitation letter, I am here with the consent of the organizer." He found it funny in his heart. If it weren't for him, this auction might not even have started, but now some people were questioning whether he was qualified to come in. "Just go to the front desk and check the attendance list and you'll know." Manager Lu frowned and said, "I am the organizer. How come I have never seen you before?" Although he said this, he felt that he should be more cautious in his heart, in case this kid really knew the top management of Fujia Commercial Bank. Just when he was thinking about whether he should check it out, suddenly someone stood up. "Xiao Feng. Is that you, Xiao Feng?" "Uncle Quan." Lin Feng looked at the men in surprise. This man's name is Zhang Quan. He is one of the few people in the village who has made a name for himself. It was also because of this man's introduction that his parents had the opportunity to work as miners in a mining company. However, Lin Feng knew that this person deducted an agency fee from his mother's salary every month, not out of kindness, so he did not have a good impression of this person. "It's really you, Xiaofeng." Zhang Quan was a little surprised. "It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've grown so tall. Who are you?" Manager Lu immediately stepped forward and asked. "I'm from Tianfengqing Jingao Enterprise." Zhang Quan explained, "Lin Feng's mother works for me in the mines, so I know him. This kid didn't sneak in on purpose. For my sake, let's just let him go. I thought he had some confidence, but it turns out the elder in my family is just a miner, ha 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 ha. He's using the money his parents earned from mining to chase after women. His mother will be furious if she finds out. Little brat, go home, this is not the place for you." He clearly sneaked in, but he insisted on saying he was invited in. "You are so young and don't learn your lesson." People kept making mocking noises. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of contempt and disdain. If you just sneaked in, it could be barely forgivable, but you kept lying and were exposed in front of people, then this is a character problem. "Xiaofeng, Uncle Quan will take you away from here. Don't bother with them." Zhang Quan pulled Lin Feng and was about to leave. Lin Feng shook his hand away and said calmly, "Uncle Quan, I have no plans to leave for the time being. If you want to leave, go by yourself." "What are you going to do?" "Bid." Zhang Quan couldn't help laughing and said, "Stop joking. I pay your mother's salary every month. Don't I know what your conditions are? What can you buy?" Manager Lu smiled contemptuously and said, "I don't think it's necessary to check." After saying that, he turned around and shouted, "Where is the security guard? Throw this thief out." Many people present looked at Lin Feng with pity. What a love-struck young man, but unfortunately, he was born into the wrong family. Some people also had complicated expressions and felt respect in their hearts. This shows how strong his determination towards Lin Shuer is, that he would spare no expense and do everything he could, and his purpose is just to get closer to Lin Shuer. However, more people were secretly shaking their heads. There must be a way to pursue the snow goddess. It is impossible to impress the snow goddess with such a stubborn spirit. Lin Shuer picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Lin Feng, I said it a long time ago. We are simply not on the same level, now and in the future. I can get you out of here with just one word from me. What can you do?" "Xiaofeng, let's go." Zhang Quan hurriedly persuaded, "I will arrange a mining position for you later. In a few years, you will be able to come here to bid." At this time, several security guards also came over. Manager Lu said indifferently, "Kick this thief out." But at this moment, Chen Chong came hurriedly and shouted when he saw this scene, "Stop!" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see the crowd separate automatically. Chen Chong, dressed in a suit with a collar, came trotting over in a hurry. Someone asked, "Who is this? How dare you stop it?" "This man is called Chen Chong. Isn't he a senior executive of the Fujia Commercial Bank? Why is he speaking for this kid? I guess you haven't figured out what happened yet." Manager Chen. Manager Lu quickly called for help, and then said, "It's like this guy sneaked in and refused to admit it, so I plan to have him kicked out." When Chen Chong heard this, he was immediately furious. He really didn't know what was happening here, but Lin Feng was the spokesperson for Boss Feng Xiao. If you offend Lin Feng, it means you offend Boss Feng Xiao, who is suspected to be the son of God of the Demon Flame Church and the true #1 genius in 100 years. How could he afford to offend him? Moreover, he was the one who invited Lin Feng. If he drove him away, Lin Feng would say bad things to Boss Feng Xiao and take away those mythical equipment, and there would be no need for the auction to be held today. Bang! Chen Chong gritted his teeth, raised his hand and slapped Manager Lu in the face. "I invited Mr. Lin here. I apologize." "Ah." Manager Lu covered his face, at a loss. He never expected that this guy actually knew the top executives of the company, but Chen Chong slapped him in front of so many people and asked him to apologize. How could he swallow this? "Manager Chen, have you been deceived by him?" Manager Lu suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that this kid's family actually makes a living by mining?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. "He is right, my mother is indeed a miner." "Manager Chen, are you going to hold this auction? If not, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Chen Chong suddenly became anxious. Others might not understand what this meant, but he knew clearly that once Feng Xiao withdrew the equipment, his auction would naturally not be able to continue. Bang! Chen Chong was so angry that he slapped Manager Lu in the face again and shouted coldly, "Apologize." He was really angry in his heart. He finally got in touch with Feng Xiao. What kind of person is that? He ranked first in the Rookie King competition, first in the level list, and even ranked in the top 4 in the equipment list. As long as he doesn't die young, he will become a leading figure in Dragon Country in the future. This is a fact, so he decided to help Feng Xiao hide his identity and gain some favor. But if Feng Xiao knew that he had kicked out his spokesperson Lin Feng, he would definitely blame him. "Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Chen Chong smiled and explained quickly, "It's all my fault. I should have greeted each of them in advance. The people below are ignorant, please forgive me for this time." "It's okay. I don't really care," Lin Feng said expressionlessly. He agreed with what Lin Shuer said. In fact, he was no longer on the same level as these people. Facing a group of chirping ants, he did not feel any anger. "Thank you Mr. Lin for your understanding. Chen Chang responded with a smile. After saying that, he looked at Manager Lu, his face immediately turned cold. You are fired. Go back and pack your bags immediately and get out. Ah. Manager Chen, Shut up. Manager Lu wanted to explain himself but was interrupted by Chen Chang. Chen Chang turned around, his face immediately full of smiles. Mr. Lin, please come this way, I will arrange a seat for you in the front row. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. Under the guidance of Chen Chang, Lin Feng walked forward, without even looking at Lin Shuer from beginning to end. How so? Zhang Quan's face was filled with disbelief. Why would Fujia Commercial Bank be so respectful to Xiao Feng? He knows Lin Feng best among all the people present. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why. Someone nearby said, yeah, I'm wondering too. After all, Fujia Commercial Bank is one of the top 10 commercial banks in the country. They shouldn't have recognized the wrong person, right? That means this kid has another background. Someone asked, Zhang Quan, didn't you say that his mother was mining under your command? How come you don't know where this guy came from? I don't know anything. Zhang Quan said depressedly, their family is indeed very poor, and they have never met any important people. He actually knows the top executives of the Fujia Trading Company. Beside Wang Yong, Uncle Tai looked surprised and said, I don't even know anyone at the top of Fujia Commercial Bank. Besides, judging from the looks of it, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Master, do you know why? How should I know? Wang Yong touched his head, his face full of disbelief. This kid didn't tell me about this relationship, making me worry for nothing. Uncle Tai, do you think it is possible that Fujia Company knew about my relationship with him, so? That's absolutely impossible. Uncle Tai immediately retorted, Fujia Trading Company is one of the top 10 trading companies in Dragon Country. Although they are usually polite to the 5 major guilds, they don't actually give us much face. To be precise, our 5 major guilds are still his competitors. It is impossible for him to act like this just because of a friend of yours, young master. Then why is this? Wang Yong looked confused. Lin Shuer's face was extremely gloomy at this time. In front of her, Chen Chang respectfully invited Lin Feng in. This was like a slap in the face and made her lose face. Miss, this guy is not simple. Blood Eagle on the side also frowned and said, Fujia Trading Company has never been so polite to us. They will only treat one type of people like this. Who? Lin Shuer asked. That's their customers, the sellers who provide equipment. If you have good stuff to sell, then you are a guest of honor, no matter what your identity is. Blood Eagle said slowly, but if there is no such relationship, then no matter who you are, they won't pay much attention to you. That's how businessmen are. Since the 5 major guilds basically have their own trading companies, there is no possibility of cooperation between them and the Fujia Trading Company. Instead, they are competitors. Do you think he can take out the auction items? Lin Shuer sneered, this is absolutely impossible. Blood Eagle nodded and said, it is also possible that Lin Feng knows a big client of the Fujia Company, so this is the case. Lin Shuer agreed with this explanation. So this is your confidence. No wonder you look so arrogant. Lin Shuer murmured, it's just that you take yourself too seriously. Even the Fujia Trading Company cannot compare with the Tianao League. She doesn't know what Lin Feng is so proud of. At this time, Lin Feng had been brought to the front position by Chen Chang. Chen Chang handed a tablet to Lin Feng, and while sliding the items, he said, most of the items in this auction can be browsed in advance. You can plan ahead for what you want to auction. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. However, after skiing for a while, he didn't find the equipment he had consigned. Chen Chang smiled knowingly and said in a low voice, the equipments that Boss Feng Xiao has are all top-notch items. Manager Chen, you don't have to greet me. Just go and get busy. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Well, please do as you please. Call me if you need anything. Chen Chang smiled and nodded, then left. After a while, the auction was about to begin. Unfortunately, there were only 2 long tables in the front, where most of the people from the 5 major guilds and the top 16 guilds were. Lin Shuer and Wang Yong were also sitting nearby. Wang Yong smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. Lin Shuer's face turned pale. Lin Feng, the man she believed would be a waste all his life, was actually sitting with her at this moment. If the auction didn't have some mythical equipment that she had to get, she would have wanted to leave right away. Everyone, please be patient. This auction will begin soon. Chen Chang walked onto the center stage and introduced the auction rules with a smile on his face. Lin Feng browsed through the auction items and found a lot of good things, many of which he really needed. It seems that this Fujia trading company has something worth mentioning. After Chen Chang introduced the rules, the auction began. This is the first lot. Please look at the big screen. Life Occupation Certificate, Grandmaster Alchemist. After use, you can learn the skill, Grandmaster Level Medicine Making. Required, Level 150. Requirements, Master Level Alchemist Profession, Master Level Medicine Making Skills at the maximum level. Chen Chang said, I like to tell the truth. Although this item is rare, it has no value. After all, the skills and experience of this life profession are very difficult to practice. Even if you have all the certificates, it will take years to gain the skills and experience at each level. But, changing the subject, Chen Chang's face turned serious. The Forgotten Land's secret realm is about to be opened. I guess this item is what everyone here has been collecting, right? Without further ado, the starting price for this item is 50,000 credit points, and each bid increase must not be less than 1,000. Start. 50,000. As soon as the words fell, someone shouted a price. Seeing many people looking over, the men smiled and said, Hey, you big guys definitely don't need it. We, the Dark Emperor, just want to train a high-level alchemist. Please give us some face. 55,000. Another person said with a smile, what a coincidence. Our Morning Star Chamber of Commerce also wants to train an alchemist. 60,000. 61,000. 65,000. The two of them started bidding, and no one else got involved. After a while, the price reached 80,000, and Morning Star Guild gave up the bidding. 80,000 per time. Chen Chang immediately planned to bring down the hammer. 100,000. Lin Feng said lightly. The man from the Dark Empire immediately changed his expression. Boy, can you come up with so much money? Chen Chang said quickly, Mr. Lin's strength is beyond doubt, 100,000 once, 100,000 twice. Anyone else bidding? 100,000 credit points 3 times. Deal. Chen Chang dropped the hammer, and immediately handed the Grandmaster certificate to Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried it and found that this certificate could also be considered a skill book and could be directly swallowed without the prerequisite of being a master alchemist. In other words, as long as he has a life profession certificate, he can now learn all life skills directly to the maximum level. This is rather abnormal. After the auction, please go to the backstage to settle the bill, Mr. Lin. After Chen Chang finished speaking, he immediately returned to the stage and took out the second auction item. There are a lot of good stuff next, even a book about rare skills for swordsmen. Wild Wind Slash. Infuse the weapon with wind attribute, doubling the attack distance. Each attack can cause 60% of the wind attribute damage to all enemies within the attack range. Lasts 30 seconds, consumes 350 mana, cools down 2 minutes. Requirements: First level magic swordsman. Melee professions such as swordsman lack group attack skills. This skill is of great significance to swordsmen and can greatly enhance their group combat capabilities. Many people immediately started bidding, and the price quickly exceeded 100,000 and finally stopped at 160,000. Lin Feng didn't even think about it and directly paid 200,000 for it. Rare skills like this are not available in the free trade market. Even if they are available, they are priced sky high because people always think they can earn more at auctions and may lose money if they sell them themselves. This made Uncle Tai beside Wang Yong dumbfounded. Because it was him who had just offered $160,000. He quickly opened the communication and asked, Master Feiyu, someone suddenly raised the price to 200,000. Do you want to continue to raise the price? Which bastard stole my things? I'll go and kill him. The voice on the other end was obviously angry. It can't be sold, Master Feiyu. The person bidding is Master Bai Yong's friend. Uncle Tai said with a wry smile. Since he's one of us, forget it. Tell Bai Yong that he has to treat us when he comes back, otherwise this matter will not end. After saying that, the caller hung up. In the end, the skill book was obtained by Lin Feng. Lin Schwerer, who had not made a bid, frowned slightly when she saw this, with confusion in her eyes. She couldn't understand where Lin Feng got so many credit points. Could it be that Wang Yong is backing them up? But how could the Bai family allow Wang Yong to do whatever he wants as an outsider? Soon, half an hour passed and more than 20 items were auctioned, but Lin Feng only bought 2. The reason he didn't make any purchases later was because he felt that his equipment was only worth that much money, and if he bought more, he would not have the money to pay for it later. The items to be auctioned next are what everyone is most concerned about. Without further ado, let's just look at the screen. What appeared on the screen was a level 30 legendary ring, which was also one of the equipment that Lin Feng was consigning. The starting price is 100,000, and each bid increase must not be less than 5,000. 150,000. 160,000. 200,000. Someone spoke up immediately, and the competition was fierce. This made Lin Feng stunned. It's just a level 30 legendary equipment, how can it be sold at such a high price? The skill book he bought before could be used for a lifetime, but no one bid higher than 200,000. And this equipment will be eliminated and replaced soon. He took a look and found that all the bidders were from the 5 major forces. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of treasure was there in the Forgotten Land that made these people so crazy? Soon, all his 7 pieces of legendary equipment were sold out, with the average price of each piece being around 250,000. Next, the real finale. Chen Chang raised the corner of his mouth, and then the attributes of a mythical equipment appeared on the big screen. Thor's hammer, mythology. Attack plus 650. Strength plus 150. Agility plus 200. Attack speed plus 50%. Special Attribute 1, the attack carries 30% of the attack's electric damage. Special Attribute 2, attack has a 2% chance to paralyze the target, causing 1 second of dizziness. Special Attribute 3, there is a 10% chance of releasing a lightning chain when attacking, causing decreasing electrical damage to 5 nearby targets. Grooves, 0 out of 2. Requirements, all first-level melee professions at level 30. There are no active skills, all passive. But all 3 passive abilities are very good, but Lin Feng thinks the probability of skill triggering is too low, so he put them up for auction. Everyone. Chen Chang laughed and shouted, although the stats of this equipment are average, its strength lies in the fact that all first-level melee professions can use it. If it were used by a fully agile assassin, the power would be unimaginable. Because electric damage ignores armor, only magic resistance and electric resistance are effective against it, so the combined damage is very high. Moreover, the faster the attack speed, the higher the passive skill trigger rate. In the hands of someone with a fast attack speed, this is a magical weapon. The starting price is 300,000. Each bid increase must not be less than 10,000. 400,000. What a joke. You want to buy it for only 400,000? I'll give you 500,000. 510,000. Soon, all the major forces started bidding frantically. But it was eventually bought by Wang Yong for 830,000 yuan. Chen Chang continued to introduce, next, it's a magic wand. The starting price is 350,000, and each bid cannot be less than 10,000. When Lin Feng saw the staff on the screen, he was stunned for a moment, because that was actually the staff of destruction that he had consigned to the Dark Empire. Although the basic attributes of this staff are very low, it has a high destruction damage bonus and an active group attack skill. With these two, this staff is even more precious than Thor's hammer just now. But why would the Dark Empire send things here for auction? Lin Feng was a little confused. The moment she saw the staff, Lin Schwerer became excited. This is why she came here. But before she could speak, a faint voice sounded. 1 million. Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Lin Schwerer immediately slammed the table and stood up. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? 2 million. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. Anyway, the stuff is his, so he would just lose a little bit in handling fees. You're looking for death. Lin Shuer's face turned pale. Lin Feng smiled slightly. If you are poor, don't come to the auction. The faces of everyone present in Tianao League darkened. Ever since Tianao League became the #1 guild, no one dared to provoke them like this. Manager Chen. Lin Shuer said with a cold face, what if someone bids maliciously but can't come up with so much money? Chen Chong smiled and said, of course we will arrest him and hand him over to the professional alliance for handling. Then please do it. Lin Shuer said lightly, I don't think he can come up with 2 million. Chen Chong smiled and said, if Mr. Lin is unable to pay the bill after the auction, my Fujia Trading Company will naturally handle it. Miss Lin, don't worry about it. The auction will continue now. Lin Shuer looked unhappy, and then shouted, 2,100,000. Then she looked at Lin Feng, continue to raise the price. At this moment, before Lin Feng could speak, a slightly shy voice suddenly sounded from the corner, 22,100,000. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound out of curiosity, and saw that the person bidding was a young man. The young man looked only 15 or 16 years old, and when everyone was looking at him, he seemed a little nervous and at a loss. Isn't that the boy from the Yun family? Yunmeng's is here too, and I just discovered him. What do you mean? Is this the young master of the Yun family? Why does he still look like a child? Isn't it said that one can only awaken his talent and enter the demonic world at the age of 18? The Yun family is rather strange. Their offspring always grow and develop slower than their peers. I don't know why. When Lin Shuer saw that it was Yunmengza who raised the price, her face suddenly became gloomy. Needless to say, it must be Yun Mingyao who is behind this. She and Yun Mingyao are both the most outstanding warlocks of this session, and this staff of destruction is the most suitable weapon for them. Be sure to get it. 2,200,000. Lin Shuer raised the price again. Blood Eagle next to him suddenly lowered his voice and said, Miss, this price is far beyond the budget for this equipment. Do we want Yun Mingyao to get this staff and suppress me? Lin Shuer said in a deep voice. After all, it's Tiananmen's money, so she doesn't feel bad about it at all. Besides, she is the only SSR talent in the world. What's wrong with spending 2 million to buy some equipment? Afterwards, Yun Mingze and Lin Shuer started bidding, and Lin Feng became an outsider. After a fierce battle, the Staff of Destruction was finally bought by Lin Shuer at a price of 2.9 million. Lin Feng did not make trouble anymore. The equipment, which originally cost about 100,000 yuan, could be sold for 2 million yuan. He would wake up laughing in his dreams. As for whether Lin Shuer would pose a threat to him if she got this equipment, he had never thought about this question. If he were to exchange this money for attributes, it would be worth at least 100 staffs of destruction. Next, 2 mythical equipment were auctioned. A longbow was bought by someone from the Dark Knight Association for 690,000 yuan, and a heavy sword was bought by Wang Yong for 850,000 yuan. The auction ends here. The crowd also dispersed. When Lin Feng came out of the auction house, he still had 6.3 million left from the sale of all his equipment, after deducting 3% handling fees and 5% personal income tax. In just one day, he killed several bosses and gained a huge harvest. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen in the days after this. He couldn't wait to go to various maps to kill the boss. But the most important thing now is to settle my mother down. His mother has worked hard for him for more than 10 years, and it's time for her to enjoy a peaceful life. Xiaofeng, here. As soon as he went out, Lin Feng saw Zhang Quan walking towards him. Xiaofeng, why is Manager Chen so polite to you? When Lin Feng saw Zhang Quan, his expression turned cold. Uncle Quan, it turns out that my mother has been working for you all along. You were also the one who handled the compensation for my father's injuries. Zhang Quan's expression tensed up, and he quickly said, Xiaofeng, Uncle Quan did his best at the time. The company was only willing to pay 50,000 yuan, and they wouldn't agree to more. I'm just a small character, what can I do? Haha, I naturally believe Uncle Quan's words. Lin Feng chuckled, and then said, Let's let the past go. Where's my mother? Is she still in the mine? He didn't believe it. He believed that Zhang Quan had embezzled part of the compensation money, but now was not the time to turn against him. It was at the mine, but I told her to take a paid vacation for a while, but she refused. Zhang Quan said with a smile, Xiaofeng, shall we go back together tomorrow? Uncle Quan has a company card, and there is a 20% discount on renting a mount at Tianfengqing Post Station. No, I have my own plans. Lin Feng rejected Zhang Quan. The two then parted ways. He directly spent a huge amount of credit points and teleported to Tianfeng City. However, there is no teleportation array leading directly to the mine. You need to rent a mount and change vehicles on the way. It takes a long time to arrive. Now it is night, and the post station does not rent mounts at this time. Lin Feng was eager to go home and didn't want to stay for a moment. He went straight out of the city and headed towards where his mother was. At the same time, in the underground palace of the Assassin's League headquarters. Master Bloodblade, I found it. An assassin in black came hurriedly. The newcomer who clashed with my men in the desolate desert is named Lin Feng. After investigation, it turned out that this person comes from an ordinary family and his mother is just a miner. However, his grades in school were pretty good, but he only awakened an F-level talent in the end and did not join any forces. Such a waste. It seems that he has nothing to do with the skill key. Is this the information you found out? The men called Bloodblade looked unhappy. Don't worry, sir. The black-clad assassin smiled mysteriously and said, just now, news came from Yanlong City that Lin Feng stole the show at the auction of the Fujia Trading Company. Fujia Trading Company is even willing to offend Tianao League for him. And this person, who obviously comes from an ordinary family, spent 300,000 yuan on several items in one go. Sir, aren't you surprised? Where did this guy get the money to bid? And why is the wealthy merchant bank so respectful to him? You mean? Shui Ren's eyes narrowed. Good. The black-clad assassin continued, someone at the desolate desert outpost saw my men chasing after this guy. Not long after, they died tragically and lost the key to their skills. And this kid, after coming out of the desolate desert, went directly to Yanlong City and participated in the auction. He must have sold the skill key to the rich company, so he had the money to bid for it. The rich company was also very respectful to him. Although I don't know how he managed to kill my men, it's clear that this guy is a big suspect. Damn it. Shui Ren gnashed his teeth and said, it has always been us, the Assassin's League, who have been stealing other people's things. Catch this guy immediately and interrogate him. After this kid came out of Yanlong City, he disappeared. Then go to his house and wait. Shui Ren said in a deep voice, let her mother call him, and I'll see if he comes back. Yes. I'll do it right away. On the other side, Lin Feng traveled overnight and arrived at the small village at the foot of Wumong Mountain in just 2 hours. It is called a village, but in fact it is just some resettlement houses built by the mining company for the workers. It is close to the mining area and convenient for work. It was still dark, and Lin Feng was afraid of disturbing his mother's rest, so he found a place in the village to sit down and rest. To avoid causing trouble, he simply activated the invisibility skill of the stealth cloak. Who's outside? However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the small courtyard next to it. Immediately afterwards, a hunchbacked old man came out cautiously holding a rake. Lin Feng quickly lifted his invisibility, walked over and said with a smile, Grandpa Ning, it's me, Lin Feng. The old man's name is Ning Fusheng. His 2 children died in the demonic world in their early years. He became a miner to support himself. He retired 2 years ago due to poor health. Ning Fusheng has been Lin Feng's neighbor since he was a child. Both parties are familiar with each other and have a good relationship. It's Xiaofeng. Haha, I haven't seen you for a long time. The old man, Ning Fusheng, smiled. By the way, didn't you graduate and enter the demonic world this year? I came back to see my mother. Lin Feng smiled. I didn't want to disturb her rest, so I waited outside. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Ning Fusheng sighed, his face seemed to be full of stories, the demonized world is too dangerous. I don't have the talent, so I'd better come back and mine. You are right. Lin Feng smiled and nodded without further explanation. Ning Fuxing invited, you must be tired after rushing home so late. Come in and sit for a while. I won't bother you anymore. Go and have a rest. Don't worry about me. That's fine. Ning Fuxing nodded, then hesitantly said, Xiaofeng, when you come back this time, you must persuade your mother. She hasn't had a rest for 2 months. She works so hard every day, and her body is getting thinner and thinner. She can't hold on any longer. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I will, thank Grandpa Ning for his concern. After saying that, Ning Fuxing closed the door and went back to his room. Lin Feng just turned around, but suddenly stopped, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was wearing Skywalker boots and walked without making any noise, so why was he discovered? Unable to figure it out, Lin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. 2 hours later. A ray of golden sunlight rises from the horizon, all things wake up, golden light fills the earth, and a new day of hope and vitality begins. Lin Feng also opened the door of his home. Mom, I'm back. In the courtyard, a woman was hanging clothes to dry. She turned around and saw Lin Feng, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Fenger, are you really back? Mother Lin was pleasantly surprised at first, but then she scolded, didn't I tell you not to worry about me? I'm in good health. It must have cost a lot of money to come back this time. It's okay, Mom. I have plenty of money now. Lin Feng walked over with a proud look on his face. The game system of the demonized world was very convenient. He simply moved his mind and withdrew 5 million credit points from his account into a card, which he handed to his mother. Mom, I told you a long time ago not to go mining, but you didn't believe your son. How could I not believe you? Lin's mother returned the card without even looking at it. You don't have to give me this money, save it and use it for marrying a wife in the future. Mom, take a look first. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and handed it over again. But at this moment, there were dense sounds of horse hooves and gongs and drums outside, and the quiet little village suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Mother Lin walked out of the yard curiously, and Lin Feng followed behind. The next moment, Lin Feng saw a group of people led by Zhang Quan walking towards this side. In their hands, they held a long banner that read, Warm congratulations to Lu Tsuehua for winning the title of Model Employee of the Year. Your outstanding performance is our common pride. Everyone in the village was alarmed and came to congratulate Lin Feng and his mother. Sister Lu, congratulations. Zhang Quan walked over with a smile and handed over a red envelope. This is a reward from the company. It's not much, so I hope you don't mind. Thank you. Mother Lin took the red envelope and said, You all have come from afar and must be hungry. Why don't you stay and have a simple meal? That's great. Zhang Quan agreed immediately, but his eyes were looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained expressionless, but he was wondering in his heart, what on earth did Zhang Quan want to do? After returning to the house, Zhang Quan immediately found Lin Feng alone. Xiaofeng, there is something Uncle Quan wants to ask you for help. What's the matter? Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. Xiaofeng, do you know what is the most important thing if you want to be successful in the martial arts world? What is it? Connections. Zhang Quan said seriously, however, just having connections is not enough. You have to learn how to use them to benefit yourself. You can now contact the top management of the Fujia Commercial Bank. This is your future. Are you willing to cooperate with Uncle Quan? Uncle Quan can assure you that the money you are about to earn will be more than what your mother has earned in her lifetime of mining. Haha, Lin Feng laughed immediately. Love is waiting for him here. I'm sorry, Uncle Quan, I've already planned to have my mother leave the Jingao enterprise and stop mining. Lin Feng said with a smile, you should find someone else. You want to leave here? Zhang Quan frowned immediately. Xiaofeng, you are confused. If your mother loses this job, how will she eat in the future? Besides, I don't need you to do anything troublesome. Just help our company to reach a cooperative relationship with Fujia Trading Company. They have to purchase a large amount of materials every year. It doesn't matter who they buy from. With your connections, I'm afraid it would only take a word. Zhang Quan became more and more excited as he spoke. Sorry, I can't help. Lin Feng shook his head. You. Zhang Quan's face suddenly darkened. Xiaofeng, don't blame Uncle Quan for not reminding you. Your mother works for me. Whether she can leave the company is up to me. The agreement your mother signed will not expire for several years. If you want to leave now, can you afford the huge penalty? These words contained a strong threat. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and had already put this man on the kill list. But now is not the time to take action. You can bully him, but he will never allow anyone to bully his mother. How much? Just tell me a number. Lin Feng said calmly. 500,000 credit points. Okay, I'll give you the money and I'll go and resign this afternoon. Lin Feng said calmly. You. Zhang Quan obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so readily, but it was no longer a matter of how much money he had. He had already promised his boss to help the company get in touch with Fujia Commercial Bank. He took a deep breath, thought for a moment and then said, Xiaofeng, let me tell you clearly, this matter cannot be solved by just leaving the company. The big shots above are waiting. If this doesn't work out, you and your mother may never get out of this mountain. You are all the lowest F-level talents. What can you use to fight the company? Faced with Lin Feng's aloofness, Zhang Quan actually looked down on him. So what if you know some big shots? I am a waste, and my family members are also wastes. Can they be manipulated at will? That's enough. Just when Lin Feng was about to explode, Lin's mother suddenly pushed the door open. It turned out that she had been listening outside. Mother Lin said coldly, Zhang Quan, you are not welcome here, please leave immediately. Sister Lu, please think about it and persuade your child. This will benefit everyone. Zhang Quan greeted her and then pushed the door and left. After everyone left, Lin Feng said bluntly, Mom, let's leave here. I have a lot of money, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Silly child, didn't Mom teach you? Don't show off your wealth. Don't always talk about money. Mother Lin took a deep breath and said slowly, Zhang Quan is right, we can't leave. This is not a matter of money anymore. Promise him later, then find a chance to leave here and never come back. This is impossible. Lin Feng frowned and said, Mom, I can't leave you alone. Besides, who said we couldn't leave? I'm sure, I want to give it a try. His Skywalker boots can directly teleport his mother away. As long as his mother is gone, it will be much easier for him to handle things on his own. It is impossible for a small mining company to have too many senior professionals. Not to mention killing them all, but there is no problem in leaving calmly. At the same time, two figures slowly appeared in the jungle outside the village. This should be our destination. One of the tall assassins with a slender figure took out a map, looked at it and said. Another assassin with a beard on his face said in surprise, Isn't it just to capture a newcomer? Is it necessary to send 2 of our level 90 shadow dancers over? Don't be careless. The tall assassin said in a deep voice, It is said that 4 first-level masters of our Assassin's Alliance died because of him. Maybe he's just a piece of trash, but he may have strong people protecting him. That's easy. I'll go kill a few people first to test the waters. The bearded assassin grinned and turned invisible. Lin Feng was just about to take off his Skywalker boots when he suddenly heard a scream outside. Ah! Someone's dead. What's going on? Is there a monster invasion? There was a lot of noise outside. Lin Feng's expression tensed up, and he quickly stuffed the Skywalker boots to his mother, and solemnly instructed, Mom, I'm going to go outside and take a look. If the situation is not right, you immediately use the skills on this equipment to teleport away. I will find you then. Without waiting for his mother's reaction, Lin Feng hurried out. Inside the room, Lin's mother was shocked when she saw the properties of the boots. But the surprised expression only lasted for a moment, and then a relieved smile flashed across her face. When Lin Feng walked out of the house, the village was already in chaos, with many people gathered outside a yard. When he looked over, he saw that the 3 members of the family were lying in a pool of blood in the yard. the wounds don't look like they were caused by a monster. Instead, they look like they were killed by a professional. Zhang Quan's voice came from behind. Lin Feng frowned and looked over, only to see that Zhang Quan was also frowning. It wasn't you who did it. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Am I crazy and killing people for fun? Zhang Quan's face was full of worry. He then pulled Lin Feng away and said, it's not safe here. Come with me. I will let the company's people protect you. However, what they didn't know was that the two assassins were standing invisible in the yard, staring at Lin Feng. They communicated through the voice system, he is our target. I have searched the village and found no high-level professionals. Can you give it a try? Well, you should pay attention to the crowd and see if there are any hidden masters. After saying that, the bearded assassin approached Lin Feng with a dagger in hand. Lin Feng seemed to sense something and turned his head suddenly, staring at an open space in the yard. The next moment, a cold light flashed, and a dagger seemed to cut through the void and stabbed into Lin Feng's back. It was too fast and too sudden, leaving no time to dodge. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his hand, and the novice sword appeared in his hand, and he used basic skills. Parry and block. The next moment, the novice sword was cut off, but fortunately Lin Feng took the opportunity to step back a few steps and escaped from the opponent's attack range. After the bearded assassin's attack, he slowly reappeared with a serious look on his face. It's incredible that a newcomer can have such a sharp reaction. There's an assassin. The assassin's appearance scared all the villagers to death. They were once professionals and had fought hard in the demonized world, but without exception, they were unable to make a breakthrough due to their poor talents and had to resort to mining for a living. Therefore, they knew clearly that assassins who had mastered the skill of stealth were at least first-level professionals and were not someone they could contend with. Lin Feng looked solemn and asked in a deep voice, who are you? Why are you killing people? Before taking action, you always have to understand the situation. Lin Feng, don't you know what you have done? The bearded assassin grinned. Looking for me? Lin Feng frowned immediately. Tian Ao Meng sent you to kill me. While speaking, Lin Feng directly used the reconnaissance skill attached to the Eye of Apocalypse. The Eye of Truth. It turned out that the person in front of him had an ID called Crazy Assassin, and he was a level 90 second-turn assassin Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer was an advanced class of Shadow Blade, focusing on physical output. After seeing the other party's situation, Lin Feng felt relieved. His armor even exceeds that of many second-level meat tank professions, and he is specifically designed to counter this type of assassin. Tian Ao League. The bearded assassin laughed and said, it seems that you have a lot of enemies. This makes me very curious. How can you be a newcomer? After saying that, the bearded assassin attacked again. Lin Feng thought about it and did not fight hard, but turned around and ran. One reason is that there may be other assassins in the dark who have not shown up, and the other is that many villagers are watching this side. If he killed the assassin instantly, it would be difficult to explain later. Lin Feng adjusted his speed and kept a certain distance from the assassin. The two of them walked one in front and one behind, and soon left the village and came to the jungle. The bearded assassin's face was filled with shock at this moment. He was a fully agile assassin, but he couldn't even catch up with a newcomer. He shouted loudly, there's something wrong with this guy. Let's go together. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. He took out the magic sword Fen Ji and used the flying sword technique, but did not activate the magic flame sword. In an instant, 20 flying swords appeared out of thin air behind Lin Feng, covering a large area. What? Under a series of terrifying damage numbers, the tall assassin who launched a sneak attack was torn into pieces. Third brother. The bearded assassin who was chasing him widened his eyes and slammed on the brakes. When he looked at Lin Feng again, there was only endless fear in his eyes. The next moment, he did not hesitate, and while retreating explosively, he used all the buffs that could accelerate him. His eyes were filled with fear and the desire to survive, and he fled towards the village. Who are you? How can a newcomer like you kill a second-level professional in seconds? How could Lin Feng waste time talking to him? The 1-second cooldown of the flying sword technique was over immediately. He raised his hand again, and 20 swords disappeared in an instant like arrows shot from a bow. Boom. The wall exploded and a bloody corpse flew into the yard. Lin Feng was eager to kill and did not control the angle well. A flying sword flew directly into the yard and destroyed the only house inside. Ahem. An old man hurriedly dodged the collapsed house, looking a little embarrassed. Grandpa Ning, are you okay? Lin Feng rushed over and asked with concern. But immediately, Lin Feng frowned and looked confused. Although Ning Fusheng looked disheveled, there was not a speck of dust on his clothes. For some unknown reason, he used the Eye of Truth on Ning Fusheng. ID. Profession. Grade. All question marks. Lin Feng was shocked. His true eye can detect information of targets up to level 170. But now there are only question marks, which means that the old man in front of them who has been their neighbor for more than 10 years is actually a high-level professional at least level 170. Wrong. Lin Feng quickly glanced at his attribute panel. He once swallowed a buff, adding experience per second. After one night, plus the 2 level 90 assassins he just killed, he has reached level 60. In other words, he can use the Eye of Truth to view target information up to level 180. But why is the feedback still a question mark? Lin Feng was a little confused. Because the strongest people in the entire Dragon Country are all stuck at level 180, and no one has ever been heard of above level 181. But he suddenly thought that there were some special props that could resist detection skills and conceal one's own information. Perhaps, this old man has just this kind of thing. But this kind of prop is very rare, and not all of the 5 major forces may have it. This old man has a big problem. After discovering this truth, Lin Feng felt a little uneasy. It is not yet known what impact Ning Fusheng's true identity will have on him, and whether he will be in danger. What happened? When Ning Fusheng saw the corpse, a look of fear flashed across his face. He hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Lin Feng. This expression really looks like an ordinary old man. If Lin Feng didn't have the eyes of truth, he would have believed it. Lin Feng quickly picked up all the equipment and items that exploded from the corpse on the ground. Grandpa Ning, we'll talk later. He left a word and immediately returned to the jungle, picking up all the items dropped by the other assassin. At this time, the villagers hiding in various places in the village were very panicked. It's over, it's over. We have all seen the murderer's appearance. He will not let us go. Why would a desperado come to our village? Poor Lin family, the orphan and widow are pitiful enough, and now even the only child is gone. That assassin can turn invisible, and he is at least a first-level warrior. Lin Feng is definitely in danger. If it weren't for that kid Lin Feng who led the assassin away, we would probably be dead. Zhang Quan, didn't the company send experts to guard the mine? Hurry up and call them over. The message has been sent and they will be here soon. Zhang Quan said solemnly. He doesn't look very good. Lin Feng's death means the company's plans are going to fail. Originally, his boss promised to give him a large bonus for completing this task, but now the bonus is gone. He hated himself. Why didn't he use a tougher approach before and just take the mother and child away by force? But at this moment, there was noise outside again. Everyone went out to investigate out of curiosity and found that there were many people surrounding Ning Fusheng's yard. Don't be afraid. Someone shouted, the desperado who committed the crime just now has been killed by Lin Feng. Old Master Ning saw it with his own eyes. Come out, it's okay. What? Many people looked shocked. Lin Feng killed the assassin. Doesn't he have an F-level talent? Especially Zhang Quan, his eyes were full of disbelief. In the yard, the eyes of most villagers looking at Lin Feng changed. Xiao Feng, how did you do that? This is a first-level assassin. That's amazing. This whole thing took less than 3 minutes, right? Did you really do this? Zhang Quan walked over in disbelief, didn't you just graduate? What level are you at now? Facing everyone's questions, Lin Feng scratched his head and said with a silly smile, it was all just luck. They were all first-level assassins who had just reached level 30. They thought I was not a threat and were a little careless, so I sneaked up on them and successfully killed them. Anyway, he picked up all the equipment that dropped, and only the corpses could not be identified of their true level. He also thought about making up a story about a passing expert who came to his aid, but that would be too coincidental, so it would be better to just admit it openly. For professionals with similar levels, especially when facing a fragile enemy like an assassin, it makes sense to win by sneak attack. The most important thing is that Ning Fuxing might have seen him take action and couldn't hide it. Okay, everyone go away. Ning Fuxing said, the law enforcers from the Alliance will be here soon. After he finished speaking, there was a barely perceptible hint of strangeness in his eyes as he looked towards Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, you accidentally broke my house, can I come to your house and sit for a while? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at the house that had become ruins, and their eyes were filled with surprise again. How much destructive power must be needed to destroy the house like this? Lin Feng was feeling very nervous at this time. How could he dare to bring an unknown big man back home? He quickly took out the tent and some small tables and chairs he had bought earlier, placed them on the ground, and took out some food and put them on top. Grandpa Ning, please sit down, you're welcome. Lin Feng said with a smile, I'm really sorry about your house. I'll give you these things as compensation. You can stay here for one night. I will help you rebuild it tomorrow. Grandpa Ning, what's our relationship? We've been neighbors for more than 10 years. Why are you still being so polite? Sit down. Here's the chair for you. Lin Feng came over with a smile and forced Ning Fuxing to sit on his seat. He himself turned and left. Ning Fuxing looked at Lin Feng's back, then looked at the corpse in the yard, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Lin Feng hurried back home. To be honest, he had also considered whether he should find a way to get some benefits from this hidden boss. But when he thought that the other party might kill him at any time, he didn't dare to take the risk. Besides, with his talents and skills, he didn't need any benefits. It's better to stay away from it. Mom. Lin Feng found his mother and said solemnly, someone has set his sights on me. We must leave here immediately. Fenger, you have grown up. Mother Lin looked at Lin Feng with satisfaction, holding the Skywalker boots in her hand. This surprised Lin Feng. Mom, don't you have anything to ask? His mother was too calm. He also thought that his mother would be shocked for a long time after seeing Skywalker's boots. Could it be that his mother doesn't pay attention to the newcomer list? What are you asking? Lin's mother asked in surprise. Lin Feng looked stunned. For example, where did you get this equipment? For example, what is your son's current strength? Hee hee. Mother Lin chuckled and said, no need to ask, my Fenger is definitely the best. She handed the equipment to Lin Feng and continued, take this equipment back. I won't need it. As long as you are safe, I will be relieved. Lin Feng looked stunned and said, Mom, you're not even level 30, are you? He thought about it and took off the Skywalker ring. Mom, this ring has a teleportation skill, which can be used at level 10. Okay. Mother Lin refused, you don't have to worry about my safety. I can protect myself. Well. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. He was extremely anxious at the moment. Although we don't know who sent the two assassins, if there is one, there will be two, and there will be stronger people coming next time. He absolutely couldn't stay here anymore, he wanted to take his mother away. But unfortunately, my mother seemed reluctant. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mom, do you know? Uncle Lu and his family of 3 were murdered just now. And the murderer's real target was actually me. They will definitely send more people, so you must leave here with me. Facing Lin Feng's anxiety, Lin's mother was indifferent and said calmly, those 2 should be members of the Assassin's League. 2. Lin Feng was stunned. In fact, only one assassin has ever appeared, and the villagers only know about one until now. Besides, his mother had been at home all the time, so how could she know what was going on outside? Fenger, you have grown up and matured. Mother Lin looked at Lin Feng kindly, Mom has worked hard these years, but it's worth it. There are some things I should tell you. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Feng looked surprised. Mother Lin stopped talking and shouted outside, Grandpa Ning, since you are here, come in and talk. With a creaky sound, Lin Feng heard the gate of the yard outside being pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Ning Fusheng walked in tremblingly, leaning on a crutch. There was no expression on his face, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He walked a few steps after coming in, but then thought of something and quickly turned back to close the gate of the yard. Then he took out a scroll and crushed it. The scroll turned into fragments of light, which seemed to form a barrier, covering the entire yard, and the noisy sounds from the outside world disappeared in an instant. After doing all this, he walked towards the house. Ning Fusheng walked into the room, with an excitement that was hard to conceal on his face. "Are you finally willing to give me that thing?" Mother Lin ignored Ning Fusheng and said to Lin Feng, "Fenger, he is actually your fourth grandfather." Ah! Lin Feng was completely stunned. How did an elder appear out of nowhere? And he is suspected to be a high-level professional at level 180. Mom, what's going on? Didn't they say that Dad has no relatives or friends? Mother Lin said calmly, "Your father's name is Lin Yuanshan, and he was once a direct descendant of the Lin family." Lin family? Which Lin family? Why was it the same in the past? What happened? Lin Feng was full of questions. Tianfeng City, Dark Knight Association, Lin family. Mother Lin said slowly, "And Ning Fusheng, your fourth grandfather, is actually called Lin Fusheng. He was sent by the Lin family to monitor my mother and me." "Haha," Lin Fusheng chuckled, "what do you mean by surveillance or not? That's too harsh. I just want to protect Yuanshan's son and let him grow up safely." "Are you telling the child this now because you want to have him included in the Lin family tree?" "This is easy to do. As long as you return that thing to the Lin family, I guarantee that this child will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life." Mother Lin ignored Lin Fusheng, but took a deep breath, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Fenger, do you know? The mining disaster that year was not an accident." "What?" Lin Feng's eyes were shocked. "Dad was killed by someone." "Who was it?" Mother Lin looked at Lin Fusheng with hatred in her eyes. "You have to ask him about this." Lin Fusheng frowned immediately. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng was also confused at this time. Could it be that the Lin family is the enemy who killed his father? But why did the mother say these in front of Lin Fusheng? This is a terrifying existence who seems to be a big boss. He quickly stood in front of his mother, summoned the magic sword Fenji, and looked at Lin Fusheng with hostility. "This sword?" The moment Lin Fusheng saw the demon sword Fenji, his expression was shocked, and then a green light flashed in his eyes, as if he saw through the sword in Lin Feng's hand. Devil Sword Fenji. Level 40 Immortal Weapon. The next moment, Lin Fusheng actually called out the name directly. He looked up in shock. "Are you the newcomer Wang Fengxiao? Are you a master blacksmith?" Lin Feng was also a little surprised. The other party shouted out the demon sword Fenji without any hesitation. Only when a blacksmith reaches the Grandmaster level can he learn a skill that allows him to detect the equipment information on the target. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Lin Fusheng laughed out loud. "Great! Great! As expected of a son of Yuanshan, he has left his peers far behind. Miss Liu, you don't want such a talented young man to die prematurely, do you? Take action." Lin Feng's expression tightened, and he quickly summoned his demon shadow clone and activated the demon flame sword. However, Lin Fusheng raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand lightly, and a ray of light spread out from his palm like ripples. The moment the ripples swept across Lin Feng, he suddenly felt that his body was unable to move at all. Even his clone was imprisoned. What kind of skill is this? Lin Feng looked shocked. With just one move, he lost even the ability to resist. Is this the ability of the boss? Boy, stop struggling. You will only hurt yourself. Lin Fusheng said with a smile on his face, "If even you can break free, I, a level 210 transcendent, will have no use in my life." Level 210. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Throughout history, no one has ever exceeded level 180. How could there be a professional at level 210? "Miss Liu, his life or death depends on your decision." Lin Fusheng said calmly, "It depends on your choice." Mother Lin shook her head slightly. I've already told you, I don't have what you want. Even if I do, I won't give it to you. As she spoke, she slowly stood up. This startled Lin Fusheng, who was shocked. How can you still move under the suppression of my domain? Mother Lin smiled and slowly raised her hand. That's not called a domain, this is. The next moment, Lin Feng only felt the space around him shake, as if something was broken, and he was able to move again. Lin Fusheng, on the other hand, stood there in fear, motionless, and it seemed that even moving a finger was extremely difficult for him. As Lin's mother tightened her grip, Lin Fusheng's limbs exploded into a bloody mist, but the rest of his body seemed to be embedded in space and did not fall. Ah! Lin Fusheng let out a miserable cry. When he came to his senses, he looked at Lin's mother in disbelief. You made a breakthrough. That's impossible. How could you possibly be ahead of me? Impossible. At this moment, Lin Feng stared at his mother blankly. At this moment, his mother's body was filled with light, her skin began to become firm and smooth, and her wrinkles disappeared quietly, along with the traces of time. Her hair had returned to its former black and shiny color, and her eyes were sparkling with the lively light of her youth. The shabby clothes on his body turned into a set of gorgeous palace costumes. This time, I look at least 20 years younger. Mom, you. Lin Feng looked at this scene and was so shocked that he was speechless. A level 210 extraordinary person is like an ant in front of his mother. This is what Mom really looks like. Mother Lin smiled slightly. I'm sorry for lying to you for so many years. No. Lin Fusheng screamed at this time, you can't kill me. If you kill me, what will happen to your son? You can't protect him forever. The Lin family will come after him. You've been hiding it for so long, why don't you continue hiding it? Because my son has grown up. Mother Lin smiled sweetly, he no longer needs my protection. And it's time for me to continue to fulfill my mission. Have a nice journey. After Lin's mother finished speaking, she waved her hand gently, and Lin Fusheng's body dissipated in the wind like gas. Mom, what is your current strength? Lin Feng swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking. Mother Lin took a deep breath and looked serious. Fenger, Mom is leaving. Remember what I'm going to say next. Yeah, I'm listening. Before you grow up, don't seek revenge on the Lin family. The background of the 4 major families is unfathomable. How much growth do we need to achieve? You will find out in the future. Can it be that even someone as powerful as you are no match for the Lin family? Yes. Why is that? Why have I never heard of professionals above level 180? Because since the beginning of the demonized world, the strong people in this world have never really disappeared. They just hid themselves and were unknown to the public. Ah. You mean, the first batch of professionals 100 years ago are still alive in this world? Lin Feng was shocked. As for why, you will understand when you go to the land of oblivion. Mother Lin raised her hand and touched Lin Feng's head, with a kind smile on her face. Mom is gone, my child, you must protect yourself. As she spoke, Mother Lin raised her hand and cut through the space, and her figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, a barely perceptible ray of light silently penetrated into Lin Feng's body from under his feet. Hey, don't leave so quickly, I still have a lot of questions. Lin Feng called out hurriedly, but received no response. His mother left and no one knew where she went. So many things happened in just one day that Lin Feng found it hard to accept for a while. It turned out that his mother stayed here to mine in order to protect him and let him grow up safely. And his father's death was related to the Lin family. Thinking about it now, something is indeed wrong. His mother was so powerful, and his father was probably not much worse. How could he die from a minor mining accident? Well. Lin Feng sighed. He didn't know when he would see his mother again. But at least he no longer has to be afraid of his mother's safety. With 2 life-saving equipments, Skywalker boots and Skywalker ring, he will not be afraid of any enemy. Even if he cannot defeat them, he can still escape without any problem. At this moment, a sound was heard outside. Xiaofeng, Sister Lu, I'm coming in. It's Zhang Quan. Lin Feng's expression turned cold and he walked out. Zhang Quan looked around, then lowered his voice and said, Xiao Feng, come with me. The company has sent someone here. You don't have the right to choose. As long as you help Uncle Quan complete this task, Uncle Quan will definitely help take care of your mother. I said, I don't agree. Lin Feng said coldly, how did my father die back then? Zhang Quan was shocked when he heard this and frowned, what do you mean? Everyone knows that your father died in a mining accident. Haha. Lin Feng saw Zhang Quan's expression and immediately understood, it seems that you know about it, right? You are the Lin family's dog. Or, the company behind you is directly under the Lin family. Xiao Feng. Zhang Quan's face darkened. Uncle Quan can't help you if you do this. As soon as he finished speaking, two professionals walked in from outside the door. Zhang Quan, what are you doing? The higher-ups have told us to bring this mother and son back. Why are you nagging them? The two thugs didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. They had already seen the intelligence. Lin Feng was just a newcomer with F-level talent. Zhang Quan sighed and said, Xiao Feng, I know you have some skills, but the two behind me are both second-level professionals. If you don't want to get hurt, don't resist. Golden Draft Enterprise, right? Lin Feng sneered, my revenge starts with you. Ah. Ha. One of the thugs laughed immediately, is this kid crazy? Can't he understand the situation? Lin Feng was too lazy to waste time talking to them, and directly took out the magic sword Fen Ji and activated the magic flame sword. In an instant, black flames gushed out, illuminating the entire yard. Flying sword technique. With a wave of his hand, 20 flying swords came out at once, covering all the space near the three people, leaving them nowhere to escape. Court death. The two men's faces suddenly turned cold. They activated their defensive skills one after another, and bright light burst out from their bodies. In their view, a new graduate could not pose any threat to them. But they were wrong. When the flying swords attacked their defensive shields, they tore through their defenses with ease and continued to attack forward. How is that possible? The three of them widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The next moment, amid a series of explosions, the three people were torn to pieces by the flying swords, and a pile of items exploded. Lin Feng walked over calmly and picked up the items that exploded on the ground. He looked back at the home where he had lived for many years. After a moment of silence, he activated the wind step skill and his figure gradually faded. He sneaked out of the village and found that there were many high-level professionals dealing with the assassin's body in Lin Fuxing's yard. These people all wore an armband with a golden mining draft painted on it. This is the logo of Jingao Enterprise. Leader, such a big thing happened here. We have seriously considered resigning. We want to take a break for a while and stay out of the spotlight. Some villagers went up to ask. However, an employee of Jingao Enterprise who looked like a manager said impatiently, we have confirmed that the Liu family got into trouble outside, so they came to our door. It has nothing to do with you. Work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly. But the leader. Didn't you hear me? Get out. Several villagers were immediately scared away. The executive sneered, damn, you are a bunch of rubbish. It's good enough to pay you a salary, but you still have so much trouble every day. They're not trash. Lin Feng appeared out of nowhere, frowning, you are the ones. Are you Lin Feng? The executive called out Lin Feng's name easily and obviously knew him. How do you know the invisibility skill? Did you turn around? What? Isn't he new? It is said that the geniuses of the major forces only made a transformation last night. How could he have already made a transformation? Several members of the Jingao Enterprise nearby were all surprised. Why waste time talking to him? The higher-ups have specifically told us to take him back. Awakened F-level talent, so what? Isn't it still useless? Just when everyone was about to take action. Suddenly, 20 flying swords fell from the sky. It was the shadow clone that also used the swift wind step. These people were originally close together and their attention was attracted by Lin Feng. Faced with the sudden attack of the demon shadow clone, they didn't even have time to react and were directly hit by the dense flying swords. In just 1 second, everyone fell down. Lin Feng had already secretly investigated one by one. The highest level of people here was only 90, so they posed no threat to him. He picked up all the items that exploded. In the distance, some villagers who saw this scene looked shocked. However, Lin Feng deliberately controlled the angle of the appearance of the magic shadow clone, which was just blocked by the building. The villagers did not see his clone and just thought it was his doing. Is that Xiao Feng? Oh my god, Lin Feng killed all the leaders. Well done. These people deserve to die. These bastards finally got their comeuppance. If they hadn't tricked me into signing the agreement, I wouldn't have stayed in this mine for so long. How did Xiaofeng become so powerful? I heard that those leaders are all second-level professionals. Lin Feng naturally heard the discussions behind. He turned around and said, "My elders, there is no need to hide what happened today for me. Just say that I was crazy and killed people randomly. It is none of your business. Bye now." Lin Feng smiled at everyone, then turned and left. Without the burden, he suddenly felt relaxed. No more hiding. When he arrived at a deserted place, Lin Feng used the positioning teleportation skill of Skywalker boots. The next moment, he appeared in the hotel in Qingxi town and took a look at the harvest. There were a large number of level 90 equipment, including many level 60 equipment. He picked out some level 60 equipment and put them on himself. After equipping the shadow cloak and putting on the mask, his temperament changed greatly and he was not easily recognized. Check the system messages. The system had already reminded him when he reached level 60. The second-level career advancement task is to go to the Silent Sea and hunt a sea monster. The Sea of Silence is located southeast of Dragon Country, and the journey is quite long. He took out the admission ticket to the Forgotten Land and took a look, and found that there were only 5 hours left before the secret realm opened. You can only wait until you come out of the secret realm before you can do the second-level quest. What he needs to do now is to convert all those millions of credit points into attributes. In the underground palace of the Assassin's League. What, dead? Shadow received the message and exclaimed in surprise. Beside him, Xueren frowned. "Why are you so flustered?" Shadow's face was grim. The 2 level 90 assassins sent to Wumang Mountain are dead. When they last contacted headquarters, they had already arrived at the village. Not long after that, we noticed that their friend lists had dimmed. As for what happened to them and how they died, it is not clear yet. Waste. Xueren said with a gloomy face, "If you can't even handle such a small matter, what's the use of you?" "My lord, there is something fishy about this matter." Shadow continued, "After learning of the 2 deaths, a colleague nearby went to check and found that many people in the village had died. The deceased were all from a small enterprise in Tianfeng City, and the villagers there were all miners from this enterprise. After careful investigation, the murderer was most likely Lin Feng." "Is there such a thing?" Xueren's face was full of doubts. What were the strengths of those dead people? "4 will get 1 turn, 6 will get 2 turns, Shadow said and then fell silent. Hee. Hearing this, Xueren looked amused. "He's a newcomer, at best he's only level 1, you said he killed 6 level 2 warriors, don't you think it's ridiculous?" "That's what your excellency said." Shadow nodded. "It's really incredible, so I think there are 2 possibilities. First, that company belongs to the Lin family. If the Lin family wants to block the news and create a false impression, we will have no way to tell. Second, that kid is protected by a master. He killed so cleanly and efficiently, he must be at least a 4th-level master, or even a 5th-level master. Involving the Lin family." Xueren narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. "The Lin family is very powerful. It's not worth it to create friction with the Lin family for this kid. This matter ends here." Suddenly, his cell phone rang. After taking it out and looking at it, he quickly stood up with a respectful look. Yes, okay, I understand. Don't worry, it will be done." After hanging up the call, a trace of confusion flashed in Xueren's eyes, and then he ordered, "Shadow, pass the order on. Issue a bloody killing order and hunt down Lin Feng with all your might." "What?" Hearing this, Shadow was surprised. "Sir, why would you issue a blood-killing order to deal with a newcomer?" If he remembered correctly, the last time he used the blood-killing order was 5 years ago, and the target was the fourth strongest man at that time. It only took 3 days for the strongman to die in a secret place. Once the bloody killing order is issued, no one can survive. An hour after Lin Feng left the village, suddenly, several streaks of light came from the sky and quickly landed in the village. They were several old men. One of them suddenly raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "There is a field fluctuation." They soon arrived at Lin Feng's house and found a pool of blood on the ground. That's the fourth brother's aura for sure. That girl actually made a breakthrough. This is a big problem. Don't alarm the ancestor about the death of the fourth brother for now. Several people's faces were full of worry. Suddenly an old man came in from outside and said, "I asked, she didn't take the little guy away." Someone said, "Find him and bring him back. As long as her son is in our hands, she won't dare to do anything wrong. I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. With our level, we can't enter many places. It's just a small matter. You can assign someone under you to do it. He's just a newcomer with F-level talent. It's got to be this way." On the other side, Lin Feng came to the trading house. At this moment, he was thinking about one thing in his mind. His mother said that the reason why the first group of professionals 100 years ago have survived to this day is related to the secret realm of the Forgotten Land that is about to open. However, Kaiyuan Gungan said that the major forces were fighting for the Forgotten Land because of some kind of medicinal herbs that were related to alchemists. Could it be possible to refine a potion that could increase longevity? This is unheard of. In the demonized world, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually grow old with time. Shaking his head, Lin Feng put aside all distracting thoughts and started shopping. I searched for the flying sword technique. There are more than 200 copies on sale, each priced at 900 credit points, and the price has actually increased. But he had plenty of money now, so he just bought it all. It took a few more minutes to absorb all the flying sword techniques. Now, with one flying sword technique, he could stack up 256 swords. If the target is large enough, the damage will be increased by 256 times. Unfortunately, the professional is so small that he can only hit about 20 to 30 swords at the same time. Next, he bought all the low-level white equipment and devoured them. The attack reaches 50,000, the health points are 200,000, and the armor is 60,000. These basic attributes alone are equivalent to those of an ordinary third-level professional. Then he bought a bunch of backpacks of various levels. After consuming them, the backpack space now has more than 6,000 grids. Basic swordplay, buy all. Now the sword damage bonus has reached a terrifying 2,135%, which is equivalent to 21 times the damage, which is doubled than before. Then he bought a few defensive skills that only meat shields could learn to save his life. There is also a high-level rare skill, Magic Shield. When it is turned on, mana can be used instead of health consumption, which is very practical. As well as some scattered skills that added attributes, a total of more than 1 million credit points were spent. Lin Feng withdrew from the trading house only when there were really no low-priced items to buy. Although there are still many skills with good effects, the cost performance is really not that good. In fact, he wanted to buy a Grandmaster Blacksmith certificate, make his own equipment and then devour it. Because he just discovered two good things. Design of the Helmet of Courage, excellent. Level 10. Attributes, Armor plus 12, Agility plus 5, HP plus 1%. Required materials, Iron ore *2, Animal skin *2. A junior blacksmith is required. Price, 700 credits. Healing bracelet design, excellent. Level 20. Attributes, Strength plus 4, Intelligence plus 6, Health recovery per second plus 5. Required materials, Iron ore *2, Animal bones *3. A junior blacksmith is required. Price, 600 credits. Although you can get a lot of equipment by killing monsters, those are all white equipment without any additional attribute entries. These two pieces of equipment, one with a percentage of health points, and the other with health recovery per second. As long as they can be produced in large quantities, he can improve the attributes in a targeted manner. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the higher the success rate of forging equipment, and there is even a chance to upgrade the equipment and enhance its attributes. Unfortunately, the highest certificate currently sold by the trading house is only the Senior Blacksmith Certificate, which costs tens of thousands of credit points. However, there are also shops opened by other professionals and major forces in the town, which may have what he wants. After leaving the trading house, Lin Feng went to the commercial street to stroll around. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, some selling equipment, some selling skill books and so on. One of the shops with a huge storefront caught Lin Feng's attention. Wanbao Pavilion, affiliated to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in Longhua, just like Fujia Trading Company. Lin Feng was wearing a mask at this time, so he was not afraid of being recognized easily, and walked in with big strides. "What would you like to buy, VIP?" Immediately, a beautiful receptionist came over and said, "We are currently holding a promotion. No matter how much you spend, you have a chance to get your bill free." "Oh, there is a chance, but the chance is infinitely close to zero, right?" Lin Feng was disdainful in his heart. This was just a trick to fool children. "Do you have a vocational certificate in life skills here?" "Of course." "What level does the VIP want?" When the beautiful receptionist heard this, the smile on her face faded a little. It seemed that this was another person from a newly established brick-moving studio. People like this were usually very poor. "I want a master blacksmith certificate," Lin Feng said lightly. "What? Grandmaster level?" The beautiful receptionist was stunned for a moment. She looked at Lin Feng carefully and asked, "Are you sure you want a Grandmaster level 1? Please wait a moment, VIP. I will ask the manager to come and talk to you in detail." The beautiful receptionist seemed to be frightened and left quickly. This made Lin Feng a little confused. Was it necessary to make such a fuss about buying a Grandmaster level certificate? Not long after, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over and said with a smile, "Dear guest, my surname is Zhao, and I am the account manager of Wanbao Pavilion. Grandmaster Blacksmith Certificate, this store sells it for 120,000. 120,000. So expensive." Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Grandmaster Alchemist Certificate he bought from the auction of Fujia Trading Company only cost 100,000. This is the market price, the same price for all stores across the country. Manager Zhao said with a smile. "Okay, I'll take it." Lin Feng didn't waste any words. Instead of spending his time bargaining, he might as well use it to improve his strength so that he could earn more money. "Okay." Manager Zhao smiled and continued, "Are you buying this for a certain master? Do you need the basic materials? If a blacksmith wants to be promoted to a higher level, in addition to obtaining a certificate, he must also gain sufficient skills and experience, so he needs a lot of basic materials, which most people cannot afford." Lin Feng asked, "Of course we need the materials, what's the price?" "Please rest assured, almost all the goods in our store are sold at market prices," Manager Zhao said with a smile, and then took Lin Feng to the counter selling materials. Lin Feng took a look and found that the price was indeed the same as that in the trading house, so he bought 200,000 credit points of basic materials in one go, occupying more than 1,000 grids, and could forge nearly 20,000 pieces of equipment in total. When Lin Feng packed all the materials into his backpack, all the staff at Wanbao Pavilion were stunned. My God, even if those materials can be stacked, they will take up thousands of grids. How did he do that? Even the best space backpack only has 500 slots. Manager Zhao also looked incredulous and asked, "Dear guest, where are the materials? Can they fit in your backpack?" Lin Feng naturally didn't explain and just turned around and left. Etc. Manager Zhao shouted from behind. Lin Feng frowned. Is it possible that the same bloody plot as in the black shop is going to happen to him? He has positioning teleportation, so there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. Anything else? Lin Feng turned his head coldly. "Dear distinguished guest, would you like to participate in our store's free meal promotion?" Manager Zhao said with a smile on his face. Activity. Just when Lin Feng was surprised. Suddenly, someone in the distance shouted, "Ha ha ha, 20% off. I got a 20% discount." Seeing that person's excited look, Lin Feng was puzzled that there really was an activity. Then join us. He wanted to see whether the luck value would affect the probability of winning the lottery. How do I participate? Lin Feng followed Manager Zhao to a machine. You stand on the machine, and it will generate a puppet with corresponding attributes based on your level and occupation. You attack the puppet, and the amount of reward is calculated based on the amount of damage done. Lin Feng followed Manager Zhao's instructions and stood up. Then, a puppet wrapped in iron sheet appeared out of thin air in front of him. Level 60, Sword Class, puppet armor will fluctuate between 3,000 to 20,000, and will change randomly every second. Manager Zhao explained with a smile, you can only launch one attack. As long as the damage exceeds 5,000, you will win the first prize and get the meal for free. Are you sure? Lin Feng's expression suddenly became subtle. He originally thought it was a matter of luck, but he didn't expect that he would also have to consider the damage. Isn't this a professional match? Of course. Manager Zhao walked to the machine and entered a string of numbers. You just spent 320,000 credit points. The discount you will receive later will be directly returned to you in the corresponding credit points. Seeing this, many employees around started to laugh. They actually all know that this is a complete scam. They say that the armor fluctuates randomly, but in fact it has been secretly changed. The minimum armor will not be less than 10,000. For a level 60 sword class, no damage can be dealt at all. If geniuses from those big forces come, they will also secretly change the armor and magic resistance to a higher level. But there are always some people who are very confident in their own abilities and think that they can get free meals, so they will go shopping crazily. Thanks to this activity, their store's monthly performance is among the best in the industry. Sure enough, that fool wanted to buy something again. Under the teasing eyes of all the employees of Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Feng waved his hand and bought another 300,000 worth of materials, as well as some blueprints and equipment, and some rare skills, which cost a total of another 700,000. Manager Zhao's smile was harder to suppress than AK at this moment. He suppressed his smile and entered the number 1.32 million on the machine. Come on, young man, start your performance. As he spoke, Manager Zhao secretly changed the puppet's armor to the highest 20,000 for safety reasons, and also adjusted the magic resistance to 80%. After all, the amount is quite large, and even a 10% discount would still result in a considerable loss. Lin Feng asked with some concern, if I get a discount, in what form will the credit points be given to me? Manager Zhao said with a smile, don't worry, the credit points will be transferred directly to your account without going through our hands. That's good. I was afraid that you would default on your debt. Lin Feng smiled. Then he drew out the magic sword Fen Ji without hesitation. Devil Flame Sword Light. Wild Wind Slash. Elemental Resonance. Cursed Mark. It feels so good not to have to hide my strength. In an instant, a violent aura surged, and the demon sword Fen Ji underwent a drastic change, with layer upon layer of raging energy surrounding it. The last skill, Cursed Mark, was what he had just bought from the store. After using it, the next attack would ignore 35% of the target's defense. The next moment, Lin Feng's ordinary attack hit the puppet. Under everyone's shocked gazes, countless terrifying damage numbers appeared on the puppet, each of which had hundreds of thousands of damages, and there was even a critical damage of over 1 million. Immediately afterwards, the puppet exploded into countless pieces. The machine also sounded a sharp and rapid alarm. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared at the scene in a daze. Even some passers-by in front of the store stopped, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. At this time, Lin Feng also received the news that he had won the first prize and was directly exempted from the bill. The system prompted that 1.32 million credit points had been credited to his account. As soon as the money arrived, Lin Feng directly started the swift wind step and his figure disappeared on the spot. Dear guest, wait a moment. Before Manager Zhao could react, he realized that the person was missing. Where are the people? Where did they go? Isn't he a swordsman? Why is he invisible? Oh my God, what did he do? How come the puppet broke directly? I have never seen such a thing before. How can a level 60 swordsman have hundreds of thousands of damage? Boss, is there a bug with your puppet? Why was it chopped into pieces? Boss, I want to participate in the free meal event, are there any puppets? Who just said that he could participate in the event? Stand up. Lin Feng ignored the chaos in the store behind him. He quickly came to the teleportation array and was directly teleported to Yanlong City. At the same time, in a dense forest, many assassins were seen shuttling through the jungle. Behind each of them, there was a large group of monsters roaring and chasing after them. These people were well-trained and well-coordinated, and they quickly lured all the monsters together. Rain of destruction. Lin Shuer gave a delicate cry, and a magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless fireballs fell from the magic circle and drowned the group of monsters below. Along with the monsters' screams, damage numbers in the tens of thousands popped up, and soon the monsters were cleared out. Lin Shuer's body flashed with golden light, and she was upgraded. Finally reached level 40. Lin Shuer wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but open the level list. She wants to take the top spot on the ranking list before the Forgotten Land opens. Lin Shuer opened the level list and saw that Feng Xiao, who was ranked first, was already level 60. What? Lin Shuer couldn't believe it. The higher the level, the more experience required. She had hundreds of people from the Tianao League helping her to attract monsters and level up, and several high-level auxiliary professionals helping her to continuously add buff. She thought that her leveling speed was at least 10 times faster than the other parties. But unexpectedly, even though she didn't even have a moment's rest, her level was still far behind. Hateful. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth and said, the magic weapon he has must have a huge experience bonus. Captain Blood Eagle. Mississippi. Lin Shuer couldn't help but say, we have so many experts in Tianao League, don't we have any magical tools that can increase experience? Can't you lend them to me? Miss, of course there is, but... Blood Eagle said with difficulty, the immortal weapons we have basically been upgraded to level 180. Even if I give them to you, you can't equip them. Moreover, even if you can equip it, even if the leader of the alliance says so, no one will be willing to lend it to you. Immortal weapons are the foundation of our existence and are more important than our lives. Hearing this, Lin Shuer's eyes were filled with reluctance. She just felt that she was in great pain. He was clearly the first SSR talent in history, with numerous honors gathered in one, but he was defeated by Feng Xiao repeatedly. Not only did he lose the Rookie King competition, but he was also surpassed by his opponent in the level list and equipment list. The key is that the harder she tries, the less hope she sees of surpassing the other person. Ding ding. Just then, the communication rang. Lin Shuer saw that it was Xiao Zhantian and quickly answered the call. Leader. Lin Shuer, I have a task for you. Master, please speak. This time in the Forgotten Land secret realm, I want you to win over someone. Don't make any mistakes again. Who? Your ex-boyfriend, Lin Feng. Who are you talking about? At the same time, in the headquarters building of the Professional Alliance, Xiao Zhantian, honorary chairman of the Professional Alliance, sat in the main seat, and below him were representatives of various major forces. Everyone, I have urgently summoned you because something big has happened. Xiao Zhantian looked at the people below with an expressionless face. The Assassins' League's bloody killing order has appeared again. What? Making trouble again? These guys are really tired of living. Damn it. These sinister bastards just like to play dirty tricks. If they let me know the location of their lair, I will definitely uncover it. A few years ago, our president died under the bloody killing order. We, the Temple of the Kings, and the Assassins' League are sworn enemies. Who are they going to kill this time? Who has angered them again? I heard that there was a little friction between the Tianao League and the Assassin League not long ago. Could this blood-killing order be used against Chairman Xiao? This is a declaration of war on our professional alliance. The people below were all very angry and were talking about it. Everyone is curious about who is the target that made the Assassins' League launch the bloody killing order at all costs. Xiao Zhantian looked at the information about Lin Feng in his hand, his eyes full of confusion, and then he slowly said, the target of this blood-killing order is not a member of the top 5 guilds, nor a member of the top 16 guilds. The information has been sent to you, please read it for yourself. There is an electronic screen in front of everyone sitting below. They only saw the screen flash, and Lin Feng's photo appeared on it. Who is this? He looks very young. A young talent from some big family. He looks quite unfamiliar. Wait. Is this the newcomer? F-level talent? Are you kidding me? In order to deal with a newcomer with F-level talent, you deployed the blood-killing order. Is the League of Assassins crazy? Is there something special about this newcomer? Yes, the members of the Assassins League are not fools. The reason they issued the bloody killing order at all costs is either for revenge or for profit. Could it be? Many people suddenly thought of something and were shocked. A vendetta is naturally unlikely. The Assassins League has been established for nearly 100 years. How could it be possible that it would have a grudge against a newcomer? Then it could be that this newcomer has some important treasure or secret that the Assassins League wants to get at any cost. Ahem, I suddenly remembered that Lin Feng seems to be the son of a distant relative of mine. I'd like to trouble you all to mobilize your forces to help me find him. I will reward you handsomely afterwards. What bullshit are you talking about? Hasn't your Zhang family been a single-family for 3 generations? How can a distant relative come from here? To be honest, this person is a descendant of my Lin family's bloodline. My Lin family must protect him. Stop bragging. Lin Shuer's last name is also Lin, why don't you say she's also from your Lin family? Alright. Xiao Zhantian couldn't help but frown and shouted, as members of the professional alliance, you naturally have the responsibility to uphold the laws of the alliance. The blood-killing order challenges the dignity of the entire professional alliance and must be severely punished. We should also do our utmost to protect those who are to be killed by the blood-killing order. As for which faction Lin Feng is willing to join, it is entirely up to him and no one is allowed to force him. Humph. Don't think I don't know. Suddenly someone stood up and said in a sarcastic tone, it was widely rumored a while ago that this Lin Feng seemed to be the lover of the SSR talented girl you just recruited. You have this relationship with the Tianao League, so it would be easy to recruit him, right? There's still this. Isn't that the end? The secret of this kid must belong to Chairman Xiao. Not necessarily. I heard that Lin Shuer relied on the background of Tianao League to humiliate that boy repeatedly. The people below started chattering. Xiao Zhantian said impatiently, in short, you are all law enforcers of the alliance, please don't break the law knowingly. Once the alliance's laws lose their prestige, our dragon nation will become a mess. The wall of the sky and the abyss is about to be broken, and the national war is imminent. I don't want the Dragon Kingdom to be trampled on by enemies from other countries because of internal strife. The meeting is over, let's go. In the jungle. Lin Shuer asked in disbelief, Alliance leader, who did you just say you wanted to win over? I know it's hard for you to do this, but those who achieve great things don't care about small details. Only when you learn to let go of your dignity can you truly become a strong person. Xiao Zhantian's voice continued to be heard, find him, apologize, and try to get him into the Tianao League. This is impossible. Lin Shuer said with a ferocious expression, Alliance leader, why is this happening? I don't understand. He's a poor loser with an F-level talent. Why should I apologize to him? Why is he qualified to join the Tianao League? Lin Shuer. Xiao Zhantian said coldly, this is the order of the guild. The guild is not bargaining with you. If you can't even get over this psychological barrier, then you've let me down. After saying that, Xiao Zhantian hung up the phone. Lin Shuer stood there in a daze. In her mind, Xiao Zhantian's orders replayed over and over again, making her anger burn like a fanned flame, growing stronger and stronger. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms, but the pain was nothing compared to the torment in her heart. On the other side, Lin Feng teleported to Yanlong City. He first found a hotel and booked a room. The room cost 200 yuan a day, so he booked it for 7 days. He had no shortage of money. In fact, you can also buy a property that belongs to you completely, but it is very expensive, with the minimum starting price being tens of millions. There is no need for this now. When he came to the room, he cancelled the location of Qingxi Town and resettled it here. Then open your friends and contact them to get more money. Are you free now? I need to buy some things. Kaiyuangungan replied immediately, Boss, you are welcome anytime. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at the headquarters of the company. My people will be there soon, wait. After a moment. Downstairs of Fujia Trading Company's headquarters. Lin Feng saw the money rolling in. Mr. Lin, we meet again. Kaiyuangungan was all smiles. I wonder what the boss wants to buy. Any special equipment? Of course. After Kaiyuangungan finished speaking, he took Lin Feng and took the elevator to the 5th floor. This 5th floor is full of good stuff. Some items were not sold because they were too expensive, so they were stored here. The quality is good, but the price is a bit high. Look at this. Kaiyuangungan introduced it and took out an item from the display case. Reusable potion, it restores 200 HP and 100 mana per second. It lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. It can be used at level 30. The key is that it can be used infinitely. With this, we can save a lot of supplies. Should I try? Try it at will. Lin Feng picked up the potion and used it immediately. The blood recovery buff appeared and he used Devour Everything. Ding! Devoured successfully, HP restored plus 200 per second, mana restored plus 100 per second. How much? 3. Too expensive, I don't want it. Lin Feng discovered long ago that if a buff is swallowed and then added again, the effects will not be cumulative, so there is no need to buy it. It's so cool to get it for free. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. By the way, does your Chamber of Commerce have a special buff service? Of course. Kaiyuangungan said with a smile, the Forgotten Land is about to open, and hundreds of customers have already booked the buff service. But what's our relationship? I'll open the back door for you, so you don't have to wait in line. Lin Feng asked, can I try it? Try it. Kaiyuangungan, that is, Chen Chang, was stunned. Is there still a way to try this thing? What if your auxiliary professionals don't have enough skills and can't add buffs? Chen Chang patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry, there is no possibility. What if? If you can't add more, no money. Okay. Then you make the arrangements. I'll go after I finish shopping. Lin Feng had already started laughing in his heart. Chen Chang nodded. Okay, I'll contact him. As for the price, I'll give you a 30% discount, 700 credit points each. This made Lin Feng sigh. High-level auxiliary professionals really make money. Just by adding a buff, they can earn at least tens of thousands a day. However, it is difficult for high-level auxiliary professionals to change their jobs. They need to cultivate power, otherwise it will be difficult to succeed. Lin Feng asked again, do you have any equipment with buff skills? Chen Chang thought for a moment and said, there really is one. The goods arrived a few months ago, but because the seller asked for too high a price, no one has bought it yet. Then Chen Chang took out a stone from a corner. Philosopher's Stone, Special. Backpack carry works well. The carrier's own luck value is reduced by 50. Additional skills, the Favor of the Goddess of Luck, used to increase the luck value by 200 points, lasts for 3 seconds, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Requirements, any occupation. Try. Lin Feng immediately became interested. After a moment, he used Devour Everything, adding 200 to his luck value, and then he put the equipment back. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Chen Chang was speechless. Brother, I haven't made an offer yet. Fortunately, the skill was just on cooldown and would be restored after a day, so he didn't suffer any loss. There are many counters in the hall, and Lin Feng came to the counter in the center. Chen Chang explained, these are all things for high-level professionals. They have strict usage conditions and are very expensive. Lin Feng picked up something at random. Sky Boots, Special. Additional skills, Flying, use it to gain the ability to fly, lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Requirements, level 180 for all professions. Can the equipment still fly into the sky? He thought that those flying bosses all relied on flying mounts. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Although it only lasts 30 seconds, it can play a huge role in certain specific terrains. How much is this? 1,800,000. Let me ask. Lin Feng pretended to open the friend system, as if he was asking a senior professional. After all, with his status, it is impossible for him to be level 180. In fact, he was considering whether to buy it. The cooldown is 1 hour, but after his 75% cooldown reduction, the actual cooldown is only 15 minutes. I can fly for 30 seconds in 15 minutes. I bought it. This thing will be of great use at critical moments. After all, the teleportation skill of his Skywalker ring can only be used 3 times, and it takes an hour to recharge once. Soon, after paying, the pair of boots went into Lin Feng's backpack. It just requires level 180, which he can't equip, so he just swallows it. After swallowing, the equipment disappears and the skills are forced to be learned. Next, he saw another good thing. Phantom Mask, Special. The equipment can conceal its own information and resist any reconnaissance skills. Requirements: level 120 of any profession. This was something he had always wanted, and with this, he no longer had to worry about being discovered by high-level professionals. Chen Chong asked for 2.5 million yuan, and Lin Feng pretended to ask for a while before he reluctantly bought it. At this time, there were only 600,000 credit points left in his account. There are many other good things in the store, such as a flying sword that can carry people flying, which is a kind of mount. With it, you can fly freely in the sky. But the price was ridiculously high. Chen Chong said it was the treasure of the store and asked for several 100 million yuan. Lin Feng could only sigh in despair. After that, the auxiliary professionals arranged by Chen Chong arrived and added more than a dozen different buffs to Lin Feng. The price was not bad, and Lin Feng was too lazy to cheat them, so he paid the money. Then the buffs were swallowed one by one, and the attributes increased a lot. All attributes plus 20%, magic resistance plus 10%, final damage plus 10%, attack plus 10%, armor plus 15%, health recovery per second plus 350, mana recovery per second plus 150, movement speed plus 20%. Nowadays, the common buffs on the market have basically been devoured by him, and only the auxiliary professionals trained by the big forces have the more rare buff skills. Lin Feng went to the pharmacy again and bought a batch of medicines of various levels. After devouring, the health recovery per second has now reached a terrifying 3,500, and the mana recovery per second has reached 1,450. But Lin Feng felt that it was still too low, so he found a blacksmith shop affiliated with Fujia Trading Company. I took out the 2 drawings I had purchased earlier. Design of the Helmet of Courage, HP plus 1%. Design of Healing Bracelet, restores health plus 5 per second. Lin Feng asked, "Boss, I provide the materials, and you help me make the equipment, how much do you charge?" It was still too slow for him to do it alone. It would take him several days without eating or drinking to process tens of thousands of materials. It would be better to find someone else to do it for him. Anyway, he didn't need experience to upgrade his forging skills. The owner of the blacksmith shop was a lady dressed in voluptuous clothes. She asked in surprise, "These 2 pieces of equipment are of no value. They are of no use other than improving forging skills." "Don't worry about that. Just tell me how to charge. If you provide materials, it will be 2 credit points per finished product." "How many materials do you have?" Lin Feng took out all the materials and piled them into a small hill on the open space. Hiss. Everyone was stunned. "So much." "Boss, 1 credit point for each finished product. If you agree, sign the agreement. If not, I'll leave now." Lin Feng said expressionlessly. "Deal." The proprietress was very excited. This was a big order. After signing the agreement, Lin Feng left with peace of mind. With an agreement in place, he was not afraid of the other party doing something wrong. I looked at the time and there were still 3 hours before the Forgotten Land opened. Just as Lin Feng was strolling around, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Lin Feng." Lin Feng subconsciously turned his head and found a group of people coming over. The person leading them was Lin Jie. How did you recognize me? It really is Brother Feng. From a distance I looked like him, but I didn't expect it to be you. As soon as Lin Jie came up, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder enthusiastically. Lin Feng was suddenly depressed. He was actually tricked. Then, his eyes became subtle. Lin Jie, the pride of the Lin family, is also his enemy. If he comes to my door at this time, I'm afraid he has bad intentions. Is there anything wrong? Lin Feng asked lightly. Brother Feng. Lin Jie's face turned serious, and he said solemnly, on behalf of the Lin family, I formally invite you to join the Dark Knight Association. Join the Dark Knight Association? Haha. Lin Feng immediately laughed. How come I've never heard that your Dark Knight Association also accepts F-level talents? His father's death was related to the Lin family, so it was impossible for him to join the Dark Knight Association. Lin Jie said slowly, talent is not everything. Some people, even if they have weak talents, can still become powerful people in the future. Brother Feng, you are obviously such a person. Can you tell fortunes? If you don't know how to tell fortunes, how can you be so sure that I can become a strongman? Lin Jie smiled bitterly and said, don't pretend, Brother Feng. I know everything about you killing people above your level in Wumang Mountain. If it weren't for my Lin family helping you, I'm afraid the Professional Alliance would have sent people to arrest you long ago. Murder? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng said in astonishment, I am a newcomer with F-level talent, who can I kill? This. Lin Jie hesitated for a moment. Hearing the news from his family, he was also a little confused. As a newcomer himself, he knew clearly how difficult it was to kill a second-level professional at this level. Even for him, it would be very difficult to win against several second-level professionals without help from others. He personally didn't think Lin Feng could do it. The news was heard from local villagers, perhaps the villagers made a mistake. But no matter what, the task assigned to him by the family was to bring Lin Feng back. Lin Jie rolled his eyes and continued, Brother Feng, actually, I admire you more and want you to help me pursue Lin Shuer, so I want you to stay by my side. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I'm not asking you to be my follower. We are friends. Lin Feng refused directly, I'm very busy and don't have time to help you chase women. Goodbye. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Etc. Lin Jie stepped forward to stop Lin Feng, and then ordered several senior professionals nearby, stay away. After the people around him walked away, Lin Jie lowered his voice and said, Brother Feng, I have no choice. My family told me that you must join the guild, otherwise it will be difficult to report back. Besides, did you see that? Those people are all level 180 masters. If you refuse again, I can't help you. As long as you join the Dark Knight Association, my Lin family promises you that we will provide you with abundant resources to train you. Isn't this better than going forward alone in the dark? He he he. Lin Feng immediately sneered, first you play the emotional card, then use coercion and inducement, you really put a lot of effort into it. If I don't agree today, will I be unable to leave Yanlong City? Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Lin Jie said with a smile, if we use force on you, wouldn't that be a violation of the Alliance's laws? We sincerely want to invite you, Brother Feng, to join us. There is no need to force it. It's just that our Dark Knight Association has the power to enforce the law. Brother Feng, you are involved in the deaths of several people in Wumang Mountain. I have to ask you to go back and have a cup of tea. Is there any evidence? There are villagers who saw it and can serve as witnesses. Then if I say I saw you committing a crime, I can also be a witness. Hearing this, Lin Jie looked puzzled. He was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. It seems that there is some misunderstanding between us. Do you know something? The moment these words were spoken, several high-level professionals in the distance seemed to have received an order and took out their weapons, as if they were about to take action. The situation is very tense and ready to explode. We both know why you came to see me. Why do you have to make so many excuses? There was a look of disdain on Lin Feng's face. He could leave at any time and was not afraid at all. But at this moment, a fat man came from a distance, with a lot of people behind him. What are you doing? Lin Jie, are you Lin family going to start a war? Wang Yong walked over with a frown on his face. He had heard people say that they saw Lin Feng on the street before, and he thought that Lin Feng came to Yanlong City to find him, so he came to see. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived here, he saw Lin Jie and his men trying to attack Lin Feng. Bai Yong. Lin Jie frowned when he saw Wang Yong. It's none of your business. I advise you not to interfere. Aha. Wang Yong laughed immediately. You attacked my friend Bai Yong on my Bai family's territory, and you still say it's none of my business. As he said that, he stood in front of Lin Feng and looked at Lin Jie with disdain. I will stand here and will never fight back. The question is, do you dare to do it? Lin Jie looked at the dozen or so high-level professionals from the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance around him and fell silent. It's not just a matter of the number of people. Once he takes action, he will be declaring war on the Bai family on behalf of the Lin family, and he cannot bear this responsibility. Let's give the Bai family some face today and go. Lin Jie thought about it and then led his men away. After everyone left, Wang Yong sighed and said with a confused look in his eyes, Fengzi, what did you do? I heard that the Assassins' League issued a bloody kill order against you. Blood-killing order? Lin Feng was a little surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, maybe it was because he stole a skill key from the Assassins' League and angered the Assassins' League. Do you know what the blood-killing order means? Wang Yong said in a deep voice, as long as you take your head to the Assassins' League, you can receive a reward of 10 million. In the urban area, with the Professional Alliance as a deterrent, no one dares to take action. But once you go to a secret place like the Forgotten Land, you won't be held responsible for killing people and stealing treasures. Don't think about it. Many people from all the major forces are planning to attack you in the Land of Oblivion and take your head for money. But luckily you didn't have a turn, otherwise you couldn't enter the secret realm. I'll tell the Bai family later and find you a job. You can stay in Yanlong City from now on. It's not bad to live a simple life. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Who said I didn't turn? Ah. You've completed the first level. Wang Yong was surprised. I was thinking that I would help you complete the first level mission after I came out of the Forgotten Land. Lin Feng smiled and said, actually, my strength is not bad. I also want to try to enter the secret realm this time. The secret realm of the Forgotten Land was only accessible to first-level newcomers, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Are you really planning to enter the secret realm? Wang Yong said speechlessly, brother, please help me. You really don't understand the situation. Let me tell you this. Right now, our Iron Blood Warrior Alliance has over 3,000 members. Experts predict that this year, there will be at least 100,000 newcomers who can enter the secret realm of the Forgotten Land. I can't say that all of them have feelings for you, but at least tens of thousands of people do. How can you hold it? You can't hold it. We are all newcomers, there is nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng said calmly, even if everyone attacks me at the same time, I won't even frown when I run away. This made Wang Yong laugh, and he said helplessly, okay, you are awesome. If you want to go in and pursue opportunities, I won't stop you. But seriously, you have to act together with my Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. That way, no one should dare to attack you. Suddenly, Uncle Tai at the side spoke up, Master, this matter involves a lot of things, you should ask the head of the family before making a decision. Wang Yong frowned slightly and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. I'll go back and ask for instructions. Wait for my news. Don't bother, I can do it myself. Lin Feng shouted helplessly as he looked at Wang Yong's back. A moment later, Wang Yong met Bai Xiaolin, the head of the Bai family. Xiao Yong, your godfather can't help you with this matter. Bai Xiaolin said in a deep voice, if it's just an ordinary F-level talent, you can arrange it however you want. But now, this person has been targeted by various forces. Sending people to protect him means causing friction with other forces. And the things in the Forgotten Land are extremely important to the family, and we must not allow any mistakes to happen. I think you should understand what is more important. There are still 3 hours until the Forgotten Land opens. After Lin Feng said goodbye to Wang Yong, he returned to the hotel to rest. He hadn't had a proper sleep since coming out of the barren desert. He was physically and mentally exhausted and fell asleep quickly. Soon, 2.5 hours passed, the alarm clock rang, and Lin Feng woke up suddenly. It was a dream, but not a nightmare. In his dream, he discovered that his shadow clone could summon clones, and the clone's clone could summon clones. So his clones soon filled every corner of the world. He was squeezed by the clones to the point of having difficulty breathing, and then he woke up in shock. Strange dream. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had tried it a long time ago and there was no bug. The clone did not have the skill to summon another clone, and the equipment on the clone could not be removed or swallowed. Looking at the time, there are still 30 minutes before the secret realm of the Forgotten Land is opened. Lin Feng washed up briefly and then went out. He first went to purchase some daily necessities. Now that he had money and a huge space in his backpack, he simply bought enough food and drinks to last a year. Anyway, they would not rot in the space in the backpack. Then he bought some props for taming pets, spending a total of 200,000. Because there are many creatures in the Forgotten Land, they are very suitable to be used as pets and mounts. Then Lin Feng came to the blacksmith shop. After 2.5 hours of hard work by 2 senior blacksmiths, they have now forged about 1,500 pieces of each type of finished equipment. Lin Feng paid the fee and took the equipment away. Then he got a headache. It took him several minutes to devour less than 500 pieces. Who the hell designed this talent? Can't it be swallowed all at once? Lin Feng was very depressed. However, after devouring 500 pieces of equipment, his attributes have also improved significantly. The health percentage increased by 260%, the total health has exceeded 700,000, 4750 health is restored per second, and another 5%, 35,000, is restored every 10 seconds. Calculated in this way, his health recovery per second has reached a terrifying 8250. At this stage, the health of an ordinary first-level player is only around 5,000 to 20,000, which is dozens of times less than his. He estimated that this tankiness had already reached the top level of the third-level meat tank profession. Just as Lin Feng was waiting for the countdown to the secret realm, the proprietress of the blacksmith shop chased out. "My dear guest, you want so many low-level equipment. I guess you want to decompose the essence of the equipment and use it to strengthen it, right? Our store also offers enhanced services, where master blacksmiths will personally perform the work, and the success rate is guaranteed. Do you want it?" "No." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I have my own enhancer. But I do have a favor to ask of you. Please speak, distinguished guest. Help me collect a large amount of low-level white equipment. I'll take as many as you can get. The price will be based on the market price." After thinking for a while, Lin Feng continued, "I also need low-level skill books. Duplicate ones are fine. I have other uses for them." He would be in the Forgotten Land for several days and had no time to keep an eye on the online trading house. He might as well pay others to do it. It would be easy for him to make money anyway. "No problem." The lady boss smiled, "But, this deposit." Lin Feng nodded, "I'll pay you a deposit of 300,000 first, and I'll refund you the difference later." The lady boss took the 300,000 credit points and smiled, "Boss, you are so generous. My name is Lu Jinchai, add me as a friend so we can keep in touch." "Your last name is Lu?" Lin Feng was stunned. He thought of his mother. "Is there anything wrong?" Lu Jinchai asked doubtfully. "It's okay." Lin Feng shook his head and continued, "I don't have the habit of adding friends. That's it. I'll come back in a few days." "Okay, dear guest, take care." When the time came, Lin Feng crushed the admission ticket to the Forgotten Land and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, various major forces were gathering, and countless newcomers entered the Forgotten Land. Tianao League. Xiao Zhantian looked at the people in front of him with a serious expression. "Xiao Chen, Xiao Ming, the two of you must do your best to assist Lin Shuer and bring the thing back." "Yes." "Leader," the two shouted in unison. Lin Shuer, don't forget the mission I gave you. Xiao Zhantian continued, when you meet Feng Xiao, you must not make him your enemy, and put the mission first. And Lin Feng, if you see him in there, try to win him over and bring him back to see me. Yes, leader. I'll remember that. Lin Shuer said after taking a deep breath. Go ahead. On the other side, the Lin family. Grandpa, why do you have to bring Lin Feng back? Lin Jie asked the old man in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Since he has a grudge against our family, wouldn't it be better to just kill him? He can't die yet, bring him back alive. The old man said expressionlessly, listen carefully, this is more important than snatching treasure from the forgotten land. I understand, Grandpa. By family. There were two young men standing in the hall. At the main seat, a middle-aged man was giving a lecture. Feiyu, Xiaoyong. The details of the mission in the Forgotten Land have been sent to you. Remember, the mission is more important than anything else. Especially Xiaoyong, if I find out that you have affected the family's mission because of Lin Feng, don't blame me for punishing you. I understand, Godfather. Wang Yong looked a little unhappy. Bai Feiyu, with a sunny face, patted Wang Yong on the shoulder and said with a smile, if anyone bullies your friend, I will help you beat him up after we get out. Ding! Congratulations to player Feng Xiao for entering the secret realm of the Forgotten Land. There are many hidden treasures and rare items in the secret realm, waiting for players to discover. At the same time, dangers are everywhere, so please be careful. Countdown to the end of the secret realm, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, and Lin Feng couldn't help but put his hand out to cover it. I could hear the sound of waves hitting the beach, and the sea breeze, with a slightly salty smell, brushed across my nose. Behind me is the endless blue sea, sparkling with waves that connect with the sky. This is a sandy beach. 100 meters ahead is a dense jungle, and further away are mountains and forests. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and saw an incredible sight. At the end of the mountains, you can vaguely see a giant tree standing proudly. Its branches and leaves seem to stretch into outer space, covering a large area of the sky and forming a vast canopy. Although Lin Feng had seen this scene in textbooks a long time ago, he still felt an unprecedented spiritual shock, and unconsciously developed a feeling of insignificance and inferiority in his heart. According to previous studies, this is a forgotten island where countless prehistoric beasts live. They are everywhere and are intelligent. They not only know how to surround and kill prey in groups, but also know how to disguise and launch sneak attacks. And that giant tree is called the Tree of Life. No one knows how it appeared, and no one has ever set foot on the place where the Tree of Life is rooted. The Forgotten Land map is divided into several areas. The outermost area is the beach, which is also the safest place with almost no danger. Further inside is a dense jungle with many ancient ruins. A treasure chest will be randomly refreshed in each relic. It is said that someone has found a magic weapon in a treasure chest, but no one knows whether it is true or not. Every year, countless players fight to the death for the treasure chest. Just a few seconds after Lin Feng appeared, flashes of light appeared on the surrounding beaches, and countless new people arrived. Seeing this, Lin Feng rushed into the woods first. But at this moment, 2 players noticed Lin Feng. Brother Kai, that person is wearing a mask, could it be? It must be him. Who else but him would be so wretched? This is a walking 10 million, Brother Kai. Chase him, wait until he's in a deserted place, and then kill him. The 2 of them excitedly chased in the direction Lin Feng left. As soon as Lin Feng entered the jungle, he found a huge python wrapped around a tree, staring at him. The next moment, the python suddenly attacked and bit Lin Feng. In a flash, Lin Feng raised his hand and grabbed the python. He used both hands to pull it hard, and the python broke into 2 pieces. This was a level 40 monster with about 30,000 HP, but his bare-handed attack power was over 50,000, so he killed it instantly with ease. After killing the python, a key emitting blue light dropped. Treasure chest key, rare, can open all treasure chests below the rare level. The monsters here will not drop equipment, but there is a small chance of dropping treasure chest keys. It is useless to find the treasure chest in the ruins. You need the corresponding key to open the treasure chest. In addition, the quantity and quality of the treasure chest shipments are determined by the luck of the person who opens it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. His current luck value has reached a terrifying 1221 points. I wonder what good things will come out of it. A treasure chest key was discovered. Oh my god, it's still blue. This guy is so lucky. Two shocked voices came from behind. The professional named Brother Kai and his little brother just caught up and saw this scene, and they couldn't help but look shocked. Because the drop rate of treasure chest keys is terribly low. Except for those elite monsters, ordinary monsters basically do not drop treasure chest keys. And this guy in front of me actually got a key as soon as he came in. It's really outrageous. Brother, sell this key to me, name a price. A strange look flashed in Brother Kai's eyes, and he said to Lin Feng with a smile. 100,000. Lin Feng said lightly. With his luck, he has no worries about not having keys, so it would be nice if he could sell some. Brother, you're going a bit too far. 100,000. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Brother Kai's face suddenly turned ferocious and he pulled out his weapon. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Hurry up! Someone is robbing." There were already quite a few people rushing into the jungle, and when they heard the noise, they all came over here. The treasure chest key. Is it real or fake? Hasn't the secret realm just been opened? How come someone got the key? Many people looked surprised. This is the guy who stole my treasure chest key. Brother Kai yelled, I told everyone to split the money from selling the keys equally, but he insisted on keeping it all. Can you guys please judge for yourself? This is too disgusting. This is the kind of person I hate the most. I'll help you get it back, but you have to give me half of the money from selling it. Boy, if you know what's best for you, leave your key and go, otherwise. Many people came over with weapons. They are more interested in getting a piece of the pie rather than helping others. After all, even if you can't find the treasure chest, you can still sell the key to those big forces at a high price and get a considerable reward. Seeing this, Lin Feng put away the key and said calmly, if you want to grab the key, you can follow me, but your life and death are at your own risk. After saying that, he turned and walked into the depths of the jungle. Only a group of people behind him were left with solemn expressions. Brother Kai, isn't this kid a little too calm? Why does he feel a little weird? The younger brother said in confusion, there are so many of us here, and he doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Brother Kai also frowned slightly, it seems that this person must be Lin Feng. It turns out that those who can make the Assassin's League issue a bloody killing order are not simple characters. Then shall we continue to chase? What the hell, it's hard to make money like that. It's better to sell him information, you can make money just as well, but you don't have to take risks yourself. The corner of Kai's mouth curled up. At the same time, on the beach in the East 2 area, several assassins had just come in. Boss Shadow, there is news about Lin Feng. He is in the South Area 1 and has just entered the jungle. Contact all members of the Assassin's League in the South District immediately and hunt down Lin Feng. The men called Shadow looked solemn and said in a deep voice, remember, after you find the target, don't act immediately. Wait for me to come over. Of course. Lin Feng's head must belong to the Shadow Boss. Who would dare to snatch it from you? The younger brother next to him said with a smile. Not only the Assassin's League, but all major forces also got the news that Lin Feng was in the South District at the first time. On the Tianao League side, Lin Xuer's face became extremely ugly. Lin Xuer, what a coincidence. Your lover is also in the South District. Maybe we can meet him later. I don't know what's so special about this guy that the leader wants to win him over. Lin Xuer, I know you have conflicts, but you can't disobey the leader's orders. Xiao Qian and Xiao Ming spoke one after another. They are all descendants of the Xiao family. Because they have awakened good talents, they have directly become the direct descendants of the Xiao family. Compared with Lin Xuer, they think that they have a closer relationship with the Tianao League. Lin Xuer took a deep breath and said, it's true that we want to win him over, but it's more important to snatch the treasure chest. As long as he can hold on, we will eventually meet him in the ruins. In fact, she was praying in her heart that Lin Feng would die in the area ahead, so that she wouldn't have to give up her dignity to make this request. Xiaochen shook his head. I hope that guy doesn't run into a swarm of mosquitoes. The other side. Lin Feng looked at the dense mosquitoes in the forest ahead and his scalp went numb. Each of these mosquitoes is as big as a human head, with sharp mouthparts and claws that can easily tear a person into pieces. One of the 3 major disasters in the forest area was actually witnessed by me. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This monster is called the vampire mosquito. It is a level 50 monster with a low health point of only 30,000. But the key point is that this kind of mosquito is a social monster. Once it arouses hatred, it will attack people in an overwhelming manner. Throughout history, many gifted people had their brains sucked dry by giant vampire mosquitoes. People are terrified when talking about them, and no one dares to challenge their hegemony. You have been the king for so many years, but you are unlucky to have met me. Lin Feng sneered, and instead of retreating, he took the initiative to move forward. In the distance, several players saw this scene. Oh my god, giant blood-sucking mosquitoes. The mosquito swarm is actually in the South District. Wait. There seems to be someone in front. What is he going to do? He's crazy. How dare he go forward? Run. If we alert the mosquitoes, there will be no living creatures for miles around. Wait a minute, I'll post to moments. West District. The Iron Blood Warrior Alliance simply gathered the people nearby and formed a team of hundreds of people. Bai Feiyu and Wang Yong happened to be not far away from each other, so they walked together. Wang Yong looked absent-minded, as if he was thinking about something troubled. Bai Feiyu, who was standing by, suddenly stopped and said in disbelief, Wang Yong, look online, someone has posted something. Oh. It's related to Lin Feng. What? Wang Yong quickly logged into the internet and immediately found a post with a picture. The brave man is fearless. Or is he not wearing glasses? Below is a picture showing Lin Feng's back as he walked towards the swarm of mosquitoes from a distance. There are many people replying below. I have 2 tea eggs, did this guy forget to bring his brain when he went out? Baba, have a safe journey, kid. The ancient Greek god in charge of the Holy Grail, look at my name, add what you need. When Wang Yong saw the back figure in the picture, his eyes narrowed. Of course he recognized the equipment on the men in the picture. It was definitely Lin Feng. Wind. He closed his eyes in pain. No one can be immune from the 3 major disasters in forest areas. This is an iron rule that no one can break. That's good now. You don't have to worry about your friend's safety anymore. Bai Feiyu patted Wang Yong on the shoulder and said, be strong. We'll kill these damn mosquitoes later. On the other side, Lin Shuer also saw the news. Xiao Chen, you're such a badass. You just finished talking when this guy ran into a swarm of mosquitoes. Xiao Ming said, looking confused, it's just that this guy doesn't seem to have any intention of running away, which is a bit strange. Xiao Chen shook his head. At this distance, the mosquitoes will surely be alerted. He will be dead. Lin Shuer was secretly delighted in her heart, but her face was slightly sad as she said, I have already let go of the past grudges, but I didn't expect him to. It seems that he will never be able to join the Tianao League. At this moment, she felt extremely relaxed. Because she no longer has to kowtow and apologize to Lin Feng. What a pity, 10 million is gone. Xiao Ming shook his head. However, they didn't know that Lin Feng was fine at the moment. After alarming the swarm of mosquitoes, a dark mass rose in the forest, blocking out the sky and the sun. In just a moment, the swarm of mosquitoes came close and surrounded Lin Feng within a dozen meters. All he could see were mosquitoes. However, when these mosquitoes bit Lin Feng, the damage numbers just exceeded 100. This is a poison attack attached to the attack of the vampire giant mosquito, and the physical damage cannot break Lin Feng's defense at all. While on the way, Lin Feng did not stop devouring equipment. At this moment, his health volume had reached 900,000, and he was recovering more than 10,000 health points per second. Since these mosquitoes are huge, only less than 30 of them can attack Lin Feng at the same time, and the damage they cause cannot keep up with his blood recovery speed. After confirming that there would be no danger, Lin Feng took out the magic sword Fenji. Devil Shadow Sword Formation. Buzz. The sound of swords rang out, and 6 long swords appeared out of thin air around Lin Feng, spinning rapidly around him. Damage figures in the millions popped up one after another. Any mosquito that came close fell under the piercing sword. Next. Devil Flame Sword Light. Wild Wind Slash. Elemental Resonance. Add all buffs, then. Flying Sword Technique. Lin Feng threw out the magic sword, and more than 200 swords appeared in an instant. The magic sword pierced through the mosquito's body and continued to attack forward, triggering an elemental explosion at the same time, and dense damage numbers popped up. In an instant, countless mosquito corpses fell like rain. This sword killed at least 500 mosquitoes. Another huge gap appeared in the area in front of him, but it was immediately filled by mosquitoes that continued to rush forward and attack Lin Feng with their fangs and claws. And on the ground, next to the mosquito corpses, there were dozens of keys shining brightly. If someone saw this, they would probably go crazy. They hardly got one treasure chest key a day, but here they were all over the ground. Flying Sword Technique. Flying Sword Technique. The skill is used once per second and can kill hundreds of mosquitoes each time. So cool. Lin Feng just felt his blood boiling. In less than a moment, the ground was densely packed with treasure chest keys, mosquito corpses, and exploded materials. But at this time, the nearby mosquitoes seemed to have received some orders, and they fled from Lin Feng and flew towards the horizon. Hey, don't run. Lin Feng chased after them and used another flying sword technique, leaving dozens of corpses behind. Isn't it known as one of the 3 great disasters? Why would you run away? Lin Feng was depressed. The terrain in the forest is complex. If he wants to chase, he will have to use flying skills, which is not necessary. Lin Feng gave up the pursuit and went back to pick up all the keys. The giant mosquito's corpse also revealed a lot of materials. This time Lin Feng did not let them go and pick them all up. There were several thousand of them in total, which took up more than 20 grids when stacked up. After counting the harvest, there were more than 600 treasure chest keys in total, including 12 legendary keys, 35 epic keys, and the rest were low-level keys. It's a pity that no equipment was dropped, which made Lin Feng feel regretful. But with so many keys, it was enough for him to open most of the treasure chests in the forest. Now we need to find the treasure chest. When passing by the forest where the mosquito swarm had originally stayed, Lin Feng noticed that there seemed to be a building inside and immediately walked in. Sure enough, there is a relic here. The quaint buildings are somewhat similar to Western architectural styles, but now only ruins are left. After searching in the ruins for a while, Lin Feng found a treasure chest covered by dense vines. It's a legendary treasure chest. Sure enough, the more dangerous the place, the higher the level of the treasure chest. This is just the outer area, and there is a legendary treasure chest. It must be related to the mosquito swarm. You can never use up all the treasure chest keys, just open them directly. Ding! Congratulations on opening a legendary treasure chest. After a crisp prompt sound, the lid of the treasure chest slowly opened, and a ray of golden light shot out, almost blinding Lin Feng's eyes. Rays of colorful light, wrapped in items, shot out from the box and landed on the ground nearby. With 1,000 lucky points, it's a big explosion every time. I counted them and found there were 17 items in total. This is something I dare not even think about. In the past, someone posted a video of unboxing. After that person found the treasure chest, he changed into a lucky outfit with more than 100 points of luck and went to open the box. In the end, there were only 3 items, but he more than doubled the amount 5-fold. Among the 17 items, there are 9 pieces of equipment, 5 legendary items, 4 epic items, and the other 5 are gems, a rare skill book, and 2 advanced materials. Level 4 attack gem, plus 200 attack, can be inlaid in all equipment above level 40. Level 3 attack gem, plus 100 attack, can be inlaid in all equipment above level 30. Level 4 life gem, plus 400 HP, can be inlaid in all equipment above level 40. Enhanced wind step, you can also enter stealth even in combat, and enter invincibility for 1 second while invisible. Requirements, you already have the wind step skill. 100% strengthening stone, consumable when strengthening equipment, 100% success rate. Requirements: Master Blacksmith. Fuck. This is such good luck. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the items that exploded. If getting the wind step enhancement was considered good luck, then this enhancement stone was like smoke coming out of his ancestral grave. The value of this thing is not even much different from the magic weapon in his hand. One could definitely be sold for millions, and it was the kind that was in short supply, and now he had 2 of them. The enhancement system of the demonized world is a scam. After the equipment is enhanced to plus 14, the success rate is very low, and once it fails, the equipment will be shattered. If there are enough 100% strengthening stones, you can continue to strengthen without worrying about equipment damage. This is something very necessary for those big guys. The Land of Oblivion is indeed a good place. Lin Feng put all the things into his backpack with a smile on his face. The wind step enhances the skill and swallows directly. As for those legendary and epic equipment, Lin Feng thought about it and decided to swallow them all, and his basic attributes increased a lot. In the future, he will have more money than he can spend just by selling materials and gems, so there is no need to stockpile equipment to sell. As for the 100% strengthening stone, he can't use it now, because he doesn't have much equipment essence. Basically, all the equipment he got has been swallowed up. He can only wait to get some white equipment and some essence in the future. However, just after Lin Feng opened the treasure chest, the players in the entire Forgotten Land became excited again. When the player enters the forest area, the secret realm system will display the number of treasure chests in the area. And now, everyone can clearly see that there are a total of 36 legendary treasure chests, and now it is shown that one has been opened. What's going on? Wasn't the secret realm only opened a few minutes ago? How come someone in the South District opened a legendary treasure chest? It is said that the Snow Goddess is in the South District. Could it be her? This is too outrageous. Our team of 10 finally wiped out a nest of saber-toothed tigers and killed an elite saber-toothed tiger, but we ended up with an excellent treasure chest key. How did she get this legendary treasure chest key? There are more than 300 people in my dark empire. We have swept across the North District, but we haven't found a single key yet. Now you tell me that the legendary treasure chest is gone. What the hell, what's the point of playing this? There are only so many treasure chests in total. There was a lot of criticism online. On the Tianao League side, under the leadership of Lin Shuer and Xiao Jia, they led 400 people and successfully eliminated more than 100 giant mammoths. 3 treasure chest keys were found, including a rare purple one. Xiao Ming walked over with a happy look on his face. When everyone heard this, their faces were immediately filled with happy smiles. Their efforts were not in vain. We have only been in the secret realm for more than 10 minutes, and it is already very good to have such a harvest. Xiaochen also said with a smile on his face, it seems that all the treasure chests in the southern area belong to our Tianao League. Xiao Ming nodded and said, well, I checked. The main forces of the Bai family are in the West District, the main forces of the Lin family are in the North District, and the main forces of the Yun family are in the East District. Few people from the Demon Flame Church have come in, and Xianyuan Shuetu's whereabouts have not been found yet. It would be best if no one fights for it. Lin Shuer nodded and said, hurry up and finish clearing the treasure chests in the forest area and move on to the next area. As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the Tianao League suddenly exclaimed, look, there is one less legendary treasure chest in our South District. What? Someone actually opened a legendary treasure chest. Who is faster than our Tianao League? This is impossible, right? Is this a display error? Knowing that we are in the South District, you still dare to steal our treasure chest. Who is so arrogant? Everyone was talking about it, and their faces looked unhappy. When has their Tianao League ever suffered such a loss? Lin Shuer frowned slightly, send someone out to look for it. The treasure chest in the south area can only belong to our Tianao League. Find that person and ask him to hand over the things in the treasure chest. Xiao Ming, post a message immediately to warn everyone in the South District not to open treasure chests above the epic level. Otherwise we will be the enemy of Tianao League. Okay, I'll send it right away. Xiao Ming nodded. Xiao Chen couldn't help but say, this guy deserves to die. The number of treasure chests is limited. How can you open a treasure chest without luck? It's such a waste. Their Tianao League has prepared a set of top-level luck equipment, which can add 180 points of luck when worn. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized when opening the box. Lin Shuer pondered and said, "It should be the Yun family or the Bai family who deliberately sent people to disgust us. Don't worry too much. The angrier you are, the more you'll fall into their trap. The most important thing is what's inside the tree of life." Xiao Ming nodded. Miss Shuer is right. However, at this moment, 3 epic treasure chests suddenly disappeared. Damn it. Lin Shuer frowned instantly. Send another 100 people out to search in different directions. We must find this damn guy. Xiao Ming said speechlessly, "You just said you wouldn't get angry." Lin Shuer said angrily, "If you keep wasting time, all the treasure chests will be gone." At the same time, there was confusion in her eyes. Who is behind this and why are there so many high-level treasure chest keys? The other side. Lin Feng looked at the epic treasure chest that had opened under his feet with a look of delight. After having enough keys, he was too lazy to kill monsters. When he encountered a group of monsters, he would just rush through them, and any blood he lost would be restored immediately. So in just a few minutes, he found 6 low-level treasure chests and 3 epic treasure chests. Every treasure chest explodes with dozens of gems of various levels, as well as dozens of epic and rare equipment. There are also 4 low-level strengthening stones and 6 mid-level strengthening stones. Low-level strengthening stone, consumable when strengthening equipment, it can increase the probability by 10%. Only one can be used at a time. Requirements: Senior Forger. Intermediate strengthening stone, consumable when strengthening equipment, it can increase the probability by 20%. Only one can be used at a time. Requirements: Senior Forger. There are also 3 skill books, 2 for the mage and 1 for the archer. Arcane Missiles, the mage guides arcane energy and launches, level/10, homing missiles, which automatically lock onto nearby enemies. Each missile deals 0.5 * intelligence damage. Consumes 120 mana. Cooldown is 1 minute. Requirements: First level Elementalist. Flame Shield, generates a shield that absorbs damage equal to 0.2 * intelligence. When the shield exists, it will cause 10% of the rebound fire damage to the attacker. Consumes 200 mana, lasts for 10 seconds, cools down for 2 minutes, and requires first level Elementalist. Multi-shot, archers shoot, level/10, arrows at the same time, automatically locking onto nearby targets. Each arrow deals 100% attack damage, consumes 50 mana, cooldown is 10 seconds, requirement, first level Ranger. No more fuss, just swallow it. It just takes up space if left there, and maybe it will be useful in the future, or even he can develop his career comprehensively. Because many low-level equipment have no occupational restrictions, he can still use bows and staffs. Next, Lin Feng moved at full speed, roaming around various areas and opening every box he saw. 4 hours later, he opened countless boxes, learned more than 20 professional skill books, and obtained more than 400 third and fourth level gems. There are 56 low-level strengthening stones, 43 intermediate strengthening stones, 30 high-level strengthening stones, and 700% strengthening stones. There are 36 pieces of legendary equipment, more than 120 pieces of epic equipment, and hundreds of low-level equipment. Swallowed it all, Lin Feng's attack now exceeded 70,000, his health was 1.2 million, and his armor was 80,000. It is worth mentioning that there is a very good skill book. Instant Release, instantly remove all control effects, including immobilization, stun, silence, deceleration, freezing, etc., and become immune to all control skills within 3 seconds. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown of 5 minutes, requirements, rank 2 Ranger. This skill makes up for his lack of control releasing skills and greatly improves his survivability. Although there are still some keys left, the system shows that the treasure chests on the map have basically been opened. He didn't stop and quickly rushed into the depths of the jungle. According to the rules, when all treasure chests are found, a mythical treasure chest will appear. Sure enough, not long after, when the number of remaining treasure chests reached 0, a colorful beam of light shot up from the ground to the sky about 10 miles away from Lin Feng. That was the location of the mythical treasure chest. Only one will spawn in each area. Unlike other treasure chests, the mythical treasure chest is guarded by a powerful monster. You need to kill the guardian to get the key to open the treasure chest. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng first arrived at the location of the mythical treasure chest in the southern area. If the map wasn't too big, he really wanted to summon a clone and occupy another area, but the clone only lasted for 10 minutes, which was not enough time to run around the map. The treasure chest is located on a small hill. Lin Feng was the first to arrive, and after entering the treasure chest area, he immediately received a prompt. Ding! You have angered the treasure chest guardian. In the next 30 minutes, a wave of beasts will continue to attack everyone in the area. Kill all the beast monsters and the treasure chest guardian will appear. Kill the guardian and the treasure chest key will drop, which can be used to open the treasure chest. 30 minutes, it's obvious that the players are going to kill each other. Damn this evil system. Lin Feng thought about it, then left the treasure chest range, and the countdown stopped immediately. Someone will come anyway. After others have held on for 20 minutes, he can summon his shadow clone to collect the harvest. There is no need to go himself. He doesn't want to expose his strength too much at the moment to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. The other side. Fuck, who the hell is this bastard? Xiao Ming looked at the empty legendary treasure chest at his feet and felt depressed. They finally killed a lord monster and a legendary treasure chest key dropped. But when they found the treasure chest, someone had already got there first. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Golden beam of light. It's a mythical treasure chest. Lin Shuer saw the beam of light in the sky and immediately showed excitement. It's not far away, hurry over there. Because a mythical treasure chest has a chance of revealing a magical weapon. She has always been brooding over the 4 immortal weapons that Feng Xiao has occupied the list, and this time she must get the immortal weapons. The statistics are out. Xiao Ming said as he walked forward. This time, we have a total of more than 3,000 people entering the secret realm. Excluding the more than 200 people left in the North District and the more than 600 people lost on the way, the remaining more than 2,000 people have all gathered in various places in the South District, and are all heading towards the mythical treasure chest. No one is qualified to compete with us for this mythical treasure chest in the South District. Xiao Ming looked confident. Lin Shuer asked, where are the treasure chests? How many have you opened in total? They all have special explorers who are spread out to look for ruins, and then the main team assigns attack teams to open treasure chests. This is a technique developed over many years and is considered a relatively efficient method, but it requires a lot of manpower. Treasure box. Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, 23 treasure chests below rare level have been opened. Rare and epic, 6 of them opened. Legendary 0. What? Lin Shuer frowned. Didn't I help you get 6 legendary treasure chest keys? With so many of you, you can't even find a legendary treasure chest. Lin Shuer was almost mad to death. She fought for her life and didn't dare to rest for a moment. Once she found the Lord Boss, she rushed over without stopping. I'm so tired that I'm about to vomit blood. I thought there would be some gains and all the efforts would be worth it. But I never expected that the key to the legendary treasure chest would be wasted. When the secret realm ends, these keys will disappear automatically. But now, all the treasure chests are gone, and the keys in their hands are just a pile of scrap metal and are worthless. It's not that I can't find it, Xiao Ming sighed. I found 3 legendary treasure chests, but they were already taken by others. Me too, both are empty boxes. Xiao Qin on the side also nodded in agreement. How so? Lin Shuer was angry, but her eyes were full of confusion. Which force is deliberately trying to disgust us? In her opinion, only the other 4 major forces could achieve this level. Could it be him? Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something and his expression was shocked. Feng Xiao. Xiao Qin frowned and said, we have communicated with the 4 major guilds and found no trace of Feng Xiao. Everyone believes that this person should not have entered the secret realm. Besides, even if he enters the secret realm, his efficiency alone cannot be faster than that of thousands of us. Never mind. Lin Shuer exhaled and said in a deep voice, other boxes are gone, but this mythical treasure chest must be taken. On the side of the mythical treasure chest, Lin Feng, who activated the shadow cloak to become invisible, soon saw many people rushing over one after another. There were some scattered lone rangers and quite a few people from small guilds, but none of them dared to step forward to activate the treasure chest. It's so unlucky that we were assigned to the same area as the Tianao League. Our guild has never even seen an epic treasure chest. Who said it wasn't true? Our guild finally got a few keys, but we found that most of the treasure chests in the southern area had been opened. We don't dare to snatch this mythical box. Let's go and don't let people misunderstand us. Why go? It's so dangerous ahead. It's safer for us to follow behind Tianao League. We can also see what treasures are in the myth box. At least it's a feast for our eyes. Amid the discussion, a large group of people came from a distance. The leaders were Lin Shuer, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Ming. Lin Shuer was dressed in a pure white robe, with a halo flowing around her. She was so beautiful that the eyes of many people present brightened. The snow goddess is here. My goddess is still so beautiful. If I could marry her home, it would be worth dying for. You're not even worthy of licking our goddess shoes. President, how about our guild merge into the Tianao League and join the snow goddess? She will definitely be a leader in the future. If we join her early, we will get more benefits in the future. Many people were talking about it and looking at Lin Shuer with admiration. When Lin Shuer saw that everyone's eyes were on her, the corners of her mouth suddenly curved up. This feeling of being the center of attention was truly indescribable. Everyone, there is only one mythical treasure chest. Our Tianao League paid a huge price for it. Please forgive us for not giving it up. Lin Shuer came to the treasure chest and shouted loudly to the surroundings. However, we, the Tianao League, will lead you through the swamp area safely as compensation for you. There was a burst of applause all around, and everyone praised Lin Shuer's character. Next, Lin Shuer arranged people to block the area of several miles in radius, and sent out all the experts to form a formation near the treasure chest, and then activated the treasure chest. Suddenly, a steady stream of monsters appeared out of nowhere and attacked the people of Tiananmen. Although the monsters are powerful and numerous, the Tianao Alliance has more people and works well together, so there is no pressure. Just as Tiananmen and others were guarding the treasure chest, dozens of people gathered together 100 meters away and talked in low voices. Boss Shadow, the brothers have all dispersed to look for Lin Feng, but still can't find any trace of him. Is he really dead? Oh, that photo may fool others, but it can't fool me. The assassin known as Shadow sneered and said, it is impossible for this person to die so easily in the forest area if he can make the higher-ups issue a bloody killing order. I believe that this is a way for him to escape. But if he is not dead, where would he be now? No matter where he is, the most important thing now is the treasure chest. Shadow glanced at the mythical treasure chest shining with colorful light in the distance, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Give the order, everyone will cooperate with me to grab the treasure chest later. Yes. Before I knew it, 30 minutes had passed. With a huge roar, the ground cracked and a huge monster emerged. This giant beast is at least 20 meters tall and looks similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex, but it has a pair of sharp bony horns on its forehead and a pair of wings on its back that stretch out to a width of 30 meters. It also has a strong and flexible tail with a spike at the end, which looks ferocious and terrifying. Lin Feng in the dark immediately used the Eye of Truth. King of ancient beasts Titanodonis, Lord. Titanodonis is a creature that survived from ancient times. It combines the characteristics of many prehistoric creatures. In a prehistoric disaster, it was sealed deep underground. Level, 60. Attack, 25,000. HP, 2 million. Skills, Ancient Roar, Earth-Shattering Impact, Flying Assault, Petrifying Shield, Prehistoric Rage. The moment the boss came out, the shadow guys all went into stealth mode. Lin Shuer noticed this scene with her sharp eyes, and immediately frowned, and shouted, Shield Knight, go forward and attract hatred. Priest Treatment. Everyone else, stand back and don't attack. After saying that, she also retreated quickly and evacuated the treasure chest area. The boss's attack was very high, which was very deadly to ordinary players, but the dozen or so Shield Knights of Tianao League, with their defenses fully activated and with countless nurses behind them, they gritted their teeth and persevered, quickly stabilizing the situation. After Lin Shuer left the battle circle, she immediately ordered, "Someone wants to grab the boss, Hunter, break the light of invisibility." Rays of light flew into the sky like flares, then exploded, illuminating all nearby areas. Many invisible assassins were suddenly exposed to everyone's sight. As expected of the Tianao League, they are so cautious. When Shadow saw that his invisibility was broken, he stopped and put away his weapon. Lin Shuer frowned and scolded, "How dare you? How dare you snatch the boss of our Tianao League? Take your people and get out of here right now. I can pretend that this never happened. Don't get me wrong." Shadow said with a smile, "I'm not here to steal the boss, I'm here to kill Lin Feng." Lin Feng. Lin Shuer frowned and said, "Everyone knows that he is dead." Dead. Shadow suddenly laughed and pointed to the distance and asked, "Who is he?" Everyone looked in the direction of Shadow's finger, only to see Lin Feng standing under a tree with an innocent look on his face. Just now, at least dozens of hunters used anti-stealth skills at the same time, which also revealed him. "You're not dead." The moment she saw Lin Feng's figure, Lin Shuer's face was filled with surprise, and then a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Xiao Zhantian gave her a strict order, asking her to win over Lin Feng. What should she do? Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen, and many members of the Tianao League are here and cannot avoid it. "Oh my goodness, it really is this guy." Xiao Ming said in astonishment, "Didn't the internet say that this guy encountered a swarm of mosquitoes? How could he survive? Maybe there is a life-saving item." Xiao Chen said thoughtfully, "Besides, this guy has been hiding nearby, and no one has noticed him. Why don't I remember having such an invisibility skill?" Xiao Ming came to Lin Shuer and said in a low voice, "Lin Shuer, don't forget the leader's instructions." "I know, you don't need to remind me," Lin Shuer said coldly. She felt irritated at the thought of winning over Lin Feng. At this time, many people also recognized Lin Feng. "I remember now. This guy seems to be the snow goddess's ex-boyfriend. He caused quite a stir on the internet a while ago. That was in the past. He was dumped by the snow goddess a long time ago. Damn it, why is this guy here again? The snow goddess warned him last time, and he actually followed me again this time. He is really a dogskin plaster. Don't worry, the snow goddess will definitely teach him a lesson this time." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Shuer slowly walked to a position not far from Lin Feng. She hesitated, her eyes struggling for a long time, and finally made up her mind and said softly, "Lin Feng, this equipment that makes you invisible was given to you by Wang Yong, right?" It was hard for her to apologize directly. However, she felt that her tone was already very gentle and believed that the other party could understand her intention of reconciliation. However, this little woman's posture made all the onlookers stare in disbelief. Oh my god, why did the snow goddess turn into a little clip? Could it be that the snow goddess was moved by this damn guy's shameless spirit? No. I want to fuck him, is there a team? Some fans were so upset when they saw this scene. At this time, Lin Feng's face was full of surprise, and he replied lightly, "It's none of your business." You. Lin Shuer had prepared thousands of words in her heart, but she was choked to death. She laughed angrily, gritting her teeth, "Lin Feng, you have guts." Seeing that Lin Shuer was about to go berserk, Xiao Ming hurried over to block her, frowning, "Lin Feng, what happened between you and Lin Shuer is all personal grudges. On behalf of the Tianao League, I now formally invite you to join. As long as you want." As he spoke, Xiao Ming took out a card and said, 2 million credit points here are yours. Besides, there will be countless benefits waiting for you in the future. Get lost. Lin Feng said disdainfully. You. Xiao Ming was also immediately angered, and said in a deep voice, "Think it over carefully, those assassins seem to be here to kill you. Without the protection of our Tianao League, you will definitely die." Lin Feng was too lazy to talk to them, so he turned around and walked towards the nearby jungle, shouting without looking back, "If you want to kill me, just follow me." He was anxious to summon his clone to open the treasure chest, but he did not want to expose his clone's trump card. He wanted to distinguish himself from Feng Xiao, so it would be best to go to the nearby woods. Without senior professionals, these newcomers were no different from babies in his eyes. Watching Lin Feng walk away in a swagger, Xiao Chen and Xiao Ming were stunned where they stood. They had thought of many ways that Lin Feng could respond, but they never expected the other party to reject them so bluntly. Since he is looking for death, let him go. Lin Shuer said hurriedly, worried that the two people from the Xiao family would catch up with them. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy. She was originally troubled by this and didn't know how to deal with it. But now, Lin Feng rejected her recruitment in front of everyone. Even if Lin Feng was killed by those assassins, Xiao Zhantian could not blame her. The onlookers all looked shocked at this moment. Damn, that's too arrogant. The Tianao League doesn't even take this guy seriously. He has never died. He is an F-level talent. Why? It's okay, this kid is dead. When Shadow saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve. Then he took hundreds of his men and chased after Lin Feng. Boss Shadow, this kid doesn't seem to be afraid of us. Does he have any hidden cards? A younger brother next to him looked puzzled. Who doesn't have some hidden cards these days? Shadow sneered, but so what? We have more than 100 people, and a spit from each of us will drown him. The only variable now is the attitude of Tianao League. Send a few people to keep an eye on them. If they make any unusual movements, delay them for a while. I will deal with everything after I kill Lin Feng. Yes. Lin Feng moved very quickly and was the first to enter the forest. After making sure that there was no one nearby, he immediately summoned his shadow clone. The shadow clone only appeared for a moment before it activated the wind step and disappeared on the spot. He himself walked deeper into the forest. The jungle was covered with vegetation, and the shadow clone also had the same property of Skywalker's boots that allowed them to leave no trace on the snow, so it did not leave any trace at all. The assassin who was chasing after him left heavy traces on the vegetation, and Lin Feng saw it all. Shadow trap. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Feng simply raised his hand and used the skill of a hunter. This is a skill that was previously opened from a legendary treasure chest. It can be used without equipping a bow. In an instant, the storm cyclone covered an area with a diameter of 20 meters, and dozens of people were exposed after their invisibility was broken. The only difference is that Shadow Trap is a control skill, the damage is a fixed value, but it can significantly reduce the enemy's movement speed. Why is your profession a hunter? The shadow in the front was confused, because the information showed that Lin Feng seemed to be a sword-type profession. So this is your confidence? Hee hee. Then Shadow laughed. Indeed, the archer class has many skills that can counter assassins. But at the same time, assassins are also the natural enemies of archers. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face. He took out the magic sword Fen Ji and directly used the flying sword technique. The moment Shadow saw Lin Feng holding the sword, his cerebellum almost shrank. What the hell, is this a bow-related profession or a sword-related profession? However, before he could think about it, more than 200 magic swords appeared and flew towards him in a dense crowd. All the assassins felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. The incoming demonic swords almost filled the entire area, leaving no room for dodging. The next second, densely packed magic swords tore dozens of people in the range into pieces, and countless equipment and props exploded. Farther away, the remaining dozen or so assassins stared at the scene with horrified eyes. Is he still a human being? With just one move, dozens of their companions, including the shadow boss, were all turned into minced meat. Killing people was as easy as cutting vegetables. Without any hesitation, they ran away. Lin Feng had already discovered that there were still some fish that had escaped the net, so how could he let them escape? He teleported directly to the front. He raised his hand again and swung out a flying sword. The whole forest was quiet. Lin Feng did not rush to pick up equipment, but took out a low-level staff from his bag. Aura scan. The green light spread out rapidly in a ripple shape with Lin Feng as the center. This was a skill of a first-class priest, and its effect was similar to that of the hunter's light of invisibility. It was bought from Wanbao Pavilion before, and for this purpose he also specially prepared a low-level staff with no occupational restrictions. As the green light swept across, There were indeed a few fish that had escaped the net and were hiding under the bushes and shivering, completely unaware that the green light had already attached to them, exposing them. Lin Feng used his flying sword technique again to clear out the remaining people, and then began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he separated his consciousness and controlled the magic shadow clone to rush towards the mythical treasure chest. If the Tiananmen dared to disobey, he would not mind killing them. At this time, Lin Shuai replenished the buff and prepared to kill the boss and open the treasure chest. She raised her staff and tentatively sent out a fireball at the boss. Minus 6,250. Such high magic resistance. Lin Shuai frowned slightly, then shouted, "This boss is more troublesome, Xiaochen, try his armor." Xiaochen nodded, drew his bow and shot an arrow at the boss. -1. What? Xiaochen was stunned. My attack power is over 13,000, but it can't break the defense. This guy's armor is even more abnormal. Lin Shuai said helplessly, "To be safe, let's grind slowly. When he reaches half health, everyone should attack together to kill him instantly. Don't give him the chance to use his ultimate move." In the distance, many onlookers exclaimed in amazement. Too strong. Others' attacks can't break the defense, but the snow goddess can use the lowest level fireball technique to deal more than 6,000 damage. Of course not. It is said that all her equipment has been enhanced by +14. What does this mean? It is equivalent to doubling the attributes of her equipment. If this hits a person, wouldn't he evaporate right away? After all, he is the first SSR gifted person in history, so it's normal for him to be a little abnormal. Just when Tiananmen and others were methodically and slowly depleting the boss's blood volume. 10 meters away from the boss, a figure appeared out of nowhere, ignoring all the gazes around him, and walked towards the boss step by step. This figure wore a ghost mask on his face, black armor, and a blood-red cloak on his back. It was the demon shadow clone who had arrived, and he showed up because the time for the wind step had come. Who is that person? What an exaggerated look. Does Tianao League have such an assassin expert? Why do I feel that this figure looks familiar? The appearance of the demon shadow clone instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Shuai used a skill at the boss, turned around hurriedly, and was completely stunned. Feng Xiao. It's him. Feng Xiao. The strongest newcomer Feng Xiao. He actually entered the secret realm. Damn it, he's not here to steal the boss, is he? Xiaochen, shut up. Xiao Ming cursed softly, then quickly stood in front of the demon shadow clone. Feng Xiao. Stop. We don't want to be your enemy. They had already shared information about Feng Xiao among themselves, so they recognized him immediately. At this moment, the onlookers in the distance were all stunned. What? This is the mysterious Feng Xiao boss. Fuck, is this true? He has been the #1 on both charts for a long time, and he is also the #1 rookie of the year. Oh my god, this mysterious master actually looks like this. He has 4 magical weapons on him. What? You want to go up and blow him up? Are you kidding? Stop talking nonsense. When Feng Xiao's name was called out, the whole area was in an uproar. Everyone in the Tianao League had a look of fear on their faces. They did not forget that at that time in the Golden Palace, Feng Xiao single-handedly challenged an entire legion and killed the leader of that legion. Seeing that the demon shadow clone was still moving forward, Xiao Ming couldn't help but take a few steps back and said in a deep voice, "Feng Xiao, this boss belongs to our Tianao League. Anyone who blocks the road will be killed without mercy." The demon shadow clone made a hoarse sound and drew out the demon sword Fen Ji at the same time. You. Xiao Ming frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly fled and came to Lin Shuai. What to do? The leader asked us to try to win him over. Xiaochen sighed, how about giving this treasure chest to him? The question is, if we give up the treasure chest, will he be willing to join us? Certainly not. Lin Shuai said in a deep voice, we have more than 2,000 people nearby, why should we be afraid of him? But his strength. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Shuai's eyes flashed with greed, those are 4 immortal artifacts. While they were discussing, the demon shadow clone came to the feet of the boss. The nearby members of the Tianao League did not dare to approach the demon shadow clone and fled one after another. The next moment, the shadow demon clone raised his hand, and densely packed long swords flew out, hitting the boss's abdomen, then penetrated through, and flew into the sky like flowers scattered by a fairy. Countless terrifying damage figures emerged. The boss, who originally had 80% of his health left, was instantly emptied, and his body collapsed. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping for air at the scene. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were slightly open as they stared at the scene in extreme horror. The whole world fell silent. Time seemed to stand still, and everyone was stunned. The boss is gone. He killed the boss instantly with just one skill. Oh my god. I think I saw the damage figures were in the hundreds of thousands or millions. How is this possible? There are hundreds of people from the Tianao League attacking the boss, and they have to slowly consume its health. It took half a day to lose a little bit. How can he kill the boss in an instant? Oh my god, did you see that just now? How come there are countless flying swords when he attacks? What kind of skill is this? Is this still a human being? After a brief silence, the scene became noisy. Lin Shuer looked at the fallen body of the boss at this moment, and felt her hands and feet cold and her whole body stiff. No one knows the strength of the boss better than her. She calculated that if she opened fire at full power and used all her output skills, she could only take away half of the boss's health in a short period of time. But she saw clearly the damage Feng Xiao had inflicted just now. The damage was as high as hundreds of thousands, and there were even critical damages of millions. With just one skill, the boss still owes Feng Xiao at least 10 lives. What kind of injury is this? She's not on the same level at all. And just now, she was almost ready to lead people to encircle and suppress Feng Xiao. Thinking of this, she suddenly became afraid. This guy. Xiaochen moved his lips and said bitterly, is he playing a game with us? Immortal weapon. Hidden profession. Lin Shuer clenched her fists, her face full of reluctance. In her opinion, there is no doubt that these two things make Feng Xiao so powerful. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly and said, now I finally understand who stole our South District treasure chest. At this time, a key with colorful light fell next to the boss's body. However, no one present dared to move. Lin Feng controlled the phantom clone to pick up the key, but did not open the box immediately. Instead, he shouted to Lin Shuer, get out. This unboxing is definitely a big reveal. It's best not to let anyone know the secret of his luck. After hearing the clone's words, the individual players and small guilds who were watching the battle from afar did not dare to stay for a moment and left one after another. Everyone in the Tianao League looked at Lin Shuer. There was expectation and begging in their eyes, begging Lin Shuer to take them away instead of fighting with this pervert. Although in their opinion, there was still a possibility that Feng Xiao would be killed with 2,000 people, there would definitely be heavy casualties, and no one could guarantee that they would not be the ones to die. Lin Shuer's face looked very ugly. If she leaves like this, the humiliation will accompany her for the rest of her life. She gritted her teeth, took a few steps forward and came in front of the demon shadow clone. Feng Xiao, you are very strong. I admit that I cannot beat you now. But that doesn't mean I can't surpass you in the future. Just wait, one day, I will defeat you fairly. Idiot. Lin Feng raised his hand and used the flying sword technique. I told you to leave but you refused to leave. You had to show off, right? What? Lin Shuer's face was filled with shock. She thought that Feng Xiao's skill of killing the boss instantly was the ultimate move, the kind with a cooldown of at least several hours. But what I never expected was that just a few dozen seconds later, the other party could use it again. Lin Shuer's face turned pale with horror. However, she did not wait to die foolishly. She immediately used her life-saving skill and a golden light enveloped her body. The next moment, more than a dozen magic swords came in an instant, but were strangely bounced away by the golden light on Lin Shuer's body. Invincible skill. Lin Feng frowned slightly and used the second skill without hesitation. Sword energy cuts. As Fan Ji swung his sword, 3 sword energies shot towards Lin Shuer one after another in an instant. However, Just as the sword energy was about to hit Lin Shuer, she crushed a scroll in her hand, and her body turned into scattered fragments and disappeared. Somewhere dozens of miles away, Lin Shuer appeared out of nowhere, collapsed on the ground and gasped for breath, her eyes full of fear, her forehead covered with sweat, and her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. I almost died. If Xiao Zhantian hadn't given her a skill that could make her invincible for 2 seconds and a random teleportation scroll, she would have probably turned into a corpse. Her eyes changed from fear to anger, and she kept hitting the ground with her fists. After a moment, she curled up and sobbed softly. The other side. Lin Shuer ran away, but the remaining members of Tianao League were in trouble. Looking at the overwhelming flying swords, everyone felt their scalps tingling. There was no need for anyone to remind them, everyone moved in unison and turned around and ran. Lin Feng controlled the magic shadow clone and chased after them directly. Each flying sword technique could take away dozens of people. He didn't want to kill people, but someone was trying to show off to him. You can scold him or laugh at him, but you can't pretend to be cool. After just a few minutes, the area around the mythical treasure chest was filled with corpses and dropped items. Lin Feng didn't count, but guessed that about 400 to 500 people from the Tianao Alliance died at his hands. It was the first time that I was stained with the blood of so many people. I felt uncomfortable both mentally and physically. But Lin Feng did not have any regrets, because these people were not innocent. They joined the Tianao League and must have signed some kind of agreement to advance and retreat together, so they had to be prepared to make sacrifices. He has not forgotten the siege in the Golden Palace. Although I felt a little uncomfortable, I felt much better when I saw the equipment all over the ground. Excluding special equipment, each person can wear 11 pieces of equipment, so there are at least thousands of pieces of equipment on the ground, as well as countless medicine bottles and food supplies. These people may not be considered elite in the Tianao League, but compared to ordinary players, they are definitely at an upper middle level. Most of their equipment are rare, with a few epic equipment. Many of the equipment were inlaid with gems, but unfortunately, he had tried and found that after swallowing the equipment, the gems would fall off and could not be swallowed together. In order to avoid being seen, Lin Feng controlled his clone to pick up equipment, while he himself hid in the forest, found a comfortable place to sit down, and began to devour. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground suddenly moved, pretending to be dead. With doubt, he observed carefully. But they found more and more corpses and slight movements. What's going on? Not dead yet. Lin Feng controlled his clone to jump back, leaving the area, and stared at the scene with wide eyes. It's really weird. At this time, the flesh and blood inside the corpses on the ground seemed to be wriggling, and then shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 10 breaths, the last trace of the skin and debris gradually disappeared into the ground, as if it was quickly absorbed and digested by the earth. The ground returned to silence, as if nothing had happened, but there was a hint of weirdness. Lin Feng looked very confused. What was going on? He controlled his clone to test it out, but was not hurt. He dug up the soil and found nothing strange inside, not even the bone residue. In order to avoid any further complications, he hurried to open the mythical treasure chest. A burst of colorful light flashed, and more than a dozen beams of light shot out from the treasure chest and landed on the ground nearby. No immortal weapon. Lin Feng was a little disappointed because there was no blue in these beams of light. Pick up the things one by one and count the harvest. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was immediately overjoyed. There's actually such a thing. Scavenger's Ring, Special. Additional skill, Gravitational Vortex, instantly generates a 3 by 3 meter gravitational vortex in the designated area, which can pick up dropped items within the range. It lasts for 3 seconds, consumes 50 mana, and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Requirement, all professions at level 30. Range pickup skills. This was what he had dreamed of, but he had always thought that such a thing did not exist. He never expected that it actually existed. Looking at the densely packed equipment on the ground made his head hurt. Now, with this thing, he can pick up everything quickly. Special equipment cannot be inlaid or strengthened, so just swallow it directly. I didn't rush to pick up things, but continued to check the other gains in the mythical treasure chest. 2 pieces of mythical equipment, 4 pieces of legendary equipment, and 3 skill books for other professions. All legendary equipment and skill books are swallowed, including one of which is a knight's charge, which can quickly approach the target, which is pretty good. There are also 6 level 5 gems, and there is one more at the end. Huh? Lin Feng took the thing in his hand, his face full of joy. Skill key, special item. Item effect, used to select a specific skill for permanent enhancement, and the direction of enhancement is completely random. Requirements, skill level 40 or below. A skill key has appeared. The Assassin's League hunted him for a long time because of this thing. What skills should I strengthen? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. With the last skill key, he strengthened his flying sword technique, doubling its attack distance. From this perspective, strengthening the newly acquired gravitational vortex skill might be able to double the pickup range. However, only someone whose brain was kicked by a donkey would use it this way. His most powerful skills now are Flying Sword and Magic Shadow Clone. Although the Demon Shadow Clone is powerful, it cannot be infinitely stacked by devouring. The Flying Sword technique can be stacked, and strengthening it once is equivalent to strengthening it hundreds of times. Forget it, let's strengthen the clone. The clone can do many things and has a higher tolerance rate. Lin Feng made a decision quickly. He guessed that the direction of strengthening is nothing more than the following: number of clones, inherited attributes, duration, and skill cooldown. He clasped his hands together, prayed towards the sky, and muttered something. Don't make too many clones. I hate this the most. If you strengthen this for me, I will be angry with you. This is called metaphysics. The less you want it, the easier it is to get it. Ding. Strengthening successful. The duration of the skill Phantom Clone is increased by 10 minutes. You are so obedient. Although it has not been strengthened to the number of clones, if you think about it carefully, it now lasts for 20 minutes and the cooldown is only 15 minutes, it seems that 2 clones can exist at the same time. Not bad. Next, Lin Feng used the gravitational vortex skill to quickly clean up the battlefield. But immediately, he felt pain in his balls. These people carried a lot of medicine bottles, food, and supplies in their bags. Almost all of them were full, so his backpack space of more than 6,000 slots was not enough. He threw away the medicine bottles and extra supplies, keeping only the ones he had prepared. Because someone has done this before. Before a fight, they stuffed their subordinates' bags with poisonous supplies, which ended up poisoning all the top leaders of the enemy guild to death. Since that incident, looting has become a dangerous thing. At this moment, at the last moment before the clone disappeared, Lin Feng picked up all the equipment on the battlefield into his bag, and the bag was almost full. Then he rushed towards the mountains, slowly devouring his equipment. Somewhere in the forest, Xiao Ming stopped, gasped for breath, and looked back from time to time with a nervous expression. Beside them, dozens of members of the Tianao League were also panting, their faces filled with relief at having survived the disaster. It's so scary. Oh my God, is he really a newcomer in this class? Why is the gap so big? It's over now. Our Tianao League has provoked this monster. What should we do next? Should we just wait here for time to end? This is the first time I've heard of a physical profession having such an exaggerated group attack skill. This is even more terrifying than a level 180 sharpshooter's volley of thousands of arrows. Isn't the snow goddess known to have the strongest talent in history? Why can't she even take on one of his skills? It's over. The snow goddess is dead. If Leader Xiao finds out, will he let us be buried with her? It's all her fault. If she hadn't said those few extra words. Shut up. Xiao Ming shouted coldly, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shuer has a life-saving skill, she is not dead yet. Each regiment will immediately count the casualties and integrate the organization. Rest for a while, then we'll take a detour. The other side. While Lin Feng was on his way, his cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw it was Wang Yong. Hey, fatty. Fengzi, I knew you were not dead. Wang Yong's voice on the other end was filled with joy. Shu, I'm calling you secretly now. The Bai family doesn't allow me to contact you. Haha, with the stealth equipment you gave me, how could I die? Lin Feng smiled and said, by the way, I opened some treasure chests in the South District. There are 2 pieces of equipment that are quite suitable for your profession. I will bring them to you later. No need, just keep it and sell it for money, your family is in a difficult situation too. Wang Yong's mouth twitched. The Bai family equipped him with a set of legendary equipment, inlaid with gems, and all the enhancements were above +10. The equipment that Lin Feng can take out is definitely not as good as what he has, and he really has no use for it. But if he tells it directly, he is afraid of undermining Lin Feng's self-confidence, so it is too difficult. By the way, have you checked the internet? There is some explosive news. Lin Shuer was pinned to the ground and rubbed. This is the strongest talent. I am dying of laughter. Fengzi, someone is coming. I'm going to hang up. What's your ID? I'll add you as a friend so we can contact each other more easily. ID. Lin Feng was silent. Naturally, he didn't want to hide it from Wang Yong. But he couldn't trust Wang Yong. Once exposed, the Bai family might not be able to afford the trouble he had caused, and it would harm Wang Yong. Wang Yong had asked him for his ID many times before, but he always made excuses to evade the question. However, it was not a good idea to keep it a secret all the time. Actually, I am Feng Xiao. Lin Feng said tentatively. You are a jerk, so forget it, I'm hanging up. Wang Yong hung up the phone in annoyance. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Why didn't they believe me when I told them the truth? But it's better this way. He is not strong enough now, and it is not the time to reveal his identity. Thinking of Wang Yong's words, he curiously opened the official website post and clicked on it. SSR talent, the strongest in history. Or the strongest in shit. The strongest newcomer in history is born. Shocked. The national goddess Xuewu Qingvi was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Tian Ao Meng official statement. Reminding all players not to believe in rumors or spread them. Countless posts popped up one after another. Is the news so fast? Lin Feng was a little confused. He casually read a few posts and found that someone had even taken secret photos of him. The picture shows that in the distance one can see the dense flying swords in the sky and a figure that looks like a death god. Many people responded below. Nan Kui Meng, what kind of boss is this? He can also fly a sword. Sitong Layman, what kind of look is that? That's clearly Feng Zhao's skill. Yun Mingyao, brother Feng Xiao is so handsome. Xue Wuqingsha, flower maniac. Yun Mingyao, pretending to be dead. Tianao League official, don't believe in rumors or spread them. Xue Wuqingsha did not fight with Feng Xiao. She did not lose to Feng Xiao. Tianao League official, Feng Xiao brutally killed several members of our Tianao League. Now our Tianao League has officially issued a wanted order. Hunt for Feng Xiao nationwide. All major guilds are requested to fully cooperate. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his hand and replied with 2 words. The bottom exploded instantly. Feng Xiao, hee hee. Fuck. The boss's real body is here. Worship the boss. Don't be so arrogant. Where is the boss? Take me across the swamp. The monsters here are so ferocious. Awesome, the lone walker dares to openly challenge the Tianao League. I would like to call you the best in the world. Master, are you accepting disciples? Amount is fine too. Lin Feng logged out of the internet and continued on his way. After passing through the forest area, there is a swamp area. The density of monsters in the swamp area is very high, but the most terrifying thing is that you can hardly see them here. The unique terrain of the swamp provides them with a natural hiding place, and the danger level is at least 10 times higher than that of the forest area. The monsters here do not provide any experience or equipment. They are simply used to screen players. Only the truly strong ones can cross the swamp and enter the mountains. When Lin Feng arrived at the edge of the swamp, there were already many players wandering outside, hesitating whether to go in. It is said that in the mountains, there are many powerful beasts that can be tamed as pets, and there are even flying pets. I really want to get one. Which is more important, a pet or your life? I just went in more than 10 meters, and when I came back there were 8 leeches crawling on my body, and they almost sucked me dry. You're lucky. Look over there. My buddy's body is still soaking in the water. Only the big guilds can enter. As lone travelers like us, this is all we can do. While they were chatting, a figure came at lightning speed, passed through the group of people with a swish, and disappeared into the swamp. A second later, the following strong wind blew over. Fuck, it seems like someone just rushed past us, so fast. I only saw a blurry figure, and then it disappeared. This is too scary. Several people's faces were filled with horror. The figure who rushed over was Lin Feng. The danger here lies more in the large number of monsters and the sneak attacks that are everywhere, making it difficult to guard against. However, for him, a super blood cow, there was no threat at all. He rushed out hundreds of meters and was attacked more than 20 times, but his blood was still full. North Swamp. Lin Jie, leading a large number of his men, is clearing away the unknown dangers under the swamp duckweed bit by bit. Looking at the time, Lin Jie frowned and shouted, "Everyone, speed up. Those who are injured, retreat and replenish your blood, and the others will take over." He is in a hurry now. The types of pets that can be caught in mountainous areas are actually limited. First come, first served. This has been the unwritten rule among major forces for many years. He naturally didn't care about those ordinary pets, but there were only a few flying pets in the entire mountain area. He had to grab one. "Master, we are already at the fastest speed. In another 4 hours, we will be able to enter the mountainous area." "Yes, Master. The fastest person in history to cross the swamp took 4 hours. We are close to breaking the record. There's no way anyone could be faster than us. In terms of speed, our Dark Knight Association is invincible. Is there any news from the Bai family?" "Master, the people we planted in the Bai family said that they had just entered the swamp not long ago and should be 20 minutes behind us." "Where is the Tsangqiong Sanctuary?" "They are slower and have just finished the battle to guard the treasure chest." "Where is the Tianao League?" "The 3 people we arranged were all killed by Feng Xiao. We can't find out the whereabouts of Tianao League for the time being. Should we send someone to look for them?" Lin Jie shook his head and said, "Forget it. The idiots of Tianao League have been seriously injured after this battle. They will never be able to achieve anything." "Master, there is another piece of news." "Explain." "Our people saw with their own eyes that Lin Feng entered the woods, and nearly 100 assassins chased after him. I'm afraid he is in great danger now. That guy should have a life-saving item. He won't die so easily. Forget about him, we will quickly enter the mountain area and seize the first place." The other side. Lin Shuer, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Chen met at the edge of the swamp. But the original team of 2,000 people now had only more than 1,000 people left, and they were all listless and their morale was low. Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, "The Lin family is already half an hour ahead of us. We must hurry up, otherwise we won't even get to drink the soup." Xiao Ming nodded, "I'll lead the team to clear the way ahead. If we don't count casualties, it won't be difficult to reach the mountain area within 4 hours. That's the only way. Most of these people will die sooner or later anyway." "Shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't say such things again." "Nu." An hour later. On the cliff, Lin Feng reached out and climbed up. At this time, his body was covered with leeches and unknown poisonous insects, and he looked in a state of disarray. "Finally got out of this damn place." Lin Feng stretched out his hands to embrace the sky, and felt the air was fresher. Devil Shadow Sword Formation. When the skill is activated, a long sword will appear out of thin air and automatically clear the monsters on your body. Suddenly. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to pass the swamp area. Reward, Wooden Stick, Legendary, *1. Ding! Secret Realm Notice. Pet System opened. Ding! Secret Realm Notice. Pet System opened. Ding! Secret Realm Notice. Pet System opened. The notice was sent out 3 times in succession, ringing in the ears of everyone in the secret realm. In the swamp, Lin Jie looked up in disbelief towards the mountains. Based on past experience, the pet system will only be activated when people set foot in the mountains. This means that someone got ahead of them. We haven't even reached the mountain area yet. Why is the pet system suddenly activated? What's going on? Aren't we walking in the front? Is someone playing dirty? That's impossible. We have people watching each other in our major forces. We'll know who sent troops to enter the swamp in advance. Could it be those small guilds? They don't have the guts to do that, do they? People nearby were talking about it. In fact, the major forces have long formed a tacit understanding that when in the forest area, they can only enter the swamp area after opening the mythical treasure chest. Once someone breaks the rules and enters the swamp early, other forces will do the same, leading to vicious competition. In the end, the treasure chests will go to the small guilds, which will not be worth the loss. How long will it take us to reach the mountains? Lin Jie asked in a deep voice. Now is not the time to pursue who is not following the rules, but to find a way to get there quickly. Someone answered, 2 more hours. Lin Jie frowned and said, never mind, charge at full speed. That's a flying mount, and even in the Dark Elf Guild there aren't many of them. He must grab one. At the same time, the situation of other forces was not much different from that of Lin Jie. After hearing the announcement, everyone became anxious and rushed to the mountains frantically. On the cliff, Lin Feng took out the reward he had just received. Wooden stick, legend. Additional skill, a blow to the head, causes a stun value of 30% of the target's attack power, causing no damage, cooldown of 1 second, no consumption. Requirements, none. This is a special piece of equipment used to tame pets. Lin Feng had prepared some before, but they were all ordinary wooden sticks, and the attack power converted into stun value was only 5%. The taming system is like this. First, you have to find a specific creature, one with a stun bar, which requires reconnaissance skills. Then use tamed weapons, such as this wooden stick, to attack the target. Each attack will increase the stun bar. When the stun bar is full, the creature will faint. When a creature is unconscious, you can use the taming spell on it. Taming, use on a fainted target, there is a 5% chance of successfully taming it, making it your pet, 1 minute cooldown, no consumption. The key is that once the taming technique fails, the creature will wake up and need to be stunned again. The way to increase the success rate of taming is to feed the fainted creature with food of various levels, which can slightly increase the success rate, and needs to be fed continuously. Therefore, it usually takes several hours or even longer to tame a pet. It's really troublesome. Only the guild can train high-level chefs who can make high-level food, so that pets can be tamed faster. However, the so-called troubles are not troubles for Lin Feng. He directly took out 20 books on taming skills and chose to devour them. Ding! Swallowed successfully. Use on a fainted target, there is a 10% chance of taming successfully. Ding! Swallowed successfully. Use on a fainted target, there is a 100% chance of taming successfully. Just skip the feeding step and tame it by simply knocking it out. He also prepared 20 wooden sticks, each with a 5% conversion rate. He devoured all of them and forced them to learn the skill of head-on blow. The attack power conversion and stun stacking reached 100%. But at this moment, a roar came from the front, and a velociraptor pounced towards him with bared teeth. Lin Feng subconsciously swung the legendary wooden stick and hit the velociraptor on the head. With a thump, the velociraptor's head tilted and it fell to the ground unconscious. Eye of Truth. Velociraptor, tameable adult. Attack growth, 2 stars. Health growth, 1 star. Fixed speed, 3 stars. Skills, enhanced jump, bite attack. Stun value, 25400/25400. It's just trash. Lin Feng looked at it and shook his head. In addition to the extra movement speed bonus, the movement speed of an ordinary first-level assassin with full agility added is at the 4-star level. And this velociraptor's movement speed is only 3 stars, it's not even worth a dog's. The main reason is that he is too small and can't take big steps. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to use the taming technique on it. A stream of light penetrated into the body of the velociraptor. After a few breaths, the velociraptor raised its head blankly. After seeing Lin Feng, its ferocious eyes softened. Ding! Congratulations on successfully taming the velociraptor. Because of his extra movement speed bonus, it is also effective for mounts. After running in the swamp for an hour, he was a little tired, so he got a mount to use first and would change it when he found a better one. Lin Feng turned over, rode on the back of the velociraptor, and pointed forward. Rush. With the blessing of his 95% extra movement speed, the velociraptor is quite fast. But this feeling was just like riding a roller coaster, up and down, and he almost vomited. He simply jumped out of the car halfway, released it, and terminated the master-servant contract. After a few breaths, the velociraptor's eyes regained their ferocity and it pounced towards him. The sword flashed, and the velociraptor exploded with 4 items. All 4 pieces of equipment are exactly the same. Pet belt, special add a pet space, requirement, all professions at level 30. Lin Feng was stunned. He had never heard of this thing. Each person has only 1 pet space and can only tame 1 pet. Why is this kind of equipment not included in textbooks and has never appeared on the market? Is someone concealing it on purpose? Unable to figure it out, Lin Feng shook his head and subconsciously swallowed the equipment. But immediately, his expression was shocked and his eyes widened. He can devour infinitely, doesn't that mean an infinite pet column? Restraining his excitement, Lin Feng swallowed all the remaining 3 belts. Ding! Swallowed successfully. The number of pet spaces has reached 5. This is so cool. Lin Feng's face was full of excitement. If you get tens of thousands of pets, you'll have an army when you go out. And he can just lie down and sleep. Because pets have many different functions. Some can help their masters fight, some can mine and collect, and some have their own backpack space and can help their masters pick up items. But the most common method used by people is to use pets to detect dangerous areas, which can reduce casualties. Like the velociraptor just now, it is the lowest level combat pet. Although it can be ridden, the experience is too poor. Get to work. Lin Feng couldn't wait to take out his weapon, then summoned his clone, and then plunged into the deep mountains and forests. Not long after entering the forest, Lin Feng discovered 4 velociraptors in front of him, gathering together to gnawing on the corpse of an unknown monster. Flying sword technique. Dense swarms of flying swords swept across, tearing all the trees and vegetation in the 20-meter fan-shaped area ahead into pieces. Go over and pick up the stuff. The velociraptor explodes. 23 items, 18 of which were pet belts. In addition, 5 wooden sticks were dropped, 3 of which were excellent, 1 was rare, and 1 was uncommon. Swallow all, pet space plus 18, stun conversion plus 65%. It seems that only by killing this kind of tamed creature can we get relevant items and equipment. There was a thoughtful look in Lin Feng's eyes, because he had never seen anything like this before. The introduction to pets in books is also very scarce. Now it seems that the top leaders of the Alliance are deliberately hiding something. After packing up his things, Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed to the next place. Soon, 2.5 hours passed. Lin Feng rode a 3-meter-long giant forest wolf and slowly came to a small lake. This is the pet he just caught. Its attack and health are average, but its movement speed is 6 stars, which is no slower than his basic movement speed. During this period, he summoned his clones to kill crazily and gained a lot. The pet space has now reached 2,500, and the attack power converted into stun value has also reached a terrifying 7,800%. During this period of time, he did not stop devouring equipment, and the thousands of pieces of equipment he had snatched from the Tianao League were basically devoured. Nowadays, his attack power has reached a terrifying 230,000, his health is 4.4 million, and his armor is 190,000. One blow from his stick could cause more than 18 million dizziness, and almost no tameable creature could withstand his attack. Suddenly, a low and long whistle came from the sky. The voice was deep and long, like a call from ancient times, crossing the barriers of time and space and striking the depths of the soul. Along with the whistling sound, a huge shadow appeared above the clouds in the sky, slowly passed over the top of the mountain, and blocked out the sunlight in half of the sky. What is this? Lin Feng looked at the sky and was stunned. It was a giant bird with fully fledged wings and a sinuous body. Its feathers gleamed with a metallic luster in the dim light, and each feather seemed to be able to withstand the impact of thousands of troops. Its wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Every flap brought a violent airflow, making everything in the mountains and forests tremble. The animals below, whether beasts or birds, were frightened and panicked by the sudden appearance of the giant bird. An indescribable pressure descended upon Lin Feng, making him involuntarily feel his own insignificance and fragility. After a dozen breaths, the giant bird disappeared behind the distant mountains, and everything returned to calm. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart began to beat wildly. He looked at the stick in his hand and a bold idea came to his mind. Is it possible? Can I? No. If I make a mistake in judgment, I will definitely die. His eyes hesitated. The aura of that giant bird alone was enough to make people unable to raise their heads. It was definitely a terrifying existence, and it was possible that it could kill him in seconds with millions of HP. The distance was too far just now and he couldn't use the reconnaissance eye, so he didn't know whether the giant bird could be tamed. But when he thought that most of the creatures in this area could be tamed, the giant bird might also be tamed, he felt itchy. If I leave like this, I will regret it for the rest of my life. We have to give it a try. Let's fight. Lin Feng made a decision quickly. Even if he fails, he will have a 1-second invincibility due to wind step, which is enough time for him to use positioning teleportation to escape. Thinking of this, he quickly cancelled the teleportation point of Qingxi Town and placed it under his feet. Positioning teleportation cannot break through the confined space, and most likely it is impossible to leave the secret realm directly. Lin Feng calmed himself down and thought carefully. First of all, we need to find the giant bird, which should not be difficult since it is so huge. Secondly, he needs to get in close to use the stun attack. The teleportation ability of Skywalker's ring has been enhanced by the set attributes, and now it can teleport 100 meters. 3 teleports means 300 meters. It might be enough to reach the height of the giant bird, but it is not safe enough, because once the 3 teleports are used up and it is still out of reach, there will be no chance. Looks like I need to get a flying pet first. While looking for a flying pet, it's best to stack the conversion rate of the stun attack and try to knock it out. Lin Feng murmured. But this flying pet is really rare. He has been looking around for 2.5 hours and still hasn't found one. Looking to the side, a few little guys poke their heads out of the water by the lake, looking at the sky, as if they have not yet recovered from the shock they just had. What's this? Eye of Truth. Ancient giant beaver, tameable adult. Attack growth, 1 star. Health growth, 1 star. Fixed movement speed, 1 star. Skills, underwater breathing, hatred transfer, level 1 backpack, gem production. Dizziness value, 0/85450. Etc. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. What the heck is gem production? The quality of the Eye of Truth is high enough, and the level of this creature is not high. You can check the specific attributes of the skills. Lin Feng clicks on the last skill. Gem production. Every hour, the backpack space will automatically produce a random type of first-level gem. Fuck. Lin Feng was shocked. He had never heard of such a pet. Gems account for a very large proportion of a professional's strength. His current attributes can actually only be compared with those of ordinary 4th-level professionals. But compared with the top professionals trained by those big guilds, it is still inferior. The main reason is that the level is too low. The equipment he has now is all level 30, except for the demon sword Fenji, which he has evolved to level 40. The most he could do was inlay level 4 gems, and he was too lazy to even bother with the properties. Advanced equipment provides more attributes and can be inlaid with advanced gems. Level 1 gem, attack plus 25. Level 2 gem, attack plus 50. By analogy, a level 10 gem can provide 12,800 attack power. However, it is also very difficult to obtain high-level gems. To synthesize 3 gems into one, from level 1 to level 10, you need nearly 20,000 gems, and they have to be of the same kind, and you have to ensure that the synthesis does not fail. Therefore, even those big guilds don't have many level 10 gems. And now, Lin Feng looked up and saw at least dozens of these ancient giant beavers by the lake. A rough estimate is that there should be hundreds or even thousands of ancient giant beavers in this lake. If you take all. Here I come, little cuties. Lin Feng rushed out excitedly. His level is rising very quickly, and it won't be long before he exceeds level 100. By then, the improved properties of these gems will be of great benefit to him. Meanwhile, the edge of the mountain. Lin Jie and the people from the Dark Knight Association finally came out of the swamp area. Someone nearby said with an uneasy look, "Master, hundreds of our people have died, and now people are in a panic." New. Lin Jie's face was calm. Because someone broke the century-old rule and entered the mountainous area ahead of time, he had to sacrifice human lives in order to speed up and catch up. Although hundreds of people died, fortunately, the journey that was supposed to take 4 hours only took him 2.5 hours. Everyone take a break for a few minutes. Lin Jie shouted loudly, "I will arrange the tasks now. Group 1, Group 2, spread out and go into the mountains to look for flying pets. 3 groups, follow me to Mirror Lake." A male assassin nearby asked doubtfully, "Master, with so many of us, we should be able to find a flying pet quickly. What's in this Mirror Lake? Is it more important than a flying pet?" When Lin Jie heard this, he looked puzzled, then he laughed and patted the other person on the head. "How about I let you be your young master?" "Master, I was wrong." The male assassin immediately knelt down in horror. "Be good, get up." Lin Jie helped the man up with a smile and said in a low voice, "Master, let me perform a magic trick for you." "Ah." The male assassin looked confused. The next moment, Lin Jie raised his hand, and suddenly a mobile phone appeared in his palm. Just when the male assassin was puzzled, Lin Jie shouted, "I never thought that you are a spy sent by the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. The chat records provide irrefutable evidence. Do you have anything else to say?" This shout attracted the attention of people who were resting in the distance. The male assassin couldn't believe it and anxiously said, "I don't have it. It's not mine." Puff. Without waiting for the male assassin to finish his words, Lin Jie raised his hand and shot an arrow, hitting him between the eyebrows, triggering a critical hit and killing him instantly. The corpse collapsed and everyone nearby was shocked, with confusion in their eyes. Lin Jie looked around with a cold face. "Listen, I don't care how many of you are spies of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. If you want to assassinate me, you can do it at any time. I'm waiting for you." "Master, the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance wants to assassinate you." "How brave they are." "That's right, do you really think our Dark Knight Association is easy to bully? From now on, anyone who sees someone from the Iron Blood Warrior League will be killed. Do you understand?" Several team leaders nearby also shouted with flickering eyes. At the same time, the same situation happened with the Predator Alliance. A swordsman wanted to assassinate Wang Yong but was killed by Fei Yu's quick eyes and hands. He then issued an order to go to war with the Dark Knight Association. On the side of Jinghu Lake, Lin Feng was completely unaware that several major guilds had already entered the mountainous area, and was still concentrating on catching the ancient giant beaver. He was so fast that he rushed over and hit several of them with a few sticks, knocking them down instantly. Then keep using the taming technique. After the cooldown reduction, the taming technique has a 1-minute cooldown, so he only needs 15 seconds to use it once. As Lin Feng caught more and more ancient giant beavers, his technique became more and more skilled. 2 hours later, he caught 490 ancient giant beavers and almost cleared out the entire Mirror Lake, leaving not a single one behind. All the pets caught will be stored in the pet space, which will not affect the output of gems. By this calculation, even if he did nothing, even if he just took a nap, he could get 490 first-level gems every hour, which is 11,760 gems a day. So cool. Currently on the market, the highest grade of gemstones I have heard of is level 11, and there is no higher than this. And with these giant beavers, he will be able to combine more advanced gems in no time. Just as Lin Feng washed his face and prepared to leave, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. His expression changed and he immediately became invisible on the spot. A group of people walked out of the jungle, and Lin Feng knew the person leading them. It was Lin Jie. "We're finally there." Lin Jie let out a long breath, excitement flashing in his eyes. Although he had a map, the terrain here was too complicated and he was really worried that he would take the wrong path and have these treasures stolen by others. Get ready to work. Get your stuff out. Lin Jie ordered, there is a kind of beaver monster here, don't hurt them, catch them all. The rest of you, stand guard outside and don't allow anyone to come in. However, before he could finish his words, another group of people came over from the other side of the jungle. The leaders were Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen, and Lin Shuer. Xiao Ming sneered and said, Lin Jie, do you, the Dark Knight Association, want to take all the benefits here for yourself? Damn it. Lin Jie cursed inwardly, then smiled. Hey, isn't this the leader of our Tianao League? I thought you were chasing Feng Xiao. Shut up. Lin Shuer's face turned gloomy when she heard this. It wasn't that they were chasing Feng Xiao, it was clearly that they were being chased and were fleeing in a panic. It was obvious that Lin Jie was being sarcastic to her. According to the rules, it depends on your ability. Xiao Ming said in a deep voice, whoever catches it faster gets it. The other two haven't arrived yet, but there are enough giant beavers here for us to share. Okay. Lin Jie nodded. The task assigned to him is to get at least 100 of them, which is definitely enough if there are only 2 companies to share. Then we won't be polite. Xiao Ming smiled immediately. To be honest, this time our Tianao League invited a master-level blacksmith to forge 12 legendary wooden sticks. With my attack power, I can knock one out in 12 seconds. You better hurry up, or I'll take them all by myself. Hearing this, Lin Jie frowned, but then relaxed. So what about the legendary wooden stick? We in the Dark Knight Association have a master chef. I brought a lot of level 9 food. I can tame one in half an hour. Wait till I'm done with the training, you guys just stay here and wait. Hearing this, Xiao Ming and Xiao Chen's faces immediately turned grim. Because it is first come first served, time is very important here. Just then, someone finally noticed something was wrong. Master, what kind of weird thing are you talking about? There is nothing under the water. Huh. Lin Jie frowned, walked to the lake, jumped in. However, there was nothing underwater, not even a drop of air. On the other side, people from Tianao League also discovered this phenomenon. The 2 groups of people searched around Mirror Lake but still found nothing. That's impossible. How could there be none? Lin Jie was completely dumbfounded. Someone got there first. Lin Shuer frowned and analyzed, is it the Yun family or the Bai family? Xiao Ming on the side murmured, why do I feel like this scene is familiar? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, you want to talk about Feng Xiao? Impossible, he is only one person, he can't steal so much. But what if he kills them all? That's possible. The 4 of them gathered together, and Xiao Ming lowered his voice and continued, since the giant beaver is gone, let's start leveling. Lin Jie nodded, practice for a while, maybe 10 minutes, I have something else and I need to leave in a hurry. Lin Feng, who was in the dark, heard this conversation and was confused. What does it mean to start leveling? The next moment. However, Lin Jie retreated violently and returned to his own camp, shouting, damn Tianao League, how dare you plot against me? Kill him. Everyone of Tianao League, listen up. Lin Shuer also shouted coldly, destroy the Dark Knight Association. The 2 gangs immediately started fighting. In just a moment, the lakeside was filled with small battle circles, with fierce fighting. Lin Feng's invisibility was also broken by the aftermath of an unknown skill. He watched Lin Shuer and the other 2 rush into the Dark Knight Association camp and kill people, and suddenly understood. This is a case of using each other's lives to level up. He had killed people from Tianao League before, level 60 professionals, each of whom gave 6,000 experience points. At this time, the battlefield was very chaotic and no one noticed Lin Feng. He looked at the equipment scattered all over the ground and suddenly laughed. Outside Mirror Lake, everyone was fighting together. Lin Jie took the lead and rushed towards the Tianao League camp. He tapped his feet lightly, as if using some skill, and suddenly jumped high into the air and landed on a tree. 3 combat teams from the Tianao League below noticed him and surrounded him. Lin Jie smiled contemptuously, and the longbow in his hand gathered light. Blast of wind. In an instant, dozens of arrows shot out in a fan shape, covering a 5-man combat team. After the rain of arrows, there were only 5 corpses and a pile of fallen items left. A golden light flashed on Lin Jie's body, and he was upgraded. On the other side, Lin Shuer and others were also killing crazily. Rain of destruction. As Lin Shuer shouted softly, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless fireballs fell from the formation, and more than a dozen members of the Dark Knight Association below fell down with screams. However, everyone was only paying attention to the enemy in front of them, but did not notice that there was a person moving quickly across the battlefield. Gravity vortex. Gravity vortex. Give me the vortex. Lin Feng used the range pickup skill frantically. With the cooldown reduction bonus, the CD of gravitational vortex is 10 seconds, and one can be released in just 2.5 seconds. The skill lasts for 3 seconds, and the next gravitational vortex is released almost as soon as the previous one disappears. The members of these guilds use a standard armband to distinguish whether they are their own people. Lin Feng's eyes rolled, and a plan suddenly emerged in his mind. He equipped himself with the armband of the Dark Knight Society. Then he mixed into the Dark Knight Association camp and followed Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen, and Lin Shuer. On the battlefield, these 3 people kill people the fastest and drop the most equipment. What are you doing? Lin Feng had just finished licking the bags of 3 people when someone suddenly noticed him. Everyone else is fighting bravely, and you are actually picking up equipment. A swordsman from the Dark Knight Association walked over angrily. Lin Feng took out a low-level staff with an expressionless face. When he was about to take action, he saw the male swordsman lower his voice and said, "Hush, we are one of us. Take me with you and let's pick it up together." Forehead. Lin Feng was speechless, and then used his skills. Arcane missiles. Under the incredulous gaze of the male swordsman, 6 elemental light balls killed him instantly. Who the hell is your own man? Lin Feng complained and continued to pick up equipment. It feels so good to make a fortune in silence. Soon, his backpack was full. Just as he was hesitating whether to disassemble the equipment, suddenly a feather arrow flew at him and was deflected by his forehead. -1. In the distance, Xiaochen turned back confidently and continued to attack others. On the battlefield, if the mage is a mobile turret, then the archer is a mobile sniper. He specifically looks for those fragile mages. Without even looking at them, he can kill 2 mages with 2 normal attacks per second. But suddenly, Xiaochen noticed from the corner of his eye that the male mage he had just attacked was still standing. How could he take on his normal attack? There's something about this mage. Xiaochen was a little surprised, then he pulled the bow again and shot the arrow. When the arrow was about to touch the body, a big hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the arrow firmly. Lin Feng raised his head and met Xiao Chen's gaze. At this moment, Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he was frightened by something. He stumbled and fell directly from the tree. Those eyes. Xiao Chen fell to the ground with a look of horror on his face. How could he forget Feng Zhao's contemptuous look when they were fighting for the mythical treasure chest? Next to him, Xiao Ming, holding a big sword, rushed forward, knocking 2 people from the Dark Knight Association away, and came in front of Xiao Chen. What's wrong? Are you okay? Xiao Chen did not answer, but immediately crawled out from under the tree and looked towards Lin Feng. Is this Lin Feng? He was in a fighting state just now and didn't look carefully. Now that he looked carefully, he recognized that it was Lin Feng. What? Xiao Ming also looked over and was immediately shocked. He was not assassinated by those assassins. He's not dead. He's still wearing the Dark Knight Association's armband. It seems that the Dark Knight Association came forward to rescue him. I didn't expect that he has already joined the Dark Knight Association. If that's the case, there's no chance of winning him over. Should we kill him? However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned, and not only did he not move forward, he took a step back. Did you notice that his eyes looked familiar? What are you talking about? Xiao Ming looked confused. Tell me, is it possible that he is Feng Xiao? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Ming said unhappily, Feng Shao is a sword-type profession, but this guy is holding a staff. It's just a staff, it doesn't mean anything. Xiao Chen frowned. I'll try him again. He drew his bow and shot an arrow again, firing a normal attack at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved the staff in his hand. Magic shield. A layer of light blue light shield protected him. The feather arrow hit the shield and was bounced off directly. Xiaoming opened his eyes wide. Magic shield. This is a super rare skill. The Dark Knight Association is really willing to spend a lot of money. What is so special about this Lin Feng? Am I overthinking? Seeing Lin Feng cast the magic shield, Xiao Chen was suddenly confused, but it was clear that those eyes gave him the feeling that they were very much like Feng Shao. But skills don't lie. A person can only have one profession. It is impossible to play with a sword and a staff. This is common sense. Join forces to kill him instantly, so as to avoid any more troubles. Xiaoming let out a low shout and rushed forward quickly. But at this moment, Lin Jie also noticed the situation here, and rushed over quickly, standing in front of Lin Feng. Are you a magician? A hint of confusion flashed across Lin Jie's eyes. Previously, the family gave him a piece of information about Lin Feng, which said that Lin Feng had killed many second-level professionals in the Jingao enterprise with a sword. He has always been doubting whether this information is wrong. How could Lin Feng, an F-level talent, do all this? Now he understood that the information was indeed wrong, because Lin Feng was actually a mage. After all, skills can't deceive people. I've never heard of a sword-type profession being able to use a magic shield. Lin Jie turned around and shouted to Xiaoming and Xiao Chen, I will remember today's vengeance. I will pay you back tenfold in the future. Withdraw. This is a code, indicating that the leveling activity is over. Xiaoming and Xiao Chen naturally understood, but were a little hesitant. This kid slapped our Tianao League in the face in front of everyone, and we just let him go like this. Let's go. The Lin family clearly wants to protect Lin Feng. Killing him will cause the Lin family's wrath. The leader has explained before that the top 4 guilds are unfathomable, so it's best not to completely break off relations with them. Retreat, we have more important things to do. Soon, both sides took the initiative to retreat and left Mirror Lake. Lin Feng remained silent and followed Lin Jie silently. After leaving Mirror Lake, Lin Jie had a look of joy on his face. Lin Feng, have you finally agreed to join the Lin family? Facing Lin Jie's question, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. Yes, what are the benefits? Lin Jie's face lit up, of course. But we have to wait until you leave the secret realm and officially join the Dark Knight Association. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Okay, it's settled, but I don't plan to act with you. After the secret realm ends, I will go to Tianfeng City to find you. That's all. He patted Lin Jie on the shoulder and turned away. Hey, wait. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lin Jie tried to persuade him, but Lin Feng ignored him. After hesitating for a while, Lin Jie gave up the idea of taking Lin Feng away by force. He put himself in Lin Feng's shoes and looked at things from his perspective. First he offended the Assassin's League, then he offended the Tianao League, and the Bai family looked down on them. Lin Feng seemed to have no choice but to join the Dark Knight Association. It is normal for the other party to make this decision. If he used force, not only would the relationship be damaged, but he might also force Lin Feng to death here, and he would not be able to complete the task assigned by his family. However, he always had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't know why. Lin Feng left the Dark Knight Association's main force, looked around to see that there was no one around, and immediately chased in the direction that Tian Aoming left. The people from Tianao League did not go far and rested at the foot of a mountain. Lin Feng immediately took out a low-level bow with no occupational restrictions, activated the wind step skill, and approached in stealth. At this time, Xiao Chen, Xiaoming, and Lin Shuer were chatting about something and had no idea that danger was coming. Lin Feng hid in a bush and used low-level archer skills. Consecutive arrows. 3 arrows were shot almost instantly. The next moment, Xiao Chen and the other 2 noticed the sneak attack, but before they could react, 3 consecutive arrows were already close to them. Puff! The arrow pierced Xiao Chen's body, and the tail wing kept shaking. Xiao Chen's head tilted and he died on the spot, with a bunch of items exploding. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng used the positioning teleportation directly and returned to the mirror lake before anyone discovered him. And in the distance, there was a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Lin Jie. I will never forgive you. Lin Feng touched his nose and said, it seems that framing someone is not that difficult. Among the archers here, I am afraid no one can think of a second person except Lin Jie who can kill Xiao Chen in seconds. He did this after careful consideration. One is to completely dispel other people's suspicion that he is Feng Xiao, so that he won't have to worry about being implicated when using his clone to do bad things. The other is to stir up conflict between the Lin family and the Tianao League. He alone cannot deal with the terror of the Lin family, so maybe it would be helpful to bring in the Tianao League. Lin Feng murmured, from now on, Lin Feng is the mage and Feng Xiao is the swordsman. If you want a sneak attack, pick up the bow and arrow. I am Lin Jie. He is increasingly feeling the benefits of having multiple careers. First of all, there are no shortcomings. No matter what complex situation he is in, he always has the means to handle it easily. Secondly, you can hide your identity. After all, dual professions have never appeared before. At this time, Lin Feng thought about it, put on a set of mage equipment, and found a piece of cloth to cover his face. He was recognized even when he was wearing a phantom mask before, so he simply swallowed the mask. But now, he has changed his equipment, his temperament has changed a lot, and he is holding a staff in his hand, so no one can recognize it as him. Lin Feng summoned a giant forest wolf and galloped away into the distance. 10 minutes later, he met a group of people. There were about 20 people, but Lin Feng didn't recognize the opponent's guild armband. However, it felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Fuck, what a handsome wolf. We just came in and they've already trained their pets. Looking at the armband, this guy seems to be from the Dark Knight Association. We can't afford to offend the top 4 guilds, so we'd better stay away from them. These people saw Lin Feng from afar and started talking about it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, turned his wolf head, and took the initiative to move towards these people. Dark Empire? Lin Feng finally remembered where he had seen him. Previously, the Qingxi Town auction house gave him a VIP card with the same pattern on it as the armbands of these people. Moreover, the auction house had agreed not to disclose his identity information, but everyone soon knew that he was the one auctioning the Staff of Destruction. Boss, what's the matter? A male wizard in front of the crowd asked with a smile. In his opinion, to be able to get such a handsome mount at this point in time, this person must have a high status in the Dark Knight Association. There is absolutely nothing wrong in calling him boss. Maybe you can get some benefits by following the big guy. Call someone. As if that was not enough, he quickly lowered his voice and spoke to his companions behind him. No one can match your demeanor, and you are more handsome than Panin. Boss's wisdom is as deep and broad as the ocean, and his charm shines infinitely. Boss, does your Dark Knight Association have any unwanted pets? The others spoke up one after another. Lin Feng smiled slightly, the boss will show you a magic trick. After saying this, he waved his staff. Arcane missiles. The staff shot out 6 balls of elemental light, instantly hitting the 6 people in front and killing them instantly. Ah! Everyone looked horrified. Although they didn't know why the other party suddenly attacked, their boss was killed instantly. This kind of strength is definitely not something they can resist. Without any hesitation, everyone turned around and fled. Fireball. Wind blade. Lin Feng chased after him, continuously harvesting with low-level mage skills. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen people fell. The remaining few people ran quickly and had already escaped hundreds of meters. Lin Feng not only did not chase after them, but he stopped and shouted loudly, "What a bullshit Dark Empire, they don't even have the qualifications to lick the feet of my Dark Knight Association." There happened to be a person who was recording a video while escaping, and happened to record Lin Feng's words. Hateful. It's too bullying. The eyes of the few people who escaped were bloodshot. Without further ado, they posted the video online. Lin Feng picked up the equipment on the ground and devoured it while looking for his next target. I have to say, it's faster to get equipment from people. For more than a dozen people, that means more than 100 pieces of equipment, and they are all good equipment with colors, and many gems are inlaid in them. Next, Lin Feng quickly traveled through the mountains, looking for a flying pet. But if he encounters some small guilds, he will also wear the armband of the Dark Knight Association, steal some equipment and do some bad things. However, he did not kill those who had no grudge against him. In just 1 hour, the vast majority of professionals in the deep mountain areas were complaining and cursing the Dark Knight Association. But at this moment, Lin Feng was stopped by a group of people. Get out. This is the territory of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, no one is allowed to enter. Ah. They are from the Dark Knight Association. How dare they come here alone? They are simply courting death. Kill him. Before Lin Feng could take action, these people took action first. Arcane missiles. In an instant, several people's eyes bulged out, and they slowly fell down with unwillingness. Picking up the equipment on the ground, Lin Feng had some confusion in his eyes. The Predator Alliance cleared the area, could it be that they were trying to gain some benefit? At this time, a clear chirping sound was heard from the sky. Lin Feng looked up and saw a 5-meter-long bird flying around in the sky. Under the big bird, there was a person hanging with a grappling hook, holding a wooden stick in his other hand. This is a flying mount. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. As expected, more people helped find it faster. He searched for a long time alone but couldn't find it.